Chapter 1508. Fighting Lin Ling again. At that moment, Tao Xian was filled with regret. If he had known that Lin Ling was so powerful, he would never have challenged him. It was as if he had slapped himself hard in the face. "Brother, save me." Tao Xian was hit by Lin Ling's fist again. He spat out a mouthful of blood and rushed towards Celestial Emperor Feiyang. Celestial Emperor Feiyang's face was solemn. He didn't know why Lin Ling wasn't afraid of his brother's Tao of Ghost, but his brother was in danger and he had to save him. Overbearing Celestial Emperor, what do you think? Celestial Emperor Feiyang knew that they were the ones who issued the challenge, so he could only look at overbearing Celestial Emperor for help. Lin Ling, let him go. Overbearing Celestial Emperor smiled. He was worried about Lin Ling before, but who knew that Lin Ling would be so strong? He was able to ignore the Tao of Ghost and suppress Tao Xian. This was unprecedented in the Seven Emperors world. Moreover, overbearing Celestial Emperor had a feeling that Lin Ling could win because Lin Ling was a ghost. All right, overbearing Celestial Emperor, but Tao Xian, kneel down and kowtow 3 times and I'll spare your life. When Lin Ling heard Sky Sovereign Zhong Emotion's words, he stopped and walked forward. He was wearing a black robe. At that moment, all the disciples of the 4 mountains were astonished, and their faces were extremely solemn. At this moment, Tao Xian's expression was ugly, but there was nothing he could do about Lin Ling. He could only kneel down and kowtow 3 times to Lin Ling because this battle was the focus of everyone's attention. Even if he didn't want to admit defeat, if Lin Ling killed him, no one would speak up for him. Bang bang bang. Tao Xian kept kowtowing while Lin Ling stood in front of him and looked down at him. You said I relied on my mouth, so why are you kneeling down and begging for mercy? His words made Tao Xian raise his head. His eyes were filled with malevolence and fury, but of course, there was also a strong sense of fear. Can't say anything? You said I wasn't qualified to be titled Celestial Emperor. Now, do you think you are more qualified than me? Lin Ling asked again. Tao Xian opened his mouth but didn't know what to say. He'd been brutally tortured by Lin Ling. Did he have the right to deny Lin Ling? Since you can't say it, then scram. Lin Ling shook his head and kicked out fiercely. It was like the leg of a giant, overbearing and magnificent. Rumble. Tao Xian was sent flying like a cannonball. He pierced through dozens of mountains and was eventually submerged by them. The 5th strongest disciple of the West Mountain had been defeated. What a terrifying fellow. When he refused to fight, no one knew how strong he was. However, once he accepted the challenge, his attacks were like a storm. No matter what, Lin Ling had gained a firm foothold in the 4 mountains after this battle. Who among the ordinary Renhuang disciples would dare to disobey him? The 5 elements of heaven and earth reinforce each other. Lin Ling, you happen to have the power to restrain Tao Xian, so you won by a fluke. How about I fight you next? At that moment, a meteor streaked across the sky and landed heavily on the ground. It was the first king of East Mountain. Demonic Bone King, what right do you have to challenge Lin Ling? Seeing the Demonic Bone King, the reigning Celestial Emperor frowned. The first king of East Mountain was indeed powerful. He had a high chance of being titled Celestial Emperor within 5 years. Why don't I have the right? Lin Ling humiliated me and looked down on me. Therefore, he has to accept my challenge. If he wins, I'll be the first to approve of him being titled Celestial Emperor. The Demonic Bone King stood there like a demon, a giant, and said indifferently. Hearing that, many people frowned. The first king of East Mountain was really domineering. It was as if Lin Ling needed his approval to be titled Celestial Emperor. Reigning Celestial Emperor, although killing is not allowed in the 7 Emperors world, I don't think the 7 Emperors will object to my challenge if someone provokes me and humiliates me with arrogant words. The 7 Emperors don't want to raise cowards, so why can't I challenge Lin Ling? The Demonic Bone King shouted again. He was very smart. He turned Lin Ling's previous refusal into a humiliation, so he could find an excuse to fight Lin Ling and even take Lin Ling's violet gold human emperor card. The reigning Celestial Emperor frowned. Although the Demonic Bone King was domineering, he was right. The 7 Emperors didn't want cowards, nor would they object to this kind of battle. Lin Ling, Life or death battle, you can choose. Seeing the reigning celestial emperor's silence, the demonic Bone King sneered and shouted proudly. The crowd quieted down. It was undeniable that Lin Ling's strength was not bad, but everyone knew that there was still a gap between him and the first king of East Mountain. If Lin Ling wanted to fight, he would lose. Is the first king of East Mountain so embarrassing? Just as Lin Ling was about to speak, a figure slowly walked out from the crowd. This person was very short, wore a large cloak, and carried a sky-piercer halberd that was taller than him. It gave people a very strange feeling. However, after seeing this person clearly, the faces of many disciples changed slightly. The second-ranked emperor's disciple of North Mountain, the 9 spirits of heaven. However, the 9 spirits of heaven had always been a loner. Why would he come out and speak at this moment? Many people couldn't help but be curious. 9 spirits of heaven. You have a problem with that? The demonic Bone King frowned, as if he didn't dare to underestimate the other party. The first king of East Mountain is only a king in front of the weak. When faced with the strong, he is still nothing. The short youth in the distance said as he walked. He then shook his head. If you and Lin Ling fought fairly, I wouldn't have come out to speak. However, Lin Ling fought Tao Xian. Do you feel embarrassed if you fight again? After these words, the demonic Bone King's face turned ugly. In fact, if he fought again, it would be unfair. Also, you said that Lin Ling humiliated you. However, everyone saw that you were the one who forced Lin Ling to fight. Lin Ling refused, but you said that Lin Ling humiliated you. Does Lin Ling have to do whatever you want Lin Ling to do? The 9 spirits of heaven said again, I am a person who wins and loses. It's not that I want to help Lin Ling, but that I can't stand it. If you want to fight Lin Ling, sure, but you have to fight me first. It seems that the 9 spirits of heaven are going to help Lin Ling. The crowd's hearts surged as they understood the situation. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. He didn't know the short youth, but the other party spoke from a fair point of view. This made Lin Ling have a good impression of him. At this moment, the demonic Bone King's face turned even uglier. The 9 spirits of heaven had degraded him with just a few words. He had lost all face, but he couldn't refute the 9 spirits of heaven. He immediately looked at Lin Ling and said, As the celestial emperor, do you only know how to rely on the help of outsiders? You should know that as the celestial emperor, you should accept challenges from a large number of people. If you don't dare to fight, then you don't have the title of celestial emperor. The demonic Bone King obviously had no other choice, so he tried to provoke Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling's expression didn't change, as if the powerful first king of East Mountain couldn't give him any pressure. He quietly listened to the demonic Bone King, then said, Are you done? Chapter 1509. Shut up. What I'm about to say is similar to what the 9 spirits of heaven said. You said that I humiliated you, but in fact, you've been standing on your own side, forcing me to do as you say. If I didn't do it, I would be humiliating you, so it's more like jealousy. You think that I'm not as strong as you, so I'm not qualified to be called a celestial emperor. But don't forget, you're standing at the top of the pyramid of the human world, but you were as insignificant as an ant in the past. Lin Ling said word by word. His words were sharp and domineering. You're right. I'm standing at the top of the pyramid. I was insignificant in the past, but at least I'm stronger than you now. Demonic Bone King said indifferently. He still wanted to say something, but Lin Ling shouted coldly, You said you were done. Now shut up. Shut up? Demonic Bone King's pupils constricted. Lin Ling told him to shut up? He was the strongest disciple in East Mountain, and his strength had already reached the level of the Xianxia 10 halls. Lin Ling dared to shout at him? The surrounding disciples also opened their mouths wide. They didn't expect Lin Ling to be so daring. Well, I'd like to see what else you want to say. Demonic Bone King laughed out of anger. I want to ask you, how did you become the #1 king in East Mountain? Lin Ling asked as if he didn't know how powerful Demonic Bone King was. I became a disciple for a year, defeated all the disciples in East Mountain, and became #1. Demonic Bone King said proudly. In the 7 Emperors' heaven, he was a famous peerless genius. So useless? Useless. Lin Ling smiled contemptuously. His words made Demonic Bone King's pupils constrict. He only used a year to become the #1 king in East Mountain, and Lin Ling said he was useless? You must not be convinced. Then let me tell you. I have only been a Renwang's disciple for a dozen days, but now I have reached the 2nd position of East Mountain. If you give me a year, do you think you can still keep your position as the 1st king of East Mountain? You'll definitely be trampled under my feet. Of course, I understand why you want to challenge me. Because you're afraid. You're afraid that I'll grow up and surpass you. Lin Ling indifferently looked at the Devil Bone King. His voice was calm, but it was like a sword that pierced into the Devil Bone King's heart, causing his expression to darken. It was true that he had dominated Eastern Mountain in a year, but Lin Ling had only used a dozen days. Although he was not afraid of Lin Ling, others would not think so. They would think that he, the #1 king of Eastern Mountain, was afraid of being surpassed by the younger generation. That was why he was suppressing him now. He couldn't lose face like this. At this moment, the surrounding disciples were indeed discussing spiritedly. Although the Devil Bone King was stronger than Lin Ling, it was only for now. What if Lin Ling had a year's time? This was indeed difficult to evaluate. For a moment, many people looked at Lin Ling. Lin Ling's words were as sharp as swords. This also meant that Lin Ling's heart of martial arts had reached the great perfection realm. He was fearless and unaffected by any external factors. Everything is just your words. In the future, you still won't be my opponent. You think too highly of yourself. The Devil Bone King's body emitted a dense yin qi as he indifferently said, I don't think highly of myself, nor do I look down on myself. Facing the world, I only have a calm heart. At least, I won't be like you, looking down on everything and thinking that you are invincible. However, in reality, you can only dominate Eastern Mountain. In the mortal world, you are still an ant. Lin Ling smiled. After reincarnating, he had seen many things compared to the Devil Bone King. He knew that the world was vast, the ghost realm, the devil realm, and the outer realm had many secrets. Therefore, although Lin Ling was insolent, he was never arrogant. You may not be convinced, but I can tell you that if you want to fight to the death, you will die. Lin Ling paused and indifferently looked at the Devil Bone King. At this moment, his eyes bloomed with incomparable majesty, as if he was a realm lord. If they really fought, then he, the Devil Bone King, would die. The crowd's hearts exploded. They didn't know where Lin Ling's confidence came from. Only Lin Ling himself knew that if he went all out, then the #1 king of Eastern Mountain would also die. The reason was very simple. It was the Yellow Springs flame that came from the depths of his soul. However, if the Yellow Springs flame were to erupt, then his body would inevitably be burned because only his soul force could barely control it. Therefore, Lin Ling was also so confident. The Devil Bone King's pupils shrank as he looked at Lin Ling's eyes. He actually felt that he had entered the reincarnation cycle and was facing the Yellow Springs Great Emperor. This made him speechless for a moment. The surrounding disciples saw the Devil Bone King's silence and were also surprised. They didn't expect Lin Ling to be so arrogant, saying that the Devil Bone King would die in a battle to the death. Most importantly, they saw that the Devil Bone King didn't dare to accept. Lin Ling's pupils were still fixed on the Devil Bone King, but the Yellow Springs flame in the depths of his eyes gradually disappeared. He said indifferently, You said that I'm the Celestial Emperor, but I don't have the qualifications. Therefore, you want to deprive me of my title and become the Celestial Emperor yourself. Fine, 1 month from now, in this battle, if you win, you will be the Celestial Emperor. Yes. As soon as Lin Ling's words fell, the crowd's expression changed. Lin Ling actually agreed to the battle, and even said that if he lost, he would hand over the Violet Gold Human Emperor token. The person who obtained the Violet Gold Human Emperor token would be given the title of Celestial Emperor. This was the height that every emperor's disciple yearned for. No one would easily hand it over after obtaining it. Who knew that Lin Ling would be so generous as to fight with the Violet Gold Human Emperor token? As for Lin Ling, he was only a second-layer saint. It was impossible for him to reach the same height as the Devil Bone King in a month's time. He was bound to lose this battle. Who gave him such confidence? He's only been a sovereign's disciple for a dozen days, yet he dares to challenge the #1 king of Eastern Mountain? It seems like he's even crazier than I thought. Sigh. I really envy the Devil Bone King. He got the title of Celestial Emperor so easily. Sigh. Many powerful disciples were envious. Obviously, they all thought that Lin Ling would lose without a doubt. Even if Lin Ling's cultivation had caught up with the Devil Bone King, how could he catch up with the latter's immortal physique? At this moment, even the unhindered Heavenly Emperor frowned. It was very difficult to reach the Saint Realm. Even he thought that it was impossible to surpass the Devil Bone King in a month's time. You're really confident. Sigh. The 9 spirits of heaven was stunned for a moment, then smiled faintly. A month? Sigh. The Devil Bone King stood there quietly. His black demon bones were wriggling. It was clear that he was extremely angry at this moment, because not only was Lin Ling not afraid to fight, he had even challenged him to a fight. Furthermore, he had even said that if he lost, he would hand over the title of Heavenly Emperor. This was a kind of contempt. It was as if he, the Devil Bone King, could not win at all. He even said that he would hand over the violet gold human emperor card. He could imagine that after today, the news of a disciple of Eastern Mountain challenging the first king of Eastern Mountain would spread like wildfire. And his prestige and strength as the first king of Eastern Mountain would be questioned by others, causing him to lose face. What, you don't dare? Lin Ling stared at the Devil Bone King indifferently and said again. Why wouldn't I dare? In a month's time, I'll see where your confidence comes from. You'll know how stupid and ridiculous you are for daring to challenge me, the #1 king of Eastern Mountain. Chapter 15:10. A month's battle. I hope that after a month, there will be no Heavenly Emperor or anyone else backing you up. A cold voice floated out of the Devil Bone King's mouth at the same time. This also meant that he had accepted the challenge. After a month, he wanted Lin Ling to regret and ruthlessly humiliate Lin Ling. He wanted to tell Lin Ling and everyone else that Lin Ling was not qualified to be Heavenly Emperor. He, the first king of Eastern Mountain, was the true Heavenly Emperor powerhouse. Interesting, I'm looking forward to it. The surrounding disciples watched the Devil Bone King leave, and then stared at Lin Ling, still surprised. A month's time was really short. For many people, it could not change anything at all. And if Lin Ling lost, then there would be a good show to watch, because Lin Ling's title of Heavenly Emperor was given by the 7 emperors. If he lost, it was equivalent to losing face for the 7 emperors. At that time, even the 7 emperors would not be able to keep Lin Ling. You are really crazy. Although the Devil Bone King's strength is not as good as mine, it is not much worse. It will be very difficult for you to win against him. The 9 spirits of heaven frowned and said to Lin Ling previously he just could not stand the unfairness of the disciples, so he stood up to speak, but they did not expect that Lin Ling did not need his help at all. He was fearless. Sometimes, you need to give yourself some pressure. Lin Ling said with a faint smile, with calmness. Pressure? Although a martial artist's growth must be without pressure, the pressure you give yourself is too great. The 9 spirits of heaven said. For the first time, he felt that this newcomer was somewhat mysterious, because giving oneself 100 times the pressure was not something that anyone dared to do. A pot of wine, different people will taste different. This also represents different lives. Just like the leaves on a tree, there will never be the same leaves. This is also a different life for every martial artist, and I chose this kind. Lin Ling looked at the sky and smiled. Hearing this, the 9 spirits of heaven's heart sank. For some reason, Lin Ling's words gave him an indescribable feeling. Different wine, different life? He thought to himself that this Lin Ling seemed to have experienced a lot and was different from other Renhuang's disciples. He knew that every Renhuang disciple here was a peerless genius in Xianpeng province. Their heart of martial arts was in the perfect realm, unaffected by the heavens and earth, unaffected by the words of others. They were always confident. However, it was his first time seeing someone with a heart of martial arts like Lin Ling's. You shouldn't have been able to beat Tao Xian, he's a 7th-level mystic after all. How did you win? The 9 spirits of heaven thought of the previous battle and asked curiously. He cultivates the ghost Tao and understands the great Tao of reincarnation, but against someone who has already died, what's the use of reincarnation? Lin Ling retracted his gaze from the sky and smiled. People who have died? The 9 spirits of heaven's heart trembled. How old was Lin Ling? He seemed to be younger than him, but Lin Ling had died before? And looking at Lin Ling's appearance, he didn't seem to be a reincarnated cultivator. This was too shocking. He was stunned for a moment, and Lin Ling looked at the man in the distance and bowed with a smile. Unhindered Heaven Emperor, thank you for before. No need. Unhindered Heaven Emperor didn't say much. After bowing, he left quietly. Heaven Emperor Feiyang looked at Lin Ling coldly. Originally, Lin Ling had abused his brother, and with his status, he would definitely teach him a lesson. However, Lin Ling was now a Heaven Emperor, and his status was the same as his, so he didn't have the right to touch Lin Ling. 1 month later, if you lose, you will be kicked out of the 7 Emperors' heaven. Heaven Emperor Feiyang left this sentence and turned to leave. You don't have to worry about that. Lin Ling didn't even look at him. He nodded at He and the others and strode away. 1 month later, the powerful disciples around also stared at Lin Ling, and the anticipation in their hearts grew stronger. As expected of my master, he can already challenge East Mountain's first king. I've heard of that arrogant junior, and that guy's strength is probably not much weaker than mine. Heaven Touch Great Sage followed Lin Ling with a heavy heart. Although he was one of the 10 temple masters of Xianxia, he didn't dare to provoke East Mountain's first king in the 7 Emperors' heaven. It was still possible outside, but he wasn't very confident in defeating East Mountain's first king. Let's talk about it 1 month later. That guy's strength is indeed not weak. Lin Ling didn't show any arrogance because he knew that the number 1 king of the Eastern Mountain had an Earth-rank immortal body and the supreme demon bone. With such terrifying talent, given some time, it wouldn't be difficult for him to surpass Lady Xue Wu and the other experts. He and the others were even more aware of East Mountain's first king's strength. They were also surprised by Lin Ling's courage, especially Murong Xian and the others. They didn't expect this lecher to be so bold. One must know that East Mountain's first king had dominated East Mountain for a year, but this lecher actually took less than 2 months. Whether Lin Ling could win this battle or not, it was undeniable that his strength was definitely among the top in the mortal world. You're the 9 spirits of heaven? Surnamed Xianyuan, that's rare. Lin Ling walked forward, and the short 9 spirits of heaven followed behind him. Carrying a 2-meter-long halberd, they gave off an extremely strange feeling, but they couldn't be underestimated. In the entire mortal world, there is only one Xianyuan. The 9 spirits of heaven said indifferently. Their short stature had an indescribable aura. Then do you know Xianyuan Guer? Lin Ling suddenly thought of something and asked. Nope. When the surname Xianyuan was mentioned, the 9 spirits of heaven's face became even colder. Lin Ling smiled and didn't continue to ask. Lin Ling, I have high hopes for you. Don't lose this battle. The 9 spirits of heaven stopped and looked at Lin Ling expectantly. Lin Ling was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect the other party to believe in him so much. He immediately nodded. I've experienced a lot of battles, so I won't lose. Good. That's good. If you win, you'll be the ruler of the Xianpeng Great Region. The 9 spirits of heaven left these words and strode away, looking a little cold. This guy. Sigh. Lin Ling smiled helplessly. When the short 9 spirits of heaven became cold, it gave people a strange feeling. In the next month, I have to cultivate hard, so I'll be separated from everyone for the time being. Sigh. Lin Ling looked at heaven-touching Sage and the others. They also knew that Lin Ling was pressed for time, so they nodded and let Lin Ling leave alone. Your Majesty, what an arrogant junior. He actually dares to challenge you. Your Majesty's current strength can be ranked among the top 10 generals of the star-picking nation. At this time, Purple Elder's voice sounded. He was especially protective of his own and spoke to Lin Ling. Although that's the case, I'm currently standing at the top of the pyramid in Xianpeng province. Naturally, the opponents I encounter can also be ranked among the top 10 generals. Lin Ling shook his head and said, He didn't think that the Devil Bone King was an easy opponent to take down. Next, I have to raise the level of the Fiend God Overlord body. Only then can the gap between me and the Devil Bone King shrink. Sigh. Chapter 1511. Fire Dragon King's Realm. Your Majesty, if you use Time Freeze and your powerful soul power, you might be able to kill the Devil Bone King in one strike. Purple Elder still felt that the Devil Bone King was not Lin Ling's opponent. Time Freeze is related to the laws of heaven and earth, so I don't want to use it casually. How could Lin Ling not know about Purple Elder's trump cards? However, those trump cards could affect the whole situation, so he did not want to use them casually. If I want to increase the level of my Fiend God Overlord body, I can only use Half Saint's essence. Let's go to Splendid Land and challenge the Xian board. Lin Ling had already accepted the mission. As long as he could enter the Xian board, he would be able to obtain the reward of Half Saint's essence. However, before proceeding, Lin Ling needed to increase his strength by another 10%. After returning to his residence, Lin Ling immediately entered the Purple Mansion. The fourth layer of the Purple Mansion, Purgatory World, was filled with flames. Currently, my heavenly pattern martial arts are at the pinnacle level. The battles during this period have made me more familiar with the fire martial Dao. It is time to enter the transcendent realm. Okay. Lin Ling thought in the endless flames. Then he closed his eyes and began to comprehend the strange flames of heaven and earth. Even if Lin Ling hadn't comprehended the transcendent realm's heavenly pattern martial arts, he wasn't far from it. Firstly, his Tyrant Song Sword art could be raised to this stage, allowing him to familiarize himself with this realm in advance. Second, Lin Ling had the ability to return to the origin of martial arts. That was the comprehension of origin power. Fire Dragon King's Realm. After spending half a year in the Purple Mansion, Lin Ling finally touched the great law that transcended the realm. This great law was different from the tyrannical Song Sword. Under Lin Ling's comprehension, he actually transformed into a Fire Dragon King. The reason why he comprehended this martial art was because Lin Ling cultivated the fire martial Dao in the past. There was a martial art that used fire as nourishment to increase one's strength. And the current Fire Dragon King's realm was to give up millions of fire dragons to form a huge Fire Dragon King. Then it would devour the Fire Dragon King and transform itself into the great law of fire. So it's like that. Lin Ling opened his eyes and stretched out his left hand. A terrifying great law of flames appeared and transformed into a mini dragon. However, after Lin Ling struck out with his palm, the mini dragon grew larger and larger. Wherever it passed, there would be great law of flames, causing the void to explode and the horns of the fire dragon to appear. Finally, a gigantic Fire Dragon King appeared. Amazing! Your Majesty's martial way of fire has already surpassed Star-Picking Nation's undying Fire King. Old Violet thought from afar. On the ground, the majestic Fire Dragon King appeared and circled around in the air. It opened its mouth and roared. Below the Fire Dragon King, Lin Ling was like the son of the Fire Dragon King, standing in the middle of the great law of the universe, dominating everything. His Majesty's heavenly pattern martial arts transcendence realm seems to be devouring Fire Dragon Kings. Old Violet said again. Everyone's heavenly pattern martial arts were different. Some people comprehended the heavenly pattern martial arts of their predecessors while others comprehended it on their own. Those who comprehended it on their own would be able to change according to their master's heavenly pattern martial arts. Therefore, Old Violet guessed that His Majesty must have cultivated a great law of flames that could devour the energy of heaven and earth. After a long time, Lin Ling walked over with a faint smile on his face. His eyes were sharp. At this moment, his strength had increased by another 10%. Without relying on any of his trump cards, he could easily defeat a fourth-layer Saint expert with just his own strength. With my current strength, it won't be difficult for me to reach the first place of the lower Xian ranking. A month's time was very short. Therefore, Lin Ling didn't want to waste any time. Xianxia Mountain and River was the core of Xianpeng Province. It was also the place where the most experts gathered. Other than the experts from Xianpeng Province, there were also experts from Xianyuan and Xianhuangdiu. The 4 lists of the Cultivation Pavilion represented the strongest cultivators in the human world. The difference between them and the 3 myths was that the 3 myths were peerless geniuses and they were much younger. At this moment, the Xian ranking was filled with the top experts from the first to second layer of the Saint Realm. Flames bloomed on the Xian ranking, and behind each flame was a name that one had to look up to. The lower Xian ranking list rarely changes. Of course, it's very difficult to break through to the Saint layer. Therefore, some people have been on the lower Xian ranking list for a few years, but they still haven't reached the middle Xian ranking list. The first one is an ancient cultivator from the great region of Xianyuan. The second one is a strong student from Xianhuangdiu. The third one is Gendosa from the 7 Emperors world. They're still smiling proudly in the world. Below the lower Xian ranking list, a large number of cultivators were standing there and looking up at the lower Xian ranking list. They were looking forward to it. Maybe for them, looking at those strong cultivators was motivating them. The lower Xian ranking list is the same. First, you have to win 10 battles in a row. Then, you'll get 3 million purity stones as a reward. If you go back to the 7 Emperors world, you'll get 10 drops of half-saint's essence. If you reach the middle Xian ranking list, you'll get 100 drops of half-saint's essence. That's enough for me to reach the 5th layer of my godly demon overlord body. At this moment, among the warriors, a handsome young man looked at the list indifferently. His eyes were burning with passion. He was Lin Ling. 1 month is too short, so I have to save time. I have to reach the top of the lower Xian ranking list in 1 day, said Lin Ling smiling. He was extremely confident. Shameless boasting. The lower Xian ranking list isn't like the yellow ranking. It can change at any time. You're dreaming if you want to reach the top in 1 day, said an expert disdainfully as soon as Lin Ling finished speaking. It was impossible to reach the top in 1 day. Even an old monster who had cultivated for 100 years couldn't do it. It was also difficult for the disciples of the 3 great legends because most of them had to take 1 step at a time to reach the top. Lin Ling smiled and didn't pay attention to the other party's words. One had to know that Lin Ling had gone to the ghost realm. His strength had increased by leaps and bounds, so he hadn't come to challenge the lower Xian ranking list for a long time. However, it wasn't the same for the other powerful disciples. They would come to challenge the lower Xian ranking list as soon as their strength increased a little, and then they would slowly climb to the top. One of them took 1 step at a time, while Lin Ling had accumulated a lot of strength. So, it was naturally different. Lin Ling, why are you here? At this moment, a familiar voice was heard. Lin Ling looked over and immediately saw Lord Xuewu and Venerable Si coming. Seeing this, Lin Ling quickly walked over with a smile. Lin Ling, what a familiar name. It's the disciple of the human sovereign from half a month ago. Below the lower Xian ranking list, the martial artists who had disdained Lin Ling before narrowed their eyes. It was Lin Ling. Everyone in Xianpeng province knew about Lin Ling. This peerless genius who was in the limelight had defeated Hong Tindi not long ago and took the 1st place in the recommendation list. He was known as the young man who would surpass Xianxia and the 10 carefree palaces in the future. No wonder he ignored me before. It's because he disdained me. Chapter 1512. The name of senior brother. Fortunately, he didn't take it to heart. It seems that compared to the other disciples, he is more approachable and didn't bully the weak. The cultivator said nervously. If it weren't for his fear of Lin Ling's majesty, he would have gone over to apologize at this moment. Compared to this, I'm more curious about what Lin Ling said before. He wants to reach the top of the Xian ranking. That's right. In the past, he was the first on the yellow board. Now, in less than half a year, he is going to reach the top of the lower profound board. This progress is too terrifying. I admit that Lin Ling is a peerless genius, but it's still very difficult for him to reach the top of the lower Xian ranking because he has only been a disciple of the human emperor for half a month. According to my guess, he would at most be ranked in the 50s of the lower Xian ranking. The surrounding warriors were in high spirits. They felt honored to be able to see Lin Ling with their own eyes. However, they weren't sure if Lin Ling could reach the top of the Xian board. For a time, the news spread everywhere. Many martial artists from Xianping province came to visit because of the fame. Lord Watermist and Venerable Sea Calming also knew that Lin Ling wanted to challenge the Xian role. They couldn't help but gasp. Lin Ling, don't you need more time to prepare? After all, you've only been a human sovereign's disciple for half a month. Lord Watermist had already recovered from his injuries. He looked at Lin Ling, his eyes filled with gratitude. If it weren't for Lin Ling, he would have perished long ago. Therefore, when he saw Lin Ling again, he felt that he was on the same level as him. Needless to say, Venerable Sea Calming had to look up to Lin Ling. Time is limited, so there's no need to prepare any more. Lin Ling said with a smile, his handsome face full of confidence. You always do things that surprise people. However, since you have made up your mind, I will not persuade you. You only need to know that Lord Yuan is ranked 3rd on the lower profound ranking. Lady Xuewu said with a smile. At the same time, she reminded Lin Ling, Lord Yuan? Gendosa, right? Thank you, I got it. Lin Ling smiled again. Lord Yuan was about to address Lin Ling as senior brother. Blindly arrogant and conceited. With such an attitude, you won't go far in the world of martial arts. At this moment, a cold shout rang out. Lin Ling looked over and saw a large number of figures walking over. It was Lord Shan Wu. Today, a genius from our Black-White Dao Palace has gone to challenge the Xian role. Thus, many people from our Black-White Dao Palace have come. Lady Watermist stared at him as she explained to Lin Ling. At this moment, Lord Shan Wu had brought a large number of people with him. He was frowning as he walked over. When he saw Lin Ling, anger surged in his heart. He no longer had any authority in the Black-White Dao Palace. It was only a matter of time before he was stripped of his position as palace master. And all of this had been brought about by Lin Ling. Thus, when he saw Lin Ling, he wished he could swallow Lin Ling's bones. 2nd level saint. As expected of the 7 emperors. In half a month, Lin Ling's cultivation has risen. Lord Shan Wu frowned as he discovered that Lin Ling's cultivation had risen. 2nd level saint. That's not very strong. Lord, is this Lin Ling, the Black-White Dao Palace's recommendation this year? Good, when I become a mortal emperor's disciple next year, I will surpass him and seize his glory. Beside Lord Shan Wu, a youth spoke. This person had his hands behind his back and an indescribable expression on his face. He was the Black-White Dao Palace's new recommendation. It had to be known that the 4 pillars and 8 pillars each year had a recommendation quota. This year, Lin Ling had already become a mortal emperor's disciple. Thus, the Black-White Dao Palace had already begun preparing for next year's recommendation quota. Clearly, this youth was the one that Lord Shan Wu valued. Lin Ling, don't be arrogant. Wait for me. I will surpass you. The youth was extremely confident as he stared at Lin Ling and shouted. His cultivation had reached the 2nd level of the Saint Realm. He was stronger than the Black-White Dao Palace's previous recommendation quota, so he was confident. What kind of dog is this? However, Lin Ling only glanced at the youth before speaking indifferently. This youth's cultivation was not weak, but he could clearly sense that in other areas, he was as weak as a dog. Did this youth think that just because his cultivation had reached the standard, his strength would also reach the standard? If this youth were to enter the 7 Emperors' world, he would be nothing more than trash. You're calling me a dog? Lord Shan Wu, can I teach him a lesson? Although he is my senior brother, his mouth is too smelly. I want to slap him 3 times. The youth's eyes narrowed as he shouted angrily. Lin Ling's cultivation was the same as his. What right did Lin Ling have to become a mortal emperor's disciple while he had to wait for a year? This year's mortal emperor's disciple exam was because he had missed it. Otherwise, how could Lin Ling be so arrogant? Slap me 3 times? Lin Ling smiled and led Lord Xuewu and Lord Shan Wu forward. Then Lin Ling stood in front of the youth, looking down at him. Lin Ling could not understand where this youth's confidence came from. Moreover, his mouth was so arrogant. One had to know that Lin Ling and Lord Shan Wu had never been on good terms. Since this youth was with Lord Shan Wu, this meant that he was Lin Ling's enemy. Between enemies, Lin Ling did not even speak, and this youth was so arrogant that he could not see through him. This made Lin Ling unable to laugh even if he wanted to. What do you want? Don't think that you can be my senior brother just because you are older. The youth's name was Zhang Zhan, and he was from a hidden family in Xianping province. This family was said to be a descendant of one of the 4 ancient countries, the Fire God dynasty. Moreover, Zhang Zhan had a heavenly soldier ranked 10th on the heavenly soldier ranking. With all these factors added together, he felt that he was the top genius of Xianping province. What do I want to do? Lin Ling looked at Zhang Zhan indifferently. After smiling, he slapped out. Facing your senior brother, shouldn't you be bowing? Since this is a recommendation from the Black-White Dao Palace, who taught you to be so rude? Slap. The crisp sound of a slap rang out, and the pupils of the surrounding people froze. Zhang Zhan's mouth was wide open. He never thought that Lin Ling would dare to slap him. Even Lord Mountain Wu frowned. Lin Ling had slapped one of his men in front of him. This was too arrogant. One had to know that although Lin Ling was strong, how could he compare to an expert like the 4 pillars and 8 pillars? Good. You have guts. However, for the sake of Lord Mountain Wu and Lord Watermist, I'll swallow this slap. However, I'll return this slap tenfold. Zhang Zhan's face was extremely gloomy. However, with Lord Watermist present, he didn't dare to be arrogant. After all, his strength was inferior to Lord Watermist's. In addition, Lin Ling had said that he didn't bow when he saw his senior brother. This was clearly his fault. Tenfold? How about 20 times? Or 100 times? Lin Ling laughed again. He had no grudges with Zhang Zhan, but the latter had been arrogant the moment he saw him. It was as if he wanted to step on Lin Ling to become famous. How could Lin Ling give him any face? Slap, slap, slap. The crisp sound of slaps continued to ring out. A total of 10 slaps. According to Zhang Zhan's words, 1 slap must be returned tenfold. Then, Zhang Zhan would return 100 slaps to Lin Ling. Lin Ling, use your actions to tell Zhang Zhan that he should return it to me tenfold. At the same time, he was telling Zhang Zhan that he was still a newcomer. It was better for him to keep a low profile. Lin Ling, you're not giving me any face. Chapter 1513. Pretentious. Zhang Zhan gritted his teeth. He almost wanted to teach this senior brother Lin Ling a lesson. However, since Lord Shanwu had spoken, he believed that Lord Shanwu would uphold justice for him. Why should I give you face? I'm still his senior brother. Not only did he not greet me, he even had such bad breath. How could I not hit him? It's better to wake him up, to let him know that there's always someone better. As for you, Lord Shanwu? Slap. Lin Ling smiled as if he was talking to Lord Shanwu with a friend. However, as soon as he finished his sentence, he slapped Lord Shanwu too. I'll hit you too. Slap, slap. The crisp sound of a slap was heard. The spectators in the distance were shocked. Lord Shanwu was one of the 4 pillars and 8 pillars. He was stronger than Langia and the unfettered Tenhals. However, he was not a peerless genius. He was just old. However, no matter how old he was, his strength was still there. Yet Lin Ling still dared to hit him. Even Lord Xuewu was shocked. She did not expect Lin Ling to be so courageous. You hit me? Lord Shanwu's thin face was filled with shock. Previously, he had wanted to uphold justice for Zhang Zhan. However, Lin Ling was so overbearing and arrogant that he even hit him. This made his face extremely gloomy. He used his hand to touch his slightly hot face. Lin Ling, you should know the difference in strength between us. You should also know that there are some things that you have to pay the corresponding price for doing. He was threatening Lin Ling. He wanted Lin Ling to see the truth and regret his actions. Slap. However, the answer he got was a slap. I'm a disciple of the human emperor. Not only did you not greet me, you even allowed your disciple to humiliate me. Lord Shanwu, do you know what you've done? Lin Ling said coldly after slapping Lord Shanwu. Lord Shanwu had tried to harm him many times. Now that his status was higher than Lord Shanwu, he would not give him any face. A human emperor's disciple? Lord Shanwu's eyes narrowed. He just remembered that a human emperor's disciple was extremely noble. Even in the 7 emperors' heavens, no one dared to offend them. You said that there are some things that you have to pay the price for. Lord Shanwu, I wonder what price I have to pay. Lin Ling's Shan Wu was reprimanding Lord Shan Wu. You. Lord Shan Wu's was Shan Wu's disciple. Now Lin, Shan Wu's disciple, what was the price? Lord Shan Wu was Shan Wu? Lord Shan Wu's Shan Xing to Shan Yu, Lord Shan Yin the Shan pillars. Shan Fefido Transin Lord Shan Wu looked around and saw that many people were looking at him mockingly. He felt even more embarrassed. However, when he thought of Lin Ling's identity as a Renawang's disciple, he lowered his head and said, I was rude just now. I hope Lord Lin Ling will not take it to heart. Since you're so sincere and I've slapped you a few times, I'll let you off this time. Lin Ling nodded. Boom. Lord Shan Wu's heart thundered. Lin Ling was going to spare him? It was not difficult for him to kill Lin Ling with his current strength. However, he did not dare to do so. I know you can't wait to kill me. But let me remind you, if you want to kill me, it's best if no one knows. Otherwise, if the 7 emperors heaven find out, your lowly life will definitely die. Lin Ling knew what Lord Shan Wu was thinking and laughed coldly. Lord Shan Wu's body was trembling. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. However, he forced himself to smile. Lord Lin Ling, you're overthinking. At this moment he wanted to kill Lin Ling, but he did not dare to. The feeling of being in a stalemate was worse than killing him. Lin Ling, you're so arrogant. The crowd in the distance was shocked. Not just anyone in the great Xianping region could do such a thing. In the past, when Lord Shan Wu fought with Lord Xuewu, Lin Ling was with Lord Xuewu. Naturally, he's suppressing his opponent now. Lord Xuewu is lucky. He supported Lin Ling in the past. Today, Lin Ling is repaying him. We can hold our heads high. This is what a martial artist should be like. After the crowd recovered from their shock, they began to discuss among themselves. They looked at Lin Ling with admiration. Lord Xuewu was very excited. He had helped Lin Ling in the past because he knew that Lin Ling would surpass him in the future. However, he did not expect that Lin Ling would surpass him in less than a year. A Renawang's disciple is indeed arrogant. Even Lord Shan Wu was beaten speechless. At this moment, Zhang Zhan was not afraid of Lin Ling. He was only angry because he had been slapped in the face by Lin Ling. He had thought that Lord Shan Wu would back him up. In the end, Lord Shan Wu had also been beaten up. That meant that he had been beaten up for nothing. In his family, he was the pride of the heavens. Who would dare to beat him up? He had thought that after leaving the mountain, he would be able to laugh at the world. However, he had met an arrogant guy like Lin Ling. Of course, in his opinion, Lin Ling was only arrogant because of his identity as a Renawang's disciple. Otherwise, he was nothing. Senior brother Lin Ling. Impressive, very impressive. Previously, I had eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. Therefore, I have offended you. Please forgive me, brother. At this moment, Zhang Zhan smiled at Lin Ling. His attitude was respectful. This surprised the others. Zhang Zhan had been slapped in the face. He should have been angry. Therefore, they did not understand what he was doing now. This Zhang Zhan knows when to yield and when to stand tall. He's not simple. Lord Xuewu thought. Lord Xuewu thought to himself. He was not very clear about Zhang Zhan's background. However, to be able to be recommended by Lord Shan Wu, he must not be a nobody. Lord Shan Wu sneered. He knew that Zhang Zhan was arrogant and would definitely not swallow his anger. Clearly, Zhang Zhan was retreating in order to advance. He wanted to teach Lin Ling a lesson. This Zhang Zhan was indeed powerful. He knew that he could not fight Lin Ling head-on, so he must be using a scheme. This thought rose in the minds of the others. Now, it was up to Lin Ling to deal with it. After all, one did not hit a smiling person. Since the other party had respectfully called him senior brother, Lin Ling should not put down his pride to make things difficult for the other party. Failed to recognize Mount Tai? You have dog eyes, so how can you recognize Mount Tai? However, when everyone thought that Lin Ling would also talk politely, Lin Ling laughed mockingly. His disdainful words stunned the crowd. They did not expect Lin Ling to be so unconventional and overbearing. Zhang Zhan's pupils constricted. He also did not expect Lin Ling to call him dog eyes. Senior brother Lin Ling, your words are sharp. Xianxia was still laughing, but his hands were clenched tightly behind his back. Blue veins popped out. Clearly, he was suppressing his anger. You don't need to give face to dogs. Dogs have no face, so they can't compare to humans. Just as Xianxia was forcefully suppressing his anger, Lin Ling spoke again. Xianxia gritted his teeth and finally could not help but shout, Senior brother Lin Ling, don't push your luck. That's right. We are enemies, so there's no need to pretend. I can tell you that I don't like you when I see you, so I called you a dog. I'm just that simple. If I want to scold you, I'll scold you. If you can't take it, you can scram. Lin Ling's face was still cold as he shouted again. Chapter 1514. Star-plucking Thunder God Blade. Xianxia's handsome face was distorted with anger. His plan had been ruined. He was most afraid of opponents like Lin Ling, who did not play by the rules. He roared, You are the senior brother, and I am the junior brother. I think that if I participate in this year's exam, you will be qualified to be proud. You Lin Ling are just a trash. If you are not convinced, how about we fight? He was too lazy to be hypocritical. He wanted to defeat Lin Ling directly. He wanted Lin Ling to regret. I haven't even spoken 3 sentences and you've already become angry out of humiliation. This kind of heart of martial arts is really disappointing. Wow. But what surprised everyone was that when Xianxia became angry, Lin Ling became calm instead. It was completely different from his previous thunderous momentum. Playing? The crowd was stunned for a moment. Such a word appeared in their minds. Lin Ling was playing with Xianxia. And this was indeed the case. Xianxia didn't think that Lin Ling wouldn't be angry at all, but instead be so calm and relaxed. He was stunned for a moment, and then the anger in his heart began to boil like a volcano. Everyone could see that he was shaking with anger. Although that young man's cultivation is not bad, he is still too inexperienced. He can't be compared to Lin Ling. He was provoked by Lin Ling with just a few words. Lin Ling is worthy of being the #1 referral this year. No one can compare to him at all. Amazing! The people around were full of admiration. Who was strong and who was weak, it was clear at a glance. Those voices fell into Xianxia's ears. It was like endless mockery. He roared again, Junior brother Xiang, I dare you to fight with senior brother. Rumble. After saying that, he waved his right hand and a black broadsword appeared. Then he stabbed it into the ground, causing a void explosion. Sizzle. At the same time, endless lightning swept out, making it difficult for the people in the distance to breathe. That broadsword was extraordinary. That's the star-plucking thunder divine blade. Many people's expressions changed drastically. Of course, they recognized that saber. More than 10 years ago, that saber had appeared in Xianpeng province and caused a huge uproar. Its name had shaken Xianpeng province. Although it had disappeared in the following period of time, that saber was still regarded by many martial artists as one of the 10 great celestial soldiers of Xianpeng province, ranked 9th. With this saber, one's comprehension of the great regulations of lightning will be greatly improved. No wonder that young man is so confident and dares to challenge Lin Ling. If I remember correctly, this saber was obtained by an expert from the Li Hua divine dynasty. That young man is a descendant of the Li Hua divine dynasty. If he is a descendant of the Li Hua divine court, then he has indeed missed this year's assessment. Otherwise, he could have become a human sovereign's disciple and even surpassed Lin Ling. The surrounding people were shocked and no longer dared to underestimate Xianxia. At that moment, Xianxia seemed to be emitting endless light as if he had become a human sovereign's disciple. He looked at Lin Ling provocatively and said, Senior brother Lin Ling, I know that you have defeated Hong Tiandi. However, this is not something to be proud of because Hong Tiandi and I are both descendants of ancient countries. However, I am stronger than him. After saying that, the broadsword on the ground buzzed and released a thunderous pressure. It was as if it was not a broadsword that was stabbed into the ground, but a thunderbolt. Li Hua Divine Court. Lady Shui Wu's expression turned serious. Then, she saw Lin Ling frown and immediately explained, Star-picking nation, Han Dynasty, Spirit Creek Celestial Fruit, and Lihua Divine Court are the 4 ancient countries. They are on par with the 7 emperors' heaven today. Hearing that, Lin Ling's expression turned serious. As everyone knows, among the 4 ancient countries, star-picking nations' weapons are the most famous. My star-picking Thunder God blade came from one of the 10 generals under the star-picking Great Emperor, the immortal Thunder God. Xianxia said proudly as he noticed the respectful gazes around him. As soon as he finished speaking, the surrounding people sucked in a breath of cold air. It must be known that among the 4 great ancient countries, the star-plucking country's Tao of forging was unique. Taking the current era as an example, being able to obtain a weapon from the star-plucking country was something that every martial artist dreamed of. Unfortunately, that kind of treasure was too rare, and ordinary people would never be able to come across it. This blade is at the emperor level. Xianxia's aura grew stronger and stronger like a thunderbolt. Emperor level. The hearts of the crowd trembled again. Lin Ling stared at the star-picking Thunder God blade. The Eye of Time quietly appeared and he nodded. It was indeed a weapon from star-picking nation. There were more than 500,000 runes on it. However, it had some flaws. Compared to Lin Ling's tyrannical song sword, it was still weaker. After all, Lin Ling's weapons came from star-picking nation. In the current era, if he claimed to be the best, no one would dare to claim to be second. Are you surprised? Xianxia saw that Lin Ling was silent and immediately thought that Lin Ling was afraid. He asked proudly, "I am indeed surprised." Lin Ling nodded. Of course, he was not surprised by how powerful the blade was. He just did not expect to see the weapon of star-picking nation's top 10 generals. That was all. Senior brother Lin Ling, why don't you give me some pointers? This blade is right there. If you can move it, I, Xianxia, will give you 1 million vitality stones. Of course, if senior brother Lin Ling feels that it is too difficult, you can just bow respectfully when you see me in the future. Xianxia said indifferently. Right now, he wanted to humiliate Lin Ling. 1 million vitality stones. This Xianxia is so confident. It should not be difficult to move it. Dream on. The powerful celestial weapon has already recognized its master. So, not to mention moving that blade, it is difficult to even pull it out. Getting close to it is equivalent to withstanding the great rule of thunder. So terrifying. The surrounding people felt that the blade was even more difficult to deal with. Could it be that senior brother Lin Ling does not dare to do it? Or do you think that I, Xianxia, can't give you those vitality stones? You can rest assured that I am from the Lihua Divine Dynasty. A mere 1 million vitality stones is nothing to me. I am not as shabby as senior brother Lin Ling, who has never seen 1 million vitality stones in his life. Xianxia laughed and his words were full of sarcasm. Since that is the case, how about I add a wager? If Lin Ling can move that blade, I will also give him 1 million vitality stones. Of course, if Lin Ling fails, he will have to kneel down and kowtow 3 times. At this moment, a voice came from afar. Following which, a large number of people walked over. Looking over, one could see that the person leading them was clad in armor. He was like a divine general. It was the Golden Armor King. The Golden Armor King of Langya 10 Halls is here to join in the fun. It is said that Lin Ling wants to challenge him. Therefore, the Golden Armor King and Lin Ling are like fire and water. Now, the Golden Armor King will definitely teach Lin Ling a lesson. Even the Golden Armor King has said so. It seems like Lin Ling is helpless against that blade. Many people shook their heads. An Emperor Stage Heavenly Soldier was already rare. Furthermore, it came from the star-picking nation. It was obviously stronger than an ordinary Emperor Stage Heavenly Soldier. It was not strange that Lin Ling could not move it. Lin Ling, why don't you dare to say anything? Don't you want money? The Golden Armor King had already arrived in front of the crowd and smiled faintly. Come on, senior brother Lin Ling. Xianxia saw that there was an expert backing him. His aura was like thunder and fire. He actually shouted at Lin Ling. The two forces are clashing. Previously, Lin Ling had the upper hand. Now, he is being suppressed. Seeing this scene, many people were looking forward to it. This was a clash between the top experts. 2,000,000 vitality stones? At this moment, Lin Ling frowned slightly. Lin Ling, be careful. Lord Shui Wu reminded from the side. The other party was too confident. Therefore, that blade must be extraordinary. If Lin Ling was tempted, he would definitely fall into the other party's trap. Lord Shui Wu, if you don't dare, then you don't dare. Why do you have to slander us? Lin Ling is a dignified disciple of the human emperor. He doesn't even dare to touch a blade. I think he should just give up his identity as a disciple. Don't you think so, Lin Ling? Lord Shan Wu said with a smile, as if he was elated. This Zhang Zhan was indeed powerful. With just a few words, he made Lin Ling swallow his anger. Hearing Lord Shan Wu's words, Lin Ling nodded and said lightly, 2,000,000 vitality stones is too little. Why don't Lord Shan Wu also bet 1,000,000? If I can't move it, I will kneel down and kowtow to you. Chapter 15:15. A sword breaks a saber and emperor stage heavenly soldier from the star-picking nation. Lin Ling actually wanted to shake it? This was simply a fool's dream. Everyone's pupils constricted as they stared at Lin Ling in disbelief. Even Mistress Mist frowned and said worriedly, Lin Ling, the star-picking nation's weapon can't be compared to today's weapons. It's said that it has more runes. That's it. This saber isn't considered an emperor stage weapon. Lin Ling smiled and shook his head. What? Not considered an emperor stage weapon? The surrounding people held their breaths. Although they admitted that Lin Ling's strength was not bad, Lin Ling was too arrogant. He actually dared to evaluate the star-picking nation's weapon like this. Shameless boasting. Zhang Zhan shouted angrily. Lin Ling was simply ignorant. He probably didn't even know what the star-picking nation was. Lin Ling, you're as arrogant as ever. Do you think this is an ordinary emperor stage weapon? But that's fine too. Since you've agreed, I'll wait for you to kneel and kowtow. Golden Armor King's eyes were filled with dense killing intent. He couldn't wait to kill Lin Ling on the spot. But before that, he wanted to humiliate Lin Ling properly. Since you're so confident, I'll also add 1,000,000. If you can pull this saber out of the ground, it'll be your win. Mistress Mountain Mist also sneered. Lin Ling was so stupid. He knew that it was a trap but still jumped in. Mistress Mountain Mist could also vent her anger. There's no need for him to pull it out of the ground. If he can get close to the saber, it'll be his win. Zhang Zhan had absolute confidence in his star-picking Thunder God saber. This was because the saber's defense was extremely strong. It had formed its own great law of thunder, and even that great law was above his comprehension of martial arts. It belonged to an emperor stage weapon that could be unsealed at any time. One had to know that after the patriarch rewarded him with this saber, he had once used it to kill a disciple of the Yungu Immortal Foundation. An emperor stage weapon had the power to unseal, but it could be unsealed at any time. This was extremely rare. Thunder God Saber, someone has underestimated you. Then let him see your power. After that, Zhang Zhan calmly spoke. As the sound of his voice faded, it was as though the mandate of thunder had descended. That ancient saber let out a humming sound as the law of thunder and lightning gushed forth, causing the surroundings to turn into a pool of thunder and lightning. The law of thunder and lightning had actually reached the Empyrean realm. After the thunder and lightning bloomed, a god of thunder could be faintly seen floating above the saber. This was one of the 10 great generals of star-picking nation, the indestructible thunder god. What a terrifying saber! The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air and retreated one after another. They were afraid that the lightning from the saber would wreak havoc. An emperor stage weapon that can be unsealed at any time? Lin Ling's eyes flashed. Naturally, he could see the power of that saber. Although they were both at the monarch level, the functions of the star-plucking thunder divine saber and the tyrant song sword were clearly different. The advantage of the star-plucking thunder divine saber was that it could be unsealed at any time, allowing the wielder to possess the great laws of the transcendent realm. Saber, not bad. Unfortunately, it's a general's saber. Nodding, Lin Ling drew his sword and walked forward. Many people widened their eyes. What did Lin Ling want to do? Zhang Zhan sneered. Did Lin Ling want to break the sword with his saber? The Golden Armor King also shook his head in disdain. Lin Ling's sword was also very powerful, but even an Emperor Stage heavenly soldier could not shake the star-plucking Thunder God blade. The reason was very simple, because the star-plucking Thunder God blade came from the star-picking nation, and was an Emperor Stage. Your sword will break. Xianxia sneered and said confidently. Not necessarily. At this moment, Lin Ling held the Tyrant Song sword in his hand. He did not use any spiritual energy. It was as if he was a very ordinary sword. Crazy! Seeing this scene, the crowd exclaimed. If Lin Ling used the Law Realm, he might be able to get close to the saber. However, if he didn't use anything, he would be dead. Clang. However, something shocking happened. When the sword was drawn, it was as if an ancient god had descended. On the ground, the ancient saber hummed and thunder raged. The immortal Thunder God, one of the 10 great generals of the star-picking nation, glared angrily. However, after seeing Lin Ling's sword, the illusion actually knelt down. Ka-ka-ka. Wherever the sword passed, it hummed continuously. It was like the most dazzling sword. Then, Lin Ling put away his sword and stood there. His robe fluttered as if he was not afraid of the terrifying thunder power of the Thunder God saber. One man, one sword, and one saber formed a shocking scene. The entire space seemed to be frozen in time. What the hell happened? Many people had doubts in their hearts. You haven't won yet. Xianxia frowned. He did not understand what had happened. This saber has been sealed. Along with the pride of the star-picking nation, let it drift away with the wind. Immortal Thunder God, the glory you left behind is enough to be proud of. You have succeeded in your mission and retire. Lin Ling did not seem to hear Xianxia's words. Instead, he was talking to the saber. At this moment, the crowd was even more confused. Clang. At this moment, as if the order of a venerable emperor had arrived, the saber hummed. Then, under countless gazes, it shattered. An ancient emperor-level heavenly weapon had disappeared just like that. Silence. The surroundings were dead silent. What had happened? Lin Ling had broken the saber with a single strike? How is that possible? That's an emperor-level heavenly weapon. Xianxia's pupils constricted as if he could not believe what he had seen. The saber left behind by their patriarch had been broken by Lin Ling with a single strike. Could it be that Lin Ling's sword had surpassed the emperor level? This thought made his heart tremble. He stood rooted to the ground. In fact, he had overestimated the tyrannical Song sword. Lin Ling had broken the saber with a single strike. Firstly, Lin Ling was too familiar with the forging methods of the star-picking nation. Naturally, he knew where the saber's weakness was. Secondly, when the immortal Thunder God met Lin Ling, it was as if he had met the emperor. That was because Lin Ling was the only venerable emperor in the star-picking nation. This guy, how did he do it? At this moment, Lady Shui Wu's mouth was wide open. With Lin Ling's strength, it would be very difficult for him to move that saber. Unless Lin Ling's sword was a divine weapon, it would be a draw at most. However, breaking the saber with a single strike was now possible. Thank you, 3 million source stones. In the silence, Lin Ling's voice floated out. It seemed calm, but it shook everyone's hearts like thunder. Golden Armor King and the other two's faces were ferocious, especially Xianxia. His killing intent was thick because Lin Ling had broken his saber. What, you can't afford it? Lin Ling asked indifferently as if he did not know that Golden Armor King and the other two were enraged. Previously, Xianxia had asked Lin Ling to move the star-picking Thunder God's saber and took out 1 million source stones as a bet. At that time, Lin Ling was extremely excited. Who would have thought that there would be 2 more people participating in the bet? This was equivalent to giving away money. Therefore, he was even more excited because he was currently in need of money. Don't worry, 3 million source stones, I can afford it. Golden Armor King was silent for a moment. He waved his right hand and a green ring appeared. However, everyone could see that his expression was extremely ugly. Thank you for your timely help. When I become stronger in the future, I will remember your kindness. Lin Ling received it with a faint smile. At the same time, he politely said a sentence. However, although it seemed polite, there was a strong sense of sarcasm. This sarcasm could be heard by anyone. This was because Lin Ling and the other three were enemies. Now, Golden Armor King and the other two were giving away money to Lin Ling. This was equivalent to cultivating an enemy. You are very good. Chapter 15:16. Another bet. Moreover, Golden Armor King still doesn't know how Lin Ling broke his saber. Could it be that Lin Ling's sword has entered the ranks of Xian Peng's 10 great celestial soldiers? This thought also rose in the hearts of others. The 10 great celestial soldiers, each one of them has an illustrious reputation. In the past, they had experienced great battles in Xian Peng and received recognition. For example, the third-ranked soaring dragon umbrella. It is said that when this umbrella appears, a flood dragon will overturn rivers and seas. Another example is the fourth-ranked amber divine sword. Looks like the 10 great celestial soldiers' ranking is about to change. Lin Ling's sword has entered the 9th rank. I wonder what's the name of that sword? Yes, I know everything about Lin Ling. That sword is called Tyrant Song. Only this sword can sing under the heavens. It comes from the rainforest's sacred land. A martial artist who worships Lin Ling said. He is extremely familiar with Lin Ling. Unknowingly, Lin Ling's sword has entered the 9th rank of Xianpeng Province's 10 great celestial soldiers. It will be passed down through the ages. At this moment, Golden Armor King also knows that Lin Ling's sword is more powerful than expected. He pondered for a moment and said, Lin Ling, how about another bet? 3 million vitality stones. If you enter the intermediate Xian ranking within 3 days, these vitality stones will belong to you. Intermediate Xian ranking? Wow! Many people were shocked. One had to know that the middle Xian ranking only recorded cultivators of the 4th to 6th stage of the Saint Realm, and Lin Ling was only at the 2nd stage of the Saint Realm. Moreover, the intermediate Xian ranking doesn't allow celestial soldiers and can only rely on martial arts. This is obviously more difficult. Some people who are familiar with Lin Ling know that Lin Ling defeated Hong Tiandi in the past because of that sword. And this is the truth. The Tyrant Song sword has helped Lin Ling a lot in the past. It has surpassed his level several times. Golden Armor King, you are making things difficult for him. Lord Water Mist didn't underestimate Lin Ling, but he also felt that it would be very difficult to charge into the intermediate Xian ranking. The main reason was that the intermediate Xian ranking was also the martial dais of experts like the Golden Armor King. Currently, Lin Ling was still lacking a portion of strength from that martial dais. I didn't ask him to agree to a bet. Of course, if Lin Ling is afraid, then he can just return the primeval stones he won with both hands. Golden Armor King said indifferently. Although his words were said to be mutually willing, although he said Xian's words, he didn't give Lin the vitality stones. In that case, I will also bet 3 million vitality stones. Lin Ling, do you dare? Lord Shanwu also spoke. The Xian ranking is also a chance for me, Zhang Zhan, to make a name for myself in Xianpeng. Lin Ling, let's see who can enter the Xian ranking. Zhang Zhan looked at Lin Ling indifferently and shouted coldly. The three of them were either soft or hard, but in reality, they all wanted Lin Ling to participate in this gamble. Countless gazes looked at Lin Ling. They wanted to know if Lin Ling would dare to bet. 6 million vitality stones? How about 10 million? Facing the pressure of the three, Lin Ling didn't show any hesitation and directly said. Golden Armor King and the other two frowned. They hadn't expected Lin Ling to agree so easily. Moreover, he had even raised the stakes. Even Lady Water Mist hadn't expected this. Okay, but do you have 10 million vitality stones? Golden Armor King thought for a while and said indifferently. He doesn't, I will give it for him. At that moment, a feminine voice drifted over. Soon after, a beautiful and alluring female walked out, slowly appearing in front of the crowd. Her enchanting beauty caused the eyes of many to burn with desire. This was the first time they had seen such a mature and sexy female. It's Lu Susu. Some older warriors had serious expressions. They knew that she was a beautiful rose that could only be seen from afar. Golden Armor King and the other two stared at Lu Susu with surprise. Lin Ling smiled bitterly in his heart. That female profiteer really didn't wake up early without benefits. She could be seen everywhere. Okay, since Palace Lord Lu has paid for Lin Ling, let's start the bet. Golden Armor King nodded. He was a little nervous because the bet was too big. If he lost, he would have to pay a big price. It was a bet of 10 million vitality stones. One must know that the reward for reaching the top of the lower Xian ranking was 1 million vitality stones. Who didn't know how difficult it was to reach the top of the lower Xian ranking? Okay, no need for 3 days, 1 day will do. Yes. Lin Ling naturally agreed. How could he let go of someone who was willing to give him money? 1 day? Hee, you are very confident. Let's do it today. Golden Armor King sneered. He was more confident. Lin Ling's strength was indeed strong, but there was still a gap between him and Lin Ling. If Lin Ling wanted to win, he would have to go through the challenge of the lower Xian ranking. Then, he would have to reach the top of the lower Xian ranking. He knew that Lin Ling could win many rounds, but it was impossible for him to win until the end. As everyone knew, the most difficult part of challenging the lower Xian ranking was continuous battles. See you on the martial stage. Bye. Lin Ling didn't say anything and left. The crowd was excited. This bet was very exciting. It was related to 10 million vitality stones. Anyone who lost would lose their family fortune. The news of the bet between the two forces spread quickly. At the same time, the Martial Pavilion also issued a bet for more warriors to participate. Lin Ling didn't expect that his name would once again shake Xianpeng province. Of course, those warriors weren't fools. They would analyze the bet based on Lin Ling's past battles. However, from various angles, Lin Ling didn't have much hope of winning. However, they analyzed the battle between Lin Ling and Hong Tiandi. They didn't know Lin Ling's strength in the Ghost Realm, nor did they know Lin Ling's strength in the lower 7 Emperors' heavens. In short, many people believed that Lin Ling's trump card was that sword. The Xian ranking challenge has always been fair. Heavenly weapons are not allowed. Lin Ling doesn't have a sword, so he can only rely on his physical strength and the martial way of fire. His strength has been greatly reduced. According to my guess, he can at most enter the lower Xian ranking, but it's impossible for him to reach the top. If it's a one-on-one battle, Lin Ling still has a chance to win. However, the Xian ranking challenge is a series of battles. It's very difficult for Lin Ling to win. Then let's bet on Lin Ling losing. In the splendid landscape, most of the martial artists had bet on Lin Ling's loss. Only a small number of martial artists were optimistic about Lin Ling's chances. This was because they had also bet on Lin Ling's victory last time. Therefore, they had tasted the sweetness and knew that Lin Ling was a person who had repeatedly created miracles. This time, he would definitely be able to do it again. Lin Ling, don't lose. My 10 million primordial stones are my dowry. If you lose, I won't be able to get married. On the way to the martial stage, Lu Susu said to Lin Ling in a sweet voice. Palace Master Lu, I don't believe that you will put all your eggs in one basket. This 10 million primordial stones is only a part of your wealth. Lin Ling didn't fall for it. Lu Susu was also a disciple of the 7 Emperors. However, Lin Ling had never seen her in the 4 mountains. This meant that Lu Susu's status was higher. Perhaps she had the identity of a heavenly emperor and could directly meet the 7 emperors. I hate smart men the most. Lu Susu immediately rolled her eyes. Lin Ling was right. How could she, Lu Susu, only have 10 million primordial stones? Lin Ling, I also bet 1 million primordial stones on you to win. Lord Watermist and Venerable Sea Calming looked at Lin Ling and smiled. Although they didn't know how Lin Ling would win as friends, they would definitely support Lin Ling at this moment. Thank you. Chapter 1517. A peerless talent. Lin Ling had broken through to the Xian ranking list, which meant that he was invincible among cultivators of the 4th layer. Even though Lin Ling could defeat cultivators of the 4th layer, he had to fight to know if he was invincible among cultivators of the 4th layer. Moreover, it would be a battle of attrition all the way to the top. Lin Ling had to be careful. When Lin Ling arrived at the martial arts platform, the surroundings were bustling with noise and excitement. It was more lively than Lin Ling had imagined. Lin Ling was a little surprised. It's Lin Ling, the guy who created miracles in the Huang ranking list. Today, he's on the Xian ranking list. Wow! The crowd also saw Lin Ling and started cheering. Of course, many people were cursing him because they had bet on Lin Ling to lose. They wanted to influence Lin Ling's mentality. You overestimate yourself. You think you can get on the Xian ranking list just because you're first? Idiot! You've just become an emperor's disciple half a month ago. You don't know how vast the world is. You're so arrogant. Sooner or later, you'll suffer. Listen, if you can't defeat him, just admit defeat. Otherwise, your self-confidence will be damaged and you'll never be able to continue on the path of cultivation. Ugh! Some people were cursing him, some were trying to persuade him, but their goal was the same. They wanted Lin Ling to admit defeat. They wanted to change Lin Ling's mentality. Lin Ling smiled coldly. He wasn't surprised by the crowd's attitude. After all, they had bet on him, so they didn't want to lose money. However, those people couldn't influence Lin Ling at all. How lively! Tian Ming, what's going on in the Xian ranking list? Ugh! At that moment, on the other side of the battle stage, there were people coming in. Those people were wearing different clothes, but they weren't rare in the bright and colorful mountain and lakes region. They were the disciples of Champion University and Yanggu Celestial Terrace. Champion University and Yanggu Celestial Terrace recruited more people every year. Therefore, sometimes, they would show up because the ranking list of the Celestial Terrace was the most valuable one. The battle stage was deathly silent. Those disciples were like dazzling stars, attracting everybody's attention. Even Master Xue Wu, the Golden Armor King, and the others narrowed their eyes. At the moment, they were stronger than those disciples, but that was only for now. Soon, those disciples would surpass them and become celestial emperors. Celestial emperors were strong. Even Master Shan Wu and Master Xue Wu couldn't become celestial emperors. Only peerless geniuses. I've heard that he can't see himself in the central Xian ranking list. A disdainful shout was the first to ring out. Many people looked over and found that it was the disciples of the 7 emperors. There were many people there as well. Tao Xian. Lin Ling also saw the person who spoke and could not help but laugh. Just a defeated opponent. At that moment, Tao Xian and a few disciples were standing there. Tao Xian looked ice cold. Last time, he had been defeated by Lin Ling. He had thought that Lin Ling was extremely strong, but after that his brother, Celestial Emperor Fei Yang, had told him that Lin Ling could suppress his ghost Dao. Therefore, it wouldn't be difficult for anyone else to defeat Lin Ling. Hee, I'm waiting for you to lose. By the way, I've heard that you bet with someone, so I bet 3 drops of half-saint's essence, said Tao Xian smiling coldly. Next to him was Shimin Si. He also bet that Lin Ling would lose. Thank you, you losers. And Shimin Si from the Divine Map Palace, do you still have money to bet? Didn't I take all your money last time? Lin Ling was stunned for a moment, then he smiled. His words made the 2 people's faces turn ugly, and they didn't say anything else. I'll bet 1 drop of half-saint's essence. He's just become a sovereign's disciple for half a month, but he wants to enter the central Xian ranking list and be invincible in the 4th layer of the Saint Realm. I'll bet 2. The other disciples also sneered and placed their bets one after another. Their bets were not on the martial pavilion, but on the Golden Armor King's side. In this way, if Lin Ling lost, the bet would be enough to bankrupt Lin Ling. 1 drop of half-saint's essence was worth 1 million primal stones. Now, there were dozens of drops, which meant tens of millions of primal stones. So big. Everyone is betting that Lin Ling will lose. If Lin Ling loses, he's dead meat. Many people around the stage were shocked by the amount of bets. Even Lu Susu's expression turned serious when she saw the bets getting bigger and bigger. Lin Ling, I bet you'll win, don't disappoint me, said someone from the 7 Emperors group. It was Gendosa, Lai Qing and the others. Next to them was a short young man with an extraordinary qi. He was standing there indifferently, attracting many people's attention. That short young man is the 9 spirits of heaven. He's one of the 7 emperors' disciples. At the same time, many people from Champion University and Yungu's celestial stage were looking at the 9 spirits of heaven. They all knew the 9 spirits of heaven. You're one of the 7 emperor's disciples, the first one in the northern mountain. It said that you're as strong as the 10 temples of Xianxia. I wouldn't have thought you'd come too. On the ancient rhythmic immortal platform, a young man in white laughed. This young man was like a tree in the wind, exuding the confidence of an emperor from the center of his brows. Tianming, how have you been? Asked the 9 spirits of heaven. He was short and arrogant. He ignored the crowd and looked at the young man. It seems like that's the best group of disciples. That young man in white clothes is so handsome. Is his name Tianming? There was no lack of young girls around. They stared at Tianming's group, their eyes filled with longing. He was strong and handsome. No matter where he went, he would be popular. Some young women were also looking at the 9 spirits of heaven. Even though the 9 spirits of heaven were short, they had a unique chi. They were also very attractive. Apart from the 9 spirits of heaven, look at Champion University. That man in gray clothes is also handsome. Many people looked at the other side. On the side of Champion University, there was a man in gray clothes with a sword on his back. He looked calm and serene, as if he could see through the world. He looked sad and sad. People couldn't help but pity him. Of course, the other strong disciples didn't dare look down on him. Du Gu Kong Lei. Xianyuan Jiuhun stared at the man and said indifferently. Obviously, as a powerful disciple, he knew who the man was. Celestial Emperor, also known as Celestial Emperor Du Gu. Tianming also faintly said a few words. Celestial Emperor Du Gu? The crowd was astonished. That handsome young man was a celestial emperor. No wonder he was a peerless genius. Celestial Emperor Du Gu? What? Lin Ling was also shocked. That man's body contained the power of origin, the power of injury. It didn't seem to be very powerful, but once it was unleashed, it would most likely be intolerable by heaven and earth. As expected of a peerless genius with the title of Celestial Emperor. After that, Lin Ling realized that there were many geniuses there. They were all peerless geniuses. They were all peerless geniuses. They were almost celestial emperors. When he saw the little girl next to Celestial Emperor Du Gu, he was astonished. Chapter 15:18. Dragons don't live with snakes. How cute! That little girl will definitely become a beauty who can cause the downfall of a country. Wow! Don't underestimate her, said the crowd when they saw the little girl. Don't underestimate her. She's the Fire Spirit Princess, the youngest disciple of Champion University. She's a half-titled Celestial Emperor, said a cultivator from Shenhuang Dayu proudly. Many people were astonished. Was that little girl really that strong? Who told you to talk so much? Slap him. Slap, said the Fire Spirit Princess aggressively. Her voice was clear and melodious, but it sounded majestic and dignified. Yes, Fire Spirit Princess. Yes. The martial artist smiled bitterly. Even if the disciple had supreme authority, he could do nothing about it. That's Lin Ling. He became an emperor's disciple half a month ago and now he wants to break through to the central Xian ranking list? Said Tianming at that moment, looking at Lin Ling. Today, some disciples from the Yungu celestial stage also wanted to break through to the central Xian ranking list. They had practiced for the same amount of time as Lin Ling, so the half-titled celestial emperors had come. Second Saint Layer, not bad, but it seems like you're still lacking strength. Sigh, said Tianming, looking at Lin Ling in a disdainful way. He sounded like an elder disciple, arrogant and proud. Don't underestimate him because I can't see through him either. At this moment, Xianyuan Jiuhun sneered. His words made Tianming frown. He knew Xianyuan Jiuhun's strength very well, so when Xianyuan Jiuhun said that, he felt that Lin Ling had some ability. Brother Tianming, I've heard about you for a long time, but Lin Ling isn't that strong. Indeed, he's only relying on Saint Touch the Heaven. He's not qualified to join your circle. Meanwhile, Tao Xian, Shimin Si, and the others who had remained silent until now spoke up disdainfully. They realized that Tianming, Du Gu Konglei, and the rest of the experts were not even looking at them. It made them feel uncomfortable, as they were peerless geniuses too. How could they be ignored? Lin Ling, not bad. Later on, there will also be disciples from my Younggu Immortal platform who wish to challenge the rankings. You guys will definitely meet them. I really want to see how amazing the junior apprentice brother that even the 9 spirits of heaven thinks highly of is. However, what made Tao Xian and the others want to vomit blood was that Tianming still didn't look at them. Instead, he was talking to Lin Ling. This meant that Tao Xian didn't have the right to step into their circle. Only Lin Ling had the right. This difference in treatment made Tao Xian and the others grit their teeth. They felt even more unreconciled. How could they not compare to Lin Ling? It's you. Humph, I thought you were dead, but you're still alive. Your life belongs to this princess. The fire spirit princess stopped eating her apple and stared at Lin Ling. She had recognized Lin Ling. What? The fire spirit princess knows Lin Ling too. Tao Xian and the others were furious. The fire spirit princess was famous among the 3 great myths, as she was the youngest peerless genius. However, even this little girl was ignoring them. It made them feel like clowns. However, at this moment, they were indeed like clowns. Even Lin Ling didn't bother to look at them. It's getting more and more lively. Let's place our bets. As more and more people arrived, Dugu Konglei, who had been silent all this time, raised his head and said with a smile. His smile was surprisingly beautiful, more alluring than any woman's smile. As you wish, I bet on Lin Ling's loss. Tianming said with a smile. Many people around him reacted the same way. I'll bet on Lin Ling's victory. Dugu Konglei was still smiling as he made a shocking decision. Up until now, other than the 9 spirits of heaven, he was the only one who had bet on Lin Ling's victory. Most importantly, he didn't have any relationship with Lin Ling, unlike the 9 spirits of heaven and the others. Fire Spirit Princess, what about you? Dugu Konglei looked at the Fire Spirit Princess and asked. The Fire Spirit Princess frowned. She was about to speak when Tao Xian and the others spoke again. Fire Spirit Princess, don't forget that Lin Ling is only a 2nd layer saint. He wants to challenge the strongest 4th layer saint. Do you think he can win? They were jealous of Lin Ling, so they wanted to step on Lin Ling by any means possible. I'll bet on that guy. However, the Fire Spirit Princess ignored them again and directly made a decision. Tao Xian and the others felt disgusted as if they had swallowed a fly. Dragons don't coexist with snakes, they remembered this saying. They were just snakes while Lin Ling was the real dragon. Another one who bet on Lin Ling's victory. They will definitely lose everything. At this moment, no one paid attention to Tao Xian and the others. Instead, they stared at the Fire Spirit Princess with shock in their hearts. Lin Ling couldn't help but laugh. It seemed like the stakes were getting bigger and bigger. If he lost, he would really lose everything. All right, since everyone has placed their bets, we can start now. At that moment, an elder from the martial pavilion spoke. Previously, he had been waiting because of today's challenge. Many heroes had gathered, so he did not dare to neglect them. Now, the challenge could begin. Wait, you all bet on Lin Ling. Why didn't anyone bet on me? I'm Xianxia from the Lihua Celestial Dynasty, one of the 4 ancient nations. Although I didn't become a Renwang's disciple, I'm still stronger than Lin Ling bet on me. At this moment, Xianxia, who had been ignored, shouted angrily. He was boiling with anger. Why did Lin Ling get all the attention? He couldn't accept it. Let's start. However, no one paid attention to him when he stood up. Everyone was looking at the elder of the martial pavilion. Xianxia's face was red with anger. Everyone's expression told him that he was trash and Lin Ling was a Renwang's disciple. He was overestimating himself if he wanted to compete with Lin Ling. Xianxia, you are not convinced by Lin Ling. Your fighting spirit is very good. However, Lin Ling's name can shake the Xianpeng Big region because he created miracles time and time again. As for you, you are just a nobody. Do you think it is possible for you to reach the heavens in a single step? An ancient warrior looked at Xianxia with disdain. All right, I'll prove myself. Xianxia nodded coldly and walked towards the battle stage. On the way, he shouted, Lin Ling, Don't lose faster than me or I'll crush you. Apart from him, there were also disciples from Champion University on Yanggu's celestial stage. They all smiled coldly and said, Lin Ling is the same as us. He became a Renwang's disciple not long ago, but he wants to become a Renwang's disciple. He's overestimating himself. Lin Ling just smiled and didn't say anything. Today, many people want to challenge the Xian ranking list, so let's divide the battles into 3 stages. First, you have to win 10 battles in a row. Then, you can challenge the Xian ranking list cultivators, said the elder of the martial pavilion. Winning 10 battles in a row is nothing. Xianxia and the others nodded indifferently. They were all cultivators of the 2nd Xianxia layer. As for the cultivators of the 3rd Xianxia layer, they weren't afraid. A young man looked at Lin Ling coldly and said, Lin Ling, you're not strong, but you're trying to be mysterious. We're just more discreet than you are. We don't want to bully the weak, that's all. Otherwise, how could you have become so famous? Chapter 1519. Fighting 10 people in a row. Lin Ling was startled. He had challenged the Xian ranking for the sake of the reward. The whole process was a bet issued by the Golden Armor King. Now, he was the one who was deliberately mystifying things? You can talk after you win. Shaking his head, Lin Ling didn't want to waste time talking nonsense. Just watch, you will be surprised by our strength. The young man snorted coldly. Next, one after another, they went up the stage and fought 10 opponents in a row. These opponents were all powerful cultivators from the 3 mysterious realms. Their cultivation bases were between the 1st and 3rd layer of the Saint Realm. This challenge seemed easy, but it was a test of endurance. If the spiritual energy in the Saint Ocean was too exhausted, then they would lose without a doubt. You dare to challenge me? Get lost. Lin Shi, 8th consecutive victory. Luda, 6th battle, failure. Around the stage, the voices of the martial pavilion elders could be heard from time to time. Even if these geniuses were strong, there were still 2 to 3 people who failed. Wait, I was too careless before. If I had used my true strength, I wouldn't have lost. A disciple shouted unwillingly. He could have won before, but he was too careless and was forced to a dead end by his opponent. If he had used his full strength at the beginning, he would have won. There are no ifs in the martial pavilion. The martial pavilion elder said coldly. A battle between cultivators was ever-changing. A loss was a loss. How could there be so many excuses? Moreover, this was only a challenge. If it was a life-and-death battle, then there would be no ifs. Those disciples left unwillingly. Lin Ling shook his head. These people had high cultivation bases and high combat strength, but low combat strength. They were like flowers in a greenhouse. It's the 9th battle. I've wasted a lot of time. Next, I'll finish one person in an incense stick's time. At this time, Xianxia's confident voice drifted out. Many people looked at him and sucked in a breath of cold air. Finishing one person in an incense stick's time? One should know that at the end of the winning streak, the opponents were already at the 3rd layer of the Saint Realm. This Xianxia was indeed confident. Rumble. However, what surprised many people was that Xianxia did it. In an incense stick's time, he defeated all his opponents and became the first genius to challenge the Xian ranking. Next, the disciple from the Yanggu Immortal Foundation was also unwilling. He wanted to finish the remaining 2 people in an incense stick's time. The crowd was shocked, as expected of a disciple of one of the 3 legends. And the result was not surprising. The disciple successfully passed. Did you see that? It's just that I keep a low profile, unlike you who does things in a high-profile manner just to attract attention. Those disciples left the martial stage and coldly snorted at Lin Ling. His words made many people nod their heads. After all, that disciple's strength was not weaker than Lin Ling's. However, that disciple was low-key and calm, while Lin Ling was arrogant and unbridled. Indeed, there was no comparison. Unknowingly, out of the 9 challengers, 5 of them had passed. Soon, it was Lin Ling's turn. The atmosphere around the martial platform surged. Because Lin Ling had the most bets, this battle was the focus of everyone's attention. Don't lose after winning 10 matches in a row. Otherwise, you'll lose face. Your strength is not bad, but I can tell you that winning streaks is another kind of battle. Only absolute geniuses can succeed. Ordinary geniuses will definitely lose. Xianxia and the others had all passed, so they were in a good mood as they watched Lin Ling struggle. Lin Ling did not say much nonsense. He did not even look at them as he strode onto the martial platform. Lin Ling, are you ready? The challenge starts with one dan. Even if your spiritual qi is exhausted and your physical strength is exhausted, you won't be able to rest unless you admit defeat. The martial pavilion elders smiled at Lin Ling half a year ago. Lin Ling had created a miracle and reached the top of the yellow board. At that time, he was also the one who presided over it. Therefore, he had a good impression of Lin Ling. Yes. Lin Ling nodded. Good. There are strong and weak opponents. But at the beginning, they will all be at the lower realm. I will draw lots to decide the opponents. The martial pavilion elder said again. No need. 10 people at once. Lin Ling said indifferently. Silence. Around the martial platform, there was silence. Previously, Xianxia and the others had proudly defeated one person in the time it took for an incense stick to burn. But now, Lin Ling was actually fighting 1 against 10. Lin Ling, die. Xianxia and the others' faces suddenly turned ugly. Lin Ling's move was like a beautiful slap that ruthlessly hit their faces. He will definitely lose. Die. Xianxia roared. Xiu. Xiu. At this moment, 10 opponents appeared on the martial platform. Most of them were very old, so their cultivation was extremely solid. Very arrogant. But do you think you can win? Die. I have already bet on you losing, so I will definitely stop you. Die. Surround him and fight. Die. The 10 people's faces were cold. They did not give Lin Ling any more nonsense and immediately attacked together. Surrounding me is useless against me. Die. Lin Ling's face was calm. These 10 people seemed to be a lot, but in fact they were very weak. There were 2 first-layer saints, 5 second-layer saints, and 3 third-layer saints. Therefore, they could not enter Lin Ling's eyes. Those 10 people have joined forces. If I were Lin Ling, my first goal would be to preserve my strength for the next battle against the lower realm experts of the profound board. Therefore, I will deal with the weaker ones at the beginning. Yes. However, did you notice that the weaker ones have strong defenses? On the other hand, the stronger ones have strong attacks. Yes. It seems that Lin Ling will have to spend a lot of time if he wants to defeat someone with a lower cultivation base. Yes. Many cultivators around the martial platform commented. They believed that Lin Ling would definitely eliminate the weaker ones first. Heaven and earth. Yes. At this moment, Lin Ling was not as complicated as they thought. He directly attacked the strongest person. The reason was very simple. He wanted to save time. Boom. Space fluctuated and Lin Ling appeared in front of a third-layer saint. He punched out. Rumble. That expert obviously did not expect Lin Ling to not play by the rules and actually meet force with force. Therefore, he was defeated instantly. Rumble. Lin Ling's attack was like thunder. The remaining 3 experts were all defeated. Now, only the second-layer saints were left. Admit defeat yourself. Take one of my punches. Broken arms and legs will be inevitable. Yes. On the martial platform, Lin Ling stood like a pine tree and said indifferently. The remaining experts turned pale. It was too fast. They were just about to surround and attack when 3 of them were seriously injured. Moreover, those 3 were the strongest among them. There is still a chance. Remember, we are betting. Roar. He could not let Lin Ling win too easily. Even if he could injure Lin Ling a little, it would be good. Distort space, swallow mountains and rivers. Boom! However, just as he finished speaking, the space in front of him was distorted. The ancient god sovereign's hand swept over. With a bang, the void exploded. That old man was slapped out of the martial platform by Lin Ling. His beard fluttered in the air. The old man fell to the ground and fainted. Is there still a chance? Boom! Then, Lin Ling's cold voice floated out. directly crushing the martial heart of those people. The remaining people trembled. They were afraid, they were afraid. They wanted to exhaust Lin Ling's spirit energy, but Lin Ling's attacks were too wild. Every move he made broke bones. Moreover, he dared to meet force with force. Now that they were left with weak cultivations, how could they fight? There is no chance. I admit defeat. Yes. I also admit defeat. Yes. Those cultivators left one after another, dejected. He won. It was too easy. Yes. Those people are really trash. Yes. Did you notice? The whole battle only took an incense stick's worth of time. Yes. Chapter 1520. Finished in an incense stick's time. An incense stick's time? When Xianxia and the others heard those words, their faces stiffened. That was too fast. At the same time, Lin Ling left the stage and his disdainful voice floated out. You said you were just more low-key than me and didn't want to bully the weak? I'm trash and not worthy of your attention? The voice floated out like a ruthless slap to Xianxia and the others' faces. They thought that Lin Ling couldn't compare to them and that everything before was just deliberately mystifying. That was why they released their brilliance to let Lin Ling see them clearly. But now, compared to Lin Ling, their brilliance was like the light of a firefly. Although I also bet on Lin Ling to lose, I can't deny that Lin Ling won beautifully. Finished in an incense stick's time, amazing. After being surprised, the surrounding people were full of admiration. Those voices made Xianxia and the others tremble in anger. Golden Armor King and the other experts weren't surprised that Lin Ling could win, but they were surprised by Lin Ling's scheming. Lin Ling fought 10 people in a row. This kind of fighting method didn't seem good, but in fact, it was the best way to save spirit chi. Because the remaining people were intimidated and didn't dare to fight again, it saved them the time to challenge them one by one. That's all. Next is the theme song. But soon, Golden Armor King sneered. Next, they began to challenge the lower profound ranking. Most of the experts on the lower profound ranking were at the 3rd layer of the Saint Realm. They were very strong and had been famous for a long time. Then they fought one after another. When others fought, they also took the time to rest. It was Xianxia's first battle. He quickly jumped onto the martial arts stage. He didn't look at his opponent, but looked at Lin Ling and said, "Next is the theme song. Let's see who can rush to a higher ranking. Let me tell you, I want the top 3 of the lower Xian ranking." Obviously, he and Lin Ling were going to fight to the death. If his ranking was higher than Lin Ling, then he could also surpass Lin Ling. Considering that there are too many challengers, you will still have 10 battles to reach the top. The first battle will be between the 99th and 89th ranked martial artists. The voice of the Martial Pavilion Elder floated out. It doesn't matter. If it's possible, I would even dare to challenge the first place of the lower Xian ranking. Xianxia smiled confidently. From the very beginning, he unleashed his innate talent. He actually had an 8th grade Huang-ranked immortal physique, the Grand Inferno physique. This kind of innate talent was extremely mysterious. He could injure his opponent's meridians with a single move, and it was burning with flames. Moreover, if the Great Law were to be unleashed, the meridians of those who were within it would be shattered. As expected of a descendant of the Lihua divine dynasty, many people exclaimed as they watched Xianxia's battle. Xianxia started from the 90s and continued to challenge. However, his spiritual chi was starting to run out. Because he had unleashed his powerful innate talent from the very beginning, he was strong on the outside but weak on the inside. Idiot! Lin Ling glanced at the other party and shook his head. 68th place, Central Hall Master Mo Zhantian from Xianpeng Province. Who would have thought that Zhang Zhanxin's new opponent would appear? He was a famous expert in Xianpeng Province, second only to the Carefree and Langia 10 Palace Halls. Bang bang bang. The two of them began to fight. However, what was surprising was that although Mo Zhantian seemed to be unleashing his full strength, he did not cause much damage to Xianxia. What's going on? Many people were surprised. However, they soon understood that the other party was going easy on Xianxia. Obviously, he knew Xianxia. It looked like a battle, but in fact, he was giving Xianxia time to rest. How despicable! When the crowd came to their senses, they could not help but curse. Zhang Zhan wanted to compete with Lin Ling? Alright, Mo Zhantian, you should admit defeat. Zhang Zhan could not put down his pride and whispered to Mo Zhantian. Then he struck out with his palm and sent Mo Zhantian out of the martial arts arena. The descendant of the Lihua divine dynasty is indeed powerful. Mo Zhantian cupped his hands outside the martial arts arena as if he did not know Zhang Zhan. Did you guys think that I was not using my full strength? In fact, only after the battle did you know that Zhang Zhan's great law is very sharp. He's already half a step away from the origin energy. Otherwise, I would have lost even faster. It's up to you to believe it or not. As soon as he finished speaking, he strode away. Of course, not many people believed his words. Did Mo Zhantian think they were fools? After Zhang Zhan recovered his strength, he fought again and rushed to the 40th rank. Such a record was unique in the lower Xian ranking because no one could rush to the 40th rank in one go. Most martial artists took one step at a time and spent several years to reach the top. Lin Ling, you're not the only one who can create miracles. I've said it before. I missed the referral quota assessment this year. Otherwise, you wouldn't have the chance to be arrogant. After consecutive victories, Zhang Zhan's fighting spirit was high. It was as if he had already crushed Lin Ling. Of course, many people scolded him for being shameless because other than Mo Zhantian, there were a few experts on the ranking who were also giving way to him. Otherwise, he would only be in the 50th rank at most. Zhang Zhan simply ignored the voices of the crowd and shouted angrily at Lin Ling again, "Lin Ling, may I ask what rank I am now?" He wanted Lin Ling to count clearly and know his rank on the lower Xian ranking. I didn't pay attention. The lower Xian ranking is dispensable to me. My goal is the middle Xian ranking. Lin Ling had been cultivating and grasping the time. After hearing Zhang Zhan's words, he said indifferently. Zhang Zhan was stunned. He opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but nothing came out. Lin Ling's words were casual, but it showed the difference between him and Lin Ling. He rushed to the 40th rank and was complacent. However, Lin Ling's goal was the middle Xian ranking. The lower Xian ranking was dispensable to Lin Ling. This Zhang Zhan is a disgrace. It's like a child fighting with Lin Ling. Lin Ling doesn't care about children at all. The crowd also laughed. I want to reach the top. Zhang Zhan. Zhang Zhan roared. He continued to fight from the 40th rank, but when he reached the 30th rank, a powerful opponent appeared. This person's talent had reached the 10th grade of the yellow rank. He was a rare physical body cultivator, and he was over 90 years old. Most importantly, he didn't give Zhang Zhan any face at all. Your talent is heaven-defying, but you will lose if you meet a physical body cultivator. Also, I can tell you that Lin Ling is a physical body cultivator, so your talent is useless against him. That old man had white hair. He transformed into a giant as soon as he went up. His fists and palms made Zhang Zhan vomit blood continuously. Zhang Zhan's talent was also useless, and he was defeated in the end. It didn't matter if he was defeated. Zhang Zhan, had created the first record. However, the old man's words made him furious because the old man said that he couldn't compare with Lin Ling. Zhang Zhan, ranked 32nd. The Martial Pavilion elder said indifferently. 32nd is also very impressive. Lin Ling definitely can't surpass me. Zhang Zhan walked down with a gloomy face. He was confident in his heart. Next was the appearance of the disciples of the various myths. However, they were weaker than Zhang Zhan. Most of them didn't reach the top 50. Of course, this didn't mean that they were weak. The reason was simple. First, they had only been disciples for a short time. Second, Zhang Zhan was indeed powerful. He was stronger than Hong Tiandi in the past. Chapter 1521. Face slapping, last person, Lin Ling. At this time, the Martial Pavilion elder's voice rang out. He was excited because the most anticipated battle had finally arrived. The martial stage was completely silent. Many people knew that Lin Ling would win, but how many rounds he would win, whether he could reach the top, this was the key. Lin Ling, Zhang Zhandu is only in the 30s, the other disciples are not even in the 50s, You should admit defeat. That's right. That's right, too hard is easy to break. You're too insolent. Be careful that your heart of martial arts suffers a setback. That's enough. Seeing that Lin Ling was about to enter the stage, many people immediately shouted in anger, wanting to use words to suppress Lin Ling because they had bet on Lin Ling's loss. Facing the waves of angry curses, Lin Ling smiled and said indifferently, "I'm sorry that you did not bet on me to win, so you will have to bleed a lot." That's enough. Arrogant. That's enough. Courting death. That's enough. Lin Ling's words ignited the fuse, causing many experts to be enraged. Even Tianming from the ancient immortal platform sneered, "How arrogant. If you fail, you will be the one losing face." That's enough. No matter how humiliating it is, it has nothing to do with you, a half-step titled Heavenly Emperor's disciple. That's enough. Lin Ling looked at him with a faint smile. He also knew that Tianming had bet on Lin Ling's loss, so he was targeting him, but did Lin Ling need to give him any face? No need for safety. Directly counterattack. Those words were like swords and thunder, directly striking Tianming's heart, causing his face to turn gloomy. He did not expect that Lin Ling would dare to refute him, because to him, Lin Ling was just a new disciple, and he was half a step into the Heavenly Emperor's position. How can I care about the words of an ant? I don't need to care about a trash who will never be qualified to be a Heavenly Emperor. That's enough. Tianming suddenly said indifferently, as if telling everyone that he was already a half-step titled Heavenly Emperor. Lin Ling dared to say that he was overestimating himself and did not have the qualifications. I'm sorry, Lin Ling is already a Heavenly Emperor. At this time, the 9 spirits of heaven lightly said. These words caused Tianming's pupils to shrink. Before this, he had said that Lin Ling didn't have the qualifications to be titled Heavenly Emperor and that he was trash. But now, these words from the 9 spirits of heaven were like a ruthless slap to his face. In terms of status, he was trash. A mere second-level saint and a celestial emperor? Looks like you 7 emperors, heaven emperors, are also a bunch of mischievous people. Tianming gritted his teeth and coldly snorted. Then he fell silent. However, anyone could see that his heart was filled with jealousy. At this moment, Lin Ling did not pay attention to the surrounding voices and slowly walked up to the martial stage. Lin Ling, are you ready? At the same time, the voice of the martial pavilion elder drifted out. Lin Ling nodded. I'll do it. The expert ranked more than 90 on the lower Xian ranking appeared. It was a red-haired young man, a disciple from Yungu Immortal Deus. However, he was older and could be eliminated at any time, but his strength was not to be underestimated. I've been a disciple for 4 years and still have not been titled Heavenly Emperor. But you have been titled Heavenly Emperor. What qualifications do you have? The red-haired young man was not weak. He was a 3rd-level saint and had a solid foundation in martial arts. Answer me. Then, the red-haired young man saw that Lin Ling was silent and angrily shouted again. Obviously, Lin Ling had offended Tianming before, so he wanted to curry favor with Tianming. A disciple from Yungu Immortal Deus? Is that place filled with barking dogs? Lin Ling finally raised his eyes and said indifferently, Good. You're the first one who dares to say that to me. I can tell you that your footsteps are stopping. The red-haired young man exploded with flames that reached the sky. The martial stage shook and the infernal god appeared. He actually had a talent for fire element and had reached the 10th grade of the yellow rank. How can this be? When others challenged him before, he didn't seem so strong. He hid his strength. The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. Lin Ling's first opponent was actually so strong. Then how would he fight next? Aren't you surprised? Let me tell you, today I was supposed to reach the top of the list, but your appearance disrupted my plan, causing me to stop when I reached the 90th position. So, you should know where you're wrong. The red-haired young man took a step forward, as fierce as fire. Lin Ling's lips curled into a cold smile. Where did Lin Ling go wrong? Because he disrupted the list of the red-haired young man, so Lin Ling, was wrong? He said indifferently, Your strength has indeed surprised me. but at best you can only reach the 50th place. Is that so? Flame see. The young man's body turned into flames and an ocean appeared. His talent for fire was higher than Lin Ling's, but his understanding of fire was weaker. A fist suddenly arrived, causing the void to explode and be burned. Heaven burning earth. Lin Ling's body moved, the ethereal space fluctuated, and he dodged the red-haired young man's fiery fist. Flame earth. The red-haired young man went all out. His attacks were extremely crazy. Looks like I really missed out on an expert. If it wasn't for Lin Ling, he would have reached a high position in the lower Xian ranking. The crowd stared at the martial stage, only to see flames soaring into the sky. In just a few breaths, the two had already exchanged hundreds of blows. Moreover, they saw that Lin Ling was actually dodging. Obviously, Lin Ling was also afraid of his opponent. Lin Ling, you still want to enter the middle Xian ranking? Dream on. As long as you receive one of my moves, I can make you vomit blood and lose. Flame sky. The red-haired young man's flames became more and more crazy. If it was any other second-layer saint here, they would definitely be burned to death. But Lin Ling was the only one who could resist his opponent. Of course, Lin Ling's defeat was only a matter of time. Because blindly dodging could not win a battle. Many people had the same idea, and they suddenly sneered. At this moment, on the martial stage, Lin Ling's footsteps finally stopped. He said indifferently, "You said I was wrong? In fact, you are wrong. If you had challenged the Xian ranking earlier, you could have reached a higher position. But now that you have met me, you can only stay at your current position." Is that so? The red-haired young man laughed disdainfully. However, at this moment, Lin Ling had already appeared in front of him. A palm fiercely slapped out. There were no major laws, just pure physical strength. What fast speed! The red-haired young man sucked in a breath of cold air. He wanted to block, but his speed was too slow. With a bang, his teeth were broken. Your mouth stinks, so I'll slap you. Just as he reacted, Lin Ling's cold voice floated over again. It was as if he was telling the red-haired young man that he was only watching his fire martial arts. It did not mean that he could be arrogant. The surrounding people sucked in a breath of cold air. They did not expect that Lin Ling could not only dodge, but also counterattack. That was the power of thunder. You are courting death. The red-haired young man roared. Lin Ling dared to slap his face in front of everyone. He was dead, definitely dead. He wanted to chase after Lin Ling, but Lin Ling distorted the space and appeared in front of him again. He slapped out again, and after that, he distorted the space and left. The red-haired young man roared angrily. Although his major laws of fire were very strong, he could not touch Lin Ling. He could only keep being slapped in the face by Lin Ling. Your flames are very powerful and have an absolute attack. Unfortunately, your other domains are too weak. If it was a real life and death battle, you would have lost countless times. On the martial stage, only Lin Ling's ethereal voice could be heard. Pa pa pa. Chapter 1522. Devil Emissary. If you don't admit defeat, then I'll beat you until you admit defeat. I want to see how many slaps your face can take. Lin Ling simply ignored his opponent's anger. Slaps continued to ring out, making it impossible for the red-haired youth to resist. His strong point was his absolute attack, but his weak points were also obvious, which were his defense and speed. If you have the ability, then fight me face to face. The red-haired youth was beaten until he roared towards the sky. Up until now, his attacks seemed powerful, but in reality he couldn't even touch the corner of Lin Ling's clothes. How shameful was that? Roar as much as you want. I love beating dogs with bad breath the most. On the martial stage, Lin Ling's cold voice continued to ring out, causing Tianming's face to turn ashen. Lin Ling seemed to be slapping the red-haired youth, but in reality he was also slapping his face because this red-haired youth was his junior apprentice brother. He didn't think that Lin Ling would be so arrogant, daring to humiliate him in front of everyone in the world. At this moment, the red-haired youth was already dizzy from the beating. He gradually realized that Lin Ling was torturing him to death, and he couldn't even touch the corner of Lin Ling's clothes. Suddenly he remembered Lin Ling's words. If it was a life-and-death battle, then with the hundreds of slaps he had received, he would have already been smashed into pieces. I admit defeat. The red-haired youth finally lowered his noble head. As he spoke, he spat out a mouthful of blood, his heart filled with anger and sullenness. Bang! At this moment, Lin Ling's foot came from the horizon, unfathomable, and directly kicked him off the martial stage. Ancient rhyming immortal platform dog, you brought disgrace upon yourself. Now scram. At the same time, a cold voice floated into the red-haired youth's ears, causing him to fall outside the martial stage. His face was fierce, but he couldn't accept this. Before, he had complained that Lin Ling's appearance had disrupted his moment to shine, but now he knew that he didn't have the qualifications to shine in front of Lin Ling's appearance. The first match seemed to be filled with danger, but Lin Ling won so easily. The surrounding people narrowed their eyes. Previously, they had been surprised by the might of the red-haired youth's flames, but it was only later that they realized it was nothing more than a joke. Because no matter how strong the attack was, it couldn't even touch the corner of Lin Ling's clothes, so what use was it? Just as Lin Ling had said, in a battle of life and death, with the red-haired youth's strength, he would have died countless times already. 10 matches, Lin Ling wins the first match. At this moment, the voice of the martial pavilion elder drifted out. Hearing this, the faces of all the martial practitioners who had bet on Lin Ling's loss turned serious. It wasn't difficult for the red-haired youth's strength to rank in the top 50, but Lin Ling had defeated him in a playful manner, slapping his opponent's face until he admitted defeat. This sort of method was unique. Most importantly, Lin Ling's strength was even greater than he had imagined. And that was indeed the case. The following opponents appeared one after another, but none of them were a match for Lin Ling. They were all defeated. Lin Ling was getting closer and closer to rank 50. Although I know Lin Ling won't lose, I still feel uncomfortable letting him win like this. Heaven and earth have restraints, just like how water restrains fire and fire restrains metal. But it seems that there is no martial Tao that can restrain Lin Ling. Yes. It's just temporary arrogance. After a few more matches, his spirit energy and body will definitely be exhausted. Yes. Around the martial stage, there was a flurry of discussion. Sorry, there are still 4 matches left. Yes. At this moment, Lin Ling's chuckling voice drifted out, immediately making the faces of those who had bet on Lin Ling's loss turn ugly. Especially Golden Armor King, Lord Mountain Wu, and the others. The more Lin Ling won, the more uneasy they felt. You people just wait to bleed. Yes. Lin Ling did not give any face to those who had bet on him losing. On this point, Lin Ling did not care about anything. But those people, in order to win, repeatedly disturbed him and made him admit defeat from various angles. So why should Lin Ling give any face? What an arrogant junior. The crowd was even more furious. Next, the 40th ranked expert will appear. At this time, a new opponent appeared. It was a thin and weak middle-aged man. Devil Emissary, it's actually him. Great. Great. Devil Emissary, you must stop Lin Ling. No matter what method you use, even if he can win, it must be difficult for him to win. Many martial artists' spirits were lifted. They openly instructed the Devil Emissary on how to fight Lin Ling. On the martial stage, the thin and weak middle-aged man appeared. He was as cold as the night. His eyes were like a lone wolf under the night sky. He stared at Lin Ling. Lin Ling, I have received the order to stop you with all my strength. It's your choice. The Devil Emissary's words were concise, and his purpose was straightforward. You fought with Xianxia before, and it left a deep impression on me. But I remember that you let Xianxia win. But now that you meet me, you want to stop me with all your strength? Lin Ling frowned and said, Yes, I let Xianxia win, and even fought with him. I let him recover his spirit energy. But you did not have this kind of treatment. The reason is very simple. Only when you lose can I make a fortune. A wine pot appeared in the man's right hand. He drank and said with indescribable confidence, And I also saw your previous battle. Your space law is indeed powerful, but it is useless against me because I also know it. Let me ask you again, Do you know why I am called the devil emissary? I don't know. Because I have entered and exited the devil realm 100 times. But in that place, which is even more terrifying than the ghost realm, I can escape unscathed every time. Hearing this, Lin Ling's eyes flashed. This man was indeed somewhat powerful. He nodded and said, "Then, what do you want to say? You may not be able to defeat me. Even if you can, it will not be easy. I want you to be exhausted." The thin man faintly smiled. He took a step and a great law appeared. It was also the great law of space, but it was different from Lin Ling's distorted space. It was an exploding space. It was like a spring that shuttled around the space. Its speed was extremely fast. Good as expected of the devil emissary. This time, Lin Ling will definitely have to spend a lot of effort to defeat him. Devil emissary, remember not to meet force with force. Try to delay as much as possible and suppress Lin Ling's martial heart. Cheers! Cheers rang out around the martial stage. Even the golden armor king sneered. Lin Ling could win, but it would definitely be a miserable victory. How could Lin Ling be arrogant? Boom, boom. The void continued to explode. The thin man's figure was ethereal. His speed was so fast that he was actually not weaker than Lin Ling. At this moment, Lin Ling was expressionless. He knew in his heart that the other party's goal was to exhaust his spirit energy and physical strength. His eyes of time stared at the other party and immediately noticed that the other party's talent was extremely strange. Your Majesty, that is the greedy Wolf King, a beast talent. Legend has it that he is the Demon Wolf King and has reached the 9th grade of the Yellow Realm. Most importantly, his great law of space is not weaker than your Majesty's. Purple Elder's voice floated out. His words were filled with anger. Were these people still considered martial artists? In order to win, they were simply unscrupulous. They actually used a movement technique to exhaust His Majesty. Come, Human Emperor's disciple Lin Ling, and a trash titled Sky Emperor, try to defeat me. On the martial stage, the thin man's cold snort floated out. At this moment, he was elated. So what if he was titled Sky Emperor? If his strength was not strong, then his title was just an undeserved reputation. Most importantly, there were so many people present who wanted Lin Ling to lose. Therefore, even if Lin Ling was a Sky Emperor, he did not need to fear him. Let me give you a piece of advice. When martial artists fight, it is better to be fair. You let Xianxia win, but you used all your strength to stop me. This is already unfair, and now you are still being arrogant in front of me? Chapter 1523. Blood Giant Totem. So what if I'm arrogant? A dignified emperor's disciple is still being toyed with by me. The skinny man was extremely insidious. He was trying to goad Lin Ling into losing his cool. Alright. Lin Ling nodded and stopped talking nonsense. The crowd laughed at him again and again. They wanted to see how Lin Ling would deal with this. However, Lin Ling sat down cross-legged to recover his spiritual energy. What is he doing? Everyone frowned. Lin Ling was recovering his spiritual energy? That was too bold. The skinny man's pupils constricted. Shouldn't Lin Ling defeat him with all his might? But he was sitting cross-legged to cultivate. What was the meaning of this? Could it be that Lin Ling didn't want to win? That's not right. Lin Ling isn't taking the initiative to attack. He's wasting time with the emissary. Suddenly, an older martial artist shouted in panic. As soon as he said that, everyone reacted. Dugu Kong Lei revealed a handsome smile. This Lin Ling was interesting. After all, everyone thought that Lin Ling would chase after the emissary with all his might and would only win after exhausting himself. However, why was Lin Ling chasing after the emissary? The infernal emissary had originally intended to use his body movement technique to deal with Lin Ling. In that case, all Lin Ling had to do was bide his time and see who could outlast the other. Lin Ling, you've gone too far. You didn't chase after me during the battle at the martial pavilion. Instead, you waited. What martial arts are you talking about? On the martial arts platform, the skinny man roared. Do you still have any shame? You used the movement technique to consume my spiritual energy. What martial arts are you talking about? Lin Ling sneered. Did the other party have the right to talk about him? Then, he didn't say much and continued to recover his spiritual energy. This time, the skinny man was furious. The people around the martial arts platform were the same. Lin Ling was so cunning. It was obvious that he was wasting time. Let's see who could last longer and who could be more shameless. Not good. Emissary of the demon realm, you have to act as soon as possible because Lin Ling is recovering more and more of the spiritual qi that he consumed. At this time, someone roared angrily, making many people's pupils constrict. If this continued, they would be the ones to suffer. Lin Ling, you piece of trash. The thin man was no longer in the mood to drink. He had to make a move. Voracious wolf grand rule. Pop, pop. The space exploded, and countless wolf kings' images appeared. Demonic energy rippled, and it was extremely terrifying. Almost at the same time, a claw appeared in front of Lin Ling and viciously swept downwards. The sharpness of the claw was enough to slice anyone into two. It was obvious that the Devil Region emissary wanted to kill. Can't take it anymore? I'm just waiting for you to make your move. At this moment, Lin Ling's eyes were ice cold. He didn't choose to dodge. Instead, he chose to meet the opponent's attack. Rumble. The terrifying attack landed on Lin Ling's body, blowing up Lin Ling's long hair. However, the space between Lin Ling's body blocked a large number of attacks. Moreover, with his tyrannical physical body, Lin Ling didn't suffer any serious injuries. You're more difficult to deal with than your previous opponents because you have absolute speed. Unfortunately, you forgot that in addition to absolute speed, I also have absolute defense. Lin Ling spat out a cold voice. Instead of retreating, he stepped forward and punched out with both fists filled with endless power. Crack. In the void, the sound of bones cracking could be heard, followed by a painful howl. You broke my leg. The emissary of the demon realm roared. Previously, he wanted to copy Lin Ling and retreat immediately after his attack failed. He wanted to use this opportunity to constantly interfere with Lin Ling, who knew that Lin Ling didn't even defend himself. After receiving his attack, he immediately counterattacked. I broke your arm. At this moment, Lin Ling was like an unsheathed sword, revealing its sharpness and unleashing a storm of attacks. Puff, puff, puff. His fists rained down with power that surpassed the power of the 9 universes, directly breaking the emissary of the demon realm's right arm. Plop. The tyrannical power sent the emissary of the demon realm flying and smashing into the distant martial arts platform. Gulp. At the same time, the wine jug that the emissary of the demon realm was holding fell to the ground. The jug shattered and the wine spilled out, landing in the eyes of the crowd. It was extremely ironic. Drinking? Attrition tactic? Let's see how you're going to drink and stall for time. Put. Lin Ling stomped on the ground and shot towards the emissary of the demon realm. He instantly appeared in front of the emissary of the demon realm. At this moment, the emissary of the demon realm wanted to escape, but it was already too late. His legs had been broken by Lin Ling. Run, why aren't you running? A cold voice floated out of Lin Ling's mouth, causing the emissary of the demon realm's expression to turn ugly. I've said it before. I won't blame you if you lose, but don't provoke me. However, you provoked me. Do you think you can fool me with absolute speed? Lin Ling looked down at him arrogantly. His foot was raised high like a battle axe. At this moment, the emissary of the demon realm was afraid. He also regretted it. If it was a fair fight, or if he was not so arrogant, then Lin Ling would not touch him. However, he had arrogantly drunk and bullied Lin Ling. The result was obvious. Wait, I admit defeat. The emissary of the demon realm shouted anxiously. Too slow. Lin Ling's foot stomped down heavily. It was like the leg of an emperor, incomparably domineering. Boom. With one stomp, the martial arts platform shook. The emissary of the demon realm was stomped to death. Blood spurted out and the martial arts platform cracked. Next, Lin Ling's cold laughter sounded at the same time. It was like thunder, shocking the hearts of the crowd. He won again. The crowd's expression became more serious. Some were angry, but some were impressed. Lin Ling not only had absolute speed, he also had absolute defense. With two absolutes, it was no wonder that almost no one could restrain him. Looks like it's my turn. At this moment, the old man who had defeated Zhang Zhan finally went on stage. Lin Ling can't surpass me. He will lose to that mysterious old man. Seeing the mysterious old man, Zhang Zhan's expression turned ferocious. Lin Ling was getting closer and closer to him. The Blood King has finally made his move. The people around cheered. That old man would definitely defeat Lin Ling. The Blood King was an ambitious and ruthless character. In the past, he had killed billions of people and devoured large amounts of flesh and blood. Back then, he had almost become a disciple of the emperor. However, his killing intent was too strong and he was eliminated. Now that the Blood King was old, his killing intent had greatly decreased. Instead, he had calmed down. However, his ferocious name was still feared by everyone in Xianping province. Lin Ling also looked at his opponent. His opponent was like a piece of condensed flesh and blood. It was extremely terrifying. Young friend, I fight for martial arts, so I won't stop you, but I won't let you win either, the old man said with a smile. He looked at Lin Ling with admiration. He only wanted to fight. Lin Ling also smiled. His opponent was straightforward and upright. He nodded and said, "All right." "Blood Giant Totem," shouted the old man explosively. His clothes were torn apart and turned into dust. His old body started expanding. His muscles were firm and solid. Blood dashed to the skies. He had turned into a giant. That person was a cultivator of physical strength. It was rare to see someone who practiced physical strength. Many people took a deep breath when they saw that. No wonder he was the Blood King. Few cultivators of the fourth Saint layer could compete with him. Even though those old cultivators don't have as much potential as the godly legend's disciples, their foundations are solid. They can't underestimate that old man, said many students of Champion University. They knew they couldn't underestimate that old man. Chapter 1524. Despicable. Rumble. The old man took a step forward, and a bloody light soared into the sky. It was as if there was endless flesh and blood hidden in his body. He fiercely threw a punch with surging power at Lin Ling. There was no great law, and it was all physical strength. However, it was enough to shatter any great law. The cultivation of the physical body was also the cultivation of essence. Once one reached great success, their speed, attack, and defense would all be extremely terrifying. Puff, puff. The burly giant seemed far away, but he instantly appeared in front of Lin Ling. Before his fist arrived, the astral wind was like a knife cutting Lin Ling's face. Lin Ling's expression turned serious. This was the first time he had seen such a terrifying physical body cultivator. If he wanted to win, he had many means to do so. However, his opponent was open and aboveboard. How could Lin Ling humiliate his opponent? Lin Ling only had deep respect for a senior who fought martial arts with martial arts. Swallow the mountains and rivers. Boom! The small world around his body erupted. Lin Ling's 9-universe power appeared, and he similarly threw out a punch. The two big fists collided in the void. The explosion of sound waves and power shocked everyone. Rumble! In the next moment, the two figures retreated. With every step they took, the martial stage cracked and shook. The Blood King retreated 100 steps. And Lin Ling retreated 120 steps. Amazing! Wow! Everyone's eyes focused. Lin Ling did not choose to retreat when facing the Blood King. Instead, he chose to meet force with force. Such calmness in martial arts was admirable. Although Lin Ling was at a disadvantage in their first confrontation, he was not defeated. Lin Ling has a pure heart. If he did not meet force with force and used tricks, my grandfather would have a hard time winning. A man in a corner of the martial stage said indifferently, Good, good, good. After so many years, you are the first person to be unscathed under the Blood Giant Totem. Ha! On the martial stage, the old man laughed heroically as if he had returned to the days of conquering the world. You are also the first senior who dared to meet force without using great law. On the other side, Lin Ling smiled faintly. Hearing this, The old man's laughter became even more arrogant and soul-stirring. He was really an arrogant junior. His words did not show any signs of weakness. However, this was how a martial artist should be. Again! The old man's blood giant fist was unleashed once again. He wanted to crush the world with his fist. Lin Ling unleashed the power of the ancient god Empyrean. He did not retreat and counterattacked, looking down on the world. Rumble. Puff, puff. The two of them fought fiercely. They gave up on speed and defense. It was a pure, hot-blooded battle between men. There was no scheming or scheming. There was only the dripping of blood. The Blood King has been cultivating his body for decades, but how old is Lin Ling? He's actually on par with the Blood King. But their battle is blood-boiling. The surrounding crowd fell silent. Those who did not bet on Lin Ling's defeat were now staring at the black-robed youth. Their eyes were filled with deep admiration and yearning. That was right. This was how a martial artist should be. This was a hot-blooded battle between men. As for Xianxia, his expression was extremely ugly. Previously, when he fought the Blood King only looked at him with disdain. However, when Lin Ling fought the Blood King only had admiration for Lin Ling. He treated Lin Ling as a real man. And the result was indeed so. On the martial stage, the Blood King's heroic voice sounded from time to time. You are much better than that trash called Xianxia. Senior Blood King, don't compare that trash to me. You are humiliating me. What infuriated Xianxia even more was that Lin Ling was not happy at all. Instead, he was furious. This also meant that Xianxia was inferior to trash. At least someone would step on trash, but if he was inferior to trash, there was no interest in stepping on him. Following that, the two people on the martial stage went all out. Not going all out was an insult to the other party. People watched as Lin Ling became more and more arrogant as he fought. He was heavily injured and stood up again and again. In the end, the Blood King was no match for Lin Ling's ancient divine Empyrean body and was defeated. Impressive. Truly impressive. Lin Ling, you could have used absolute speed to contend with me, but you didn't. Instead, you chose to meet force with force. This is respect for me. I admit defeat in this battle. I admit defeat wholeheartedly. After the battle with the Blood King, it was as though the fighting spirit he had suppressed all his life had been released. Furthermore, this was the first time he had seen such a terrifying junior. It made him imagine that the human world would definitely have an Empyrean rise in the future. He felt a sense of appreciation for Lin Ling. He felt that Lin Ling was a confidant. Thank you for letting me win. Lin Ling didn't show any arrogance. He smiled and bowed, but at this moment he was heavily injured and many of his bones were broken. He clearly didn't have an easy time in this battle. When a man encounters wind and waves, he must fight bravely. Lin Ling, sail against the wind and go to the intermediate Xian ranking. The Blood King smiled as he looked at Lin Ling. He took a step back and left the martial stage. On the martial stage, although Lin Ling was heavily injured, his black robe fluttered in the wind. His eyes were filled with confidence. Not bad. When a man encounters wind and waves, he must fight bravely. The intermediate Xian ranking, an invincible fourth-layer saint, Lin Ling, had come. What an imposing and arrogant young man. The surrounding crowd stared at Lin Ling. The admiration in their hearts grew even stronger, especially for some young girls. They had previously worshipped Tian Ming, Dugu Konglei, and other peerless geniuses. But now, they discovered that the domineering and manly Lin Ling was also very attractive. Next battle, Lin Ling versus Gendosa. At this moment, a new opponent appeared. I admit defeat. Gendosa smiled and directly said. He also knew that even if he chose to fight, he wouldn't be Lin Ling's opponent. Today was Lin Ling's martial stage. Despicable. At this moment, an angry roar sounded. It was the Golden Armor King. His voice carried pressure, as if an invisible wind was gushing out. It wasn't targeted at Gendosa, but at Lin Ling. Because Lin Ling was heavily injured and was standing on his last breath, he wanted to use this opportunity to interfere with Lin Ling. This action caused Lin Ling's eyes to narrow. His killing intent towards the Golden Armor King grew even stronger. Golden Armor King, you must use underhanded methods in the martial pavilion battle. At this moment, the voice of a martial pavilion elder sounded, causing the Golden Armor King to sneer. Previously, I was only dissatisfied with some people's despicable victories, so I was subconsciously angry. I won't interfere anymore. However, Lin Ling is heavily injured and anyone can defeat him. Gendosa admitting defeat is clearly giving way to Lin Ling. Isn't this despicable? Despicable? Hearing this, Gendosa sneered. The crowd also sneered. Up until now, Gendosa was the first person to give way to Lin Ling. As for Xianxia, a large number of people gave way to him from the beginning. Who was more despicable? It was obvious at a glance. Brother Yuan, why bother with them? Justice is in the hearts of the people. There's no need to argue with some shameless people. At this moment, on the martial stage, Lin Ling said indifferently. His handsome face made many people nod. That's right, justice was in the hearts of the people. They had seen Lin Ling reach the top with their own eyes. How was Lin Ling despicable? On the other hand, the Golden Armor King and the rest were indeed shameless because they were the ones who broke the rules first. Therefore, did they have the right to criticize Lin Ling? No matter what, the opponent has admitted defeat. Lin Ling has won. Next, the blood-clothed butcher. Chapter 1525. First on the lower Xian ranking, his next opponent was the second on the lower Xian ranking, the blood-clothed butcher. Unknowingly, Lin Ling was getting closer and closer to the top. This made many people feel like they were in a dream, and the pressure was even greater. Fight! This is the best time to defeat Lin Ling. Thinking of this, many people shouted in anger, their hearts filled with anticipation. The blood-clothed butcher was another unrivaled Saint Realm expert. He was ruthless, and extremely sharp. Now that Lin Ling was seriously injured, he might be able to kill Lin Ling. I admit defeat. However, to everyone's surprise, the mysterious blood-clothed butcher directly admitted defeat. You're crazy. The second on the lower Xian ranking actually admitted defeat. Among the crowd, Xianxia could no longer hold back. Was Lin Ling going to reach the top? You're reprimanding me? The blood-clothed butcher looked at Xianxia indifferently, his eyes filled with killing intent. Don't think you can be arrogant just because you have the bloodline of an ancient country. In these years, I've killed many disciples, let alone you. Of course, if you're not convinced, you can fight me. Fight! Xianxia's face turned pale, and he did not dare to speak anymore. I can tell you that the Blood King is my grandfather. My grandfather fought Lin Ling in a battle between men. Lin Ling was seriously injured, but how could a true martial artist use his injury to humiliate him? This is disrespect to him, and also disrespect to me. The blood-clothed butcher shouted again, surprising the crowd. The blood-clothed butcher was actually the Blood King's grandson. However, the killing intent between the two was very strong. Moreover, you want me to fight Lin Ling? Sure, you can learn from Lin Ling. Give up your advantage and fight with your physical strength. You'll be seriously injured again and again, but stand up again and again. After defeating my grandfather, I'll fight Lin Ling. The blood-clothed butcher looked at Xianxia. His words made Xianxia's jaw drop. He did not dare to fight such a terrifying battle. You only dare to talk but don't dare to do it. The blood-clothed butcher shouted in disdain. He looked at Lin Ling and bowed respectfully. Lin Ling, you don't have to pay attention to the words of that trash. A real man should walk the world in an open and above-board manner. No matter what you do, there will be people who will ridicule you, but there will also be people who will praise you. It's already very good that you can persist in your own martial arts path. Salute? The dignified second on the lower Xian ranking bowed to Lin Ling. One must know that to be able to reach second place, strength and arrogance naturally didn't need to be mentioned. But to be willing to bow down to Lin Ling, this was unbelievable. Thank you. On the battle platform, Lin Ling faintly smiled. Even though he was heavily injured, he was still standing like a pine tree. Next, the first one of the lower Xian ranking list, Gan Liangping from Champion University. As soon as the voice resounded out, The crowd became even more nervous. Lin Ling was only a step away from the top. After that, they were puzzled because many of them had never seen the first on the lower Xian ranking, nor did they know who it was. Only the three godly disciples' eyes were twinkling. They knew him very well. This person's origin was a mystery. He was a third-layer saint, but his strength was unfathomable. Killing a fourth-layer saint was as easy as flipping his hand. It was just that his cultivation hadn't increased, so he hadn't been able to enter the middle Xian ranking. Furthermore, it was said that he was stronger than Xianxia and the unfettered Tenhals. He was a mysterious and discreet young man. The eyes of the disciples searched and finally landed on a young man in the corner. That young man looked ordinary and was wearing a blue and white robe. He gave off a transcendent aura, and his smile was very clean, like the clouds in the sky. He's the first one of the lower Xian ranking list. So it's him. Oh. Many people were seeing that young man for the first time. He's not weaker than me. At this moment, Xinyuan Jiuhun said calmly, and his words were even more shocking. But he's not that strong, said the blue-robed young man with a smile. He wasn't as arrogant as everyone thought. The crowd was shocked. That blue-robed young man was stronger than they thought because the 9 spirits of heaven's cultivation was higher. But even he was afraid of his opponent. It was obvious that the blue-robed young man was strong. In the next battle with Lin Ling wouldn't be able to win. At that moment, many people were happy. I admit defeat for this battle. Surrender, said the blue-robed young man indifferently. His mysterious aura was still like the clouds in the sky. What? You admit defeat again? Surrender. Many people were disgusted. The top 3 had all admitted defeat. Gendosa was Lin Ling's friend, and Shui Yi too was the grandson of the Blood King. It was normal for them to admit defeat, but the mysterious blue-robed young man also admitted defeat. Why was it like this? On the path of martial arts, sometimes what matters is not strength, but will. Lin Ling's will and heart of martial arts is admirable, said the blue-robed young man. Said the blue-robed young man indifferently. It's not scary to be weaker than your opponent. What's scary is to lose the will to fight. I can see from Lin Ling's eyes that he is not afraid of the flames of war. Even if he is seriously injured, his spine is still strong. Even if he is weaker than me now, he will surpass me in the end. So, I admit defeat, said the blue-robed young man. As expected of someone who has reincarnated. He knows more than anyone else. Luo Ye's life is endlessly wonderful. Of course, the most important thing is that if we really fight, I don't think I'm his opponent, said the blue-robed young man. Said the blue-robed young man as he slowly left the stage. He seemed to know that Lin Ling had reincarnated. Boom. Many people's hearts exploded. The first on the lower profound ranking felt that he was not Lin Ling's opponent. How could this be? But no matter what, at this point, the top 3 experts had all admitted defeat. Moreover, it was not because they were defeated, but because they were convinced by Lin Ling's will and perseverance, as well as his heart of martial arts. Perhaps to them, facing the Blood King who dared to give up his advantage and fight head-on, they did not want to take advantage of the fact that he was seriously injured to make a move. Because this would also be a humiliation to Lin Ling, a humiliation to them. That person is so powerful. Lin Ling frowned as he looked at the young man. He was surprised. The mortal world was indeed full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. That young man gave him a strong feeling of oppression, but he also gave him a feeling of kindred spirits. He and the blue-robed young man were the same person, and they had the same heart. Luo Ye's life is endlessly wonderful? Lin Ling laughed. His eyes were filled with endless battle intent. He swept his gaze across the stage. I know many people are unconvinced, but I can let you challenge me. Anyone of the 3rd layer of the Saint Realm can come up. The loser will die. His voice drifted out. The stage was silent. Lin Ling had given them a chance. As long as one of them dared to go up and defeat Lin Ling would lose. However, the stage was completely silent. Even if Lin Ling was covered in scars, even if Lin Ling was like a candle in the wind, his fearless heart had never disappeared. That injured spine had never bent, And he was still proud. Who dared to go up? Everyone's hearts were suppressed. No one dared to go up. No one of the third layer of the Saint Realm was confident that they were Lin Ling's opponent. Moreover, no one dared to look down on the injured Lin Ling. Alright, no one dares to go up. Lin Ling will enter the intermediate profound ranking to challenge. If he wins, he will be ranked on the intermediate profound ranking. Chapter 1526. The 8-Division Dragon King's Sun Golden Armor King, Tian Ming, Lord Shan Wu, and the other experts all had ugly expressions. They wanted to see who would go up, but they were all afraid and didn't dare to. Lin Ling had once again created a miracle. He didn't rely on strength, but perseverance to reach the top of the lower profound board. Moreover, the Martial Pavilion made an exception and allowed him to challenge the middle profound board without having to fight 10 people in a row. Is this the last chance? Golden Armor King and the other experts muttered to themselves. It was as if they were watching the rise of a star, getting closer and closer to the top of the Xianxia 10 halls. However, they were still confident because Lin Ling was already heavily injured. Moreover, the next opponent was an expert on the middle profound board. Even they didn't dare to underestimate him. Time seemed to have stopped at this moment. Everyone was waiting for the earth-shattering battle. If Lin Ling won, then he would be an invincible 4th-layer saint. Lin Ling was only a 2nd-layer saint. In the entire mortal world, he would be ranked 1st. Ranked 82nd on the middle profound board, 4th-layer Saint Chao Feng. At this moment, the voice finally sounded, causing many people's pupils to constrict. Lin Ling's luck was really bad, encountering 82 experts. One must know that any one of the 82 experts was enough to sweep through all the experts in the lower profound board. The middle profound board battle's lot drawing actually drew me? At this moment, a burly man slowly stood up from the side of the martial stage. His face was indifferent and ferocious. He was about 30 years old and wore a brown robe. He was majestic, like a dragon king descending. He walked out from the martial stage. His pace wasn't fast, but every step caused ripples in the void. The head of a dragon appeared as if it was overturning the sea. Rumble. As he walked out, the experts sitting near him all vomited blood. Their faces were ugly. What a powerful immortal physique. It's him. Golden Armor King immediately laughed, extremely confident. Who is he? Lord Shanwu was curious. That person was obviously not a cultivator from Xianpeng province. The immortal Spring Flood Dragon King, Chao Feng, is the Hall Master of Xianhuangdiyu's final end hall. Golden Armor King indifferently said. As soon as his words fell, the pupils of the surrounding people constricted, especially the experts of the 3 mysterious realms. They naturally knew what the end hall was. One must know that in Xianyuan and Xianpeng, there were also existences comparable to Xianxia and the Carefree 10 halls. As for Xianhuangdiyu, it was the last hall. Apart from that, he is also one of the 8 Dragon Kings of Xianhuangdiyu, the son of the Blackwater Dragon King. The Golden Armor King added. What? 8-Division Dragon King? Many people were shocked. The 8 Dragon Kings were comparable to the 4 Pillars and 8 Pillars. As for the son of the Blackwater Dragon King, there was no doubt that the man's strength was not weak. As for the disciples of the 3 great legends of the mortal world, their expressions were solemn. The immortal Spring Flood Dragon King's strength could not be underestimated. At present, apart from a limited number of people, no one was a match for him. If Lin Ling could win, it would mean that Lin Ling had stepped into the final Hall Master level. That level of expert was not much different from the Xianxia 10 halls. It seems that Lin Ling will have a hard time winning. At this time, Dugu Konglei indifferently said, Is that Lin Ling going to die? Damn it, he can only die in my hands. Princess Hualing's delicate little face frowned. Princess Hualing, do you want to save him? Unfortunately, even the current you may not be a match for the immortal Spring Flood Dragon King, unless you use a secret technique. Even if you do, this is the Martial Pavilion. It is said that behind the Martial Pavilion is the most mysterious existence, so you'd better not be willful. Dugu Konglei shook his head, causing Princess Hualing's lips to curl up in dissatisfaction. I've heard of you from the heaven-shrouding Dragon King. At this moment, Chao Feng had already appeared on the martial arts stage, looking down at Lin Ling. Lin Ling wanted to fight him and take his ranking, so how could he let Lin Ling do as he wished? He was not a trash like the blood-clothed butcher who did not dare to fight. Moreover, Lin Ling's strength was indeed powerful. Not only in Xianpeng province, but also in the 8 divisions Dragon King's side, which made him feel very uncomfortable. One must know that he was the son of the Blackwater Dragon King, but he did not receive as much attention as Lin Ling. So, what right did Lin Ling have? But fortunately, it was destined that Lin Ling would meet him, Chao Feng. In this battle, he wanted to erase Lin Ling in the cradle, so that he could return in the future and be proud in front of his father. Heaven-shrouding Dragon King? Lin Ling's pupils constricted. He suddenly remembered the heaven-shrouding Dragon King in the Ghost Domain and Prince Xia and Ba Yang who were killed by him. This person knew them? Heaven-shrouding Dragon King is one of the 8 divisions Dragon Kings, and my father, the Blackwater Dragon King, is one of them. So, of course, I know him. Chao Feng said again. His words were filled with arrogance as if he knew many famous experts while Lin Ling was a nobody. Your talent is not bad, your body is strong and you have the power of the 9 universes. Unfortunately, your cultivation level is too low and your immortal body is too weak. Moreover, I heard that you defeated a 4th-layer saint, but those guys are like ants to me. Chao Feng said again. Then he looked at Lin Ling from head to toe. You are heavily injured and many of your bones are broken. If you and I fight, I won't win honorably. The crowd frowned. Could it be that the immortal Spring Dragon King wanted to let Lin Ling recover? That was not what they wanted to see. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. Chao Feng's words made him have a good impression of him. Perhaps he was also a tyrant like the Blood King who fought for the sake of battle. All right, then I will try my best to recover. Lin Ling quickly said. His body was heavily injured, so the battle was also a humiliation to his opponent. He had to use his full strength to show respect. It seemed like Chao Feng did not bully others just because his cultivation level was higher and his status was higher. Of course you have to recover, but before you recover, you have to kowtow 3 times. At this moment, Chao Feng said indifferently. His words made Lin Ling's pupils constrict. He thought that his opponent was straightforward and upright, but who knew that he would make such a request? Make your choice quickly, I don't want to wait too long. Chao Feng said again as if he was rewarding Lin Ling. So that's how it is. Everyone around the martial stage laughed. If Lin Ling wanted to recover, he had to kneel down and kowtow. If he did not recover, he obviously had no hope. Kneel down or not? Many people clamored, waiting to see how Lin Ling would choose. Under the gazes of everyone, Lin Ling was expressionless. A trace of coldness finally appeared in his eyes. If Chao Feng did not want him to, he could have just said it. However, he obviously did not want him to, but he was still putting on an act. You want to choose? Lin Ling nodded, and a cold light bloomed. Get lost. As soon as the word, get lost, came out, the clamor of the entire martial stage instantly quieted down. Many people sneered even more coldly. Lin Ling would rather carry a heavily injured body than kneel down and kowtow to recover to his peak state. He had courage, but this would also make him die faster. Chapter 1527. Might of the Blackwater, you talk a lot of nonsense. If you want to fight, then fight. Why put on an act to prove your strength? Roar! Lin Ling let out a low growl. All the bones in his body creaked as his fighting spirit surged. Against the Blood King, he was willing to give up his advantage. Even if he lost, he would accept it wholeheartedly because it was a battle between real men. However, against Chao Feng, even if he was no match for him, he would not accept it wholeheartedly because Chao Feng was not qualified to make him lower his noble head. Not bad. Then let's see how great your heavily injured body is. Chao Feng nodded coldly. He took a step forward and lightly threw out a palm that could topple the mountains and overturn the seas. Uprooting mountains and rivers. Lin Ling's eyes turned cold. He also threw out a punch. Even though many of his bones were broken, that punch still carried the power of the 9 universes. Many people stared at Lin Ling and secretly admired him. Lin Ling was heavily injured, but he still chose to meet force with force. Such courage was hard to come by. Puff, puff, puff. The fist and palm collided, causing the void to explode. Soon, Lin Ling was pushed back by the powerful impact. Finally, he stopped at the edge of the martial stage. After this clash, Lin Ling realized that Chao Feng's strength was not to be underestimated. His immortal physique actually possessed the might of the ocean. Obviously, his level was not low. He was probably the strongest fourth-layer Saint Realm expert Lin Ling had faced so far. You're only a so-so. I don't understand how you can be titled as the Heavenly Emperor. Why are those in the lower Xian ranking giving way to you? It seems like there's something fishy going on. Don't tell me you bribed the martial pavilion. Chao Feng appeared on the other side with his hands behind his back. He was indescribably proud. Not only did he want to kill Lin Ling in this battle, he also wanted to let the mortal realm's mythological disciples know that although he was no longer a disciple, he was still the palace master of the final hall. His strength was inviolable. You seem to be very proud. Lin Ling exhaled the turbid air in his body and quickly recovered. At the same time, he said indifferently, "Crushing you should be a very simple matter, so you have the right to be proud." Chao Feng said with a smile. "But don't forget, you're a fourth-layer saint and I'm only a second-layer saint. In addition, I'm heavily injured. Your attack only resulted in this result. Where did your arrogance come from?" Lin Ling said indifferently. He didn't care about the fact that he was at a disadvantage. Moreover, the greater the pressure, the more his fighting spirit boiled. Hearing that, many people nodded. That was indeed the case. Then you will know how proud I am. If you don't believe me, you can ask the 9 spirits of heaven who won the battle 3 years ago. Chao Feng didn't get angry and shook his head. Many people immediately looked at the 9 spirits of heaven. They knew that the 9 spirits of heaven was very strong, but did he lose to Chao Feng 3 years ago? It was only 3 years ago. Now, I'm not necessarily inferior to you. At the edge of the martial stage, the 9 spirits of heaven said indifferently. He didn't deny it. The crowd was even more surprised. He was worthy of being the end hall master of Shenhuangdiu. Among the disciples present, only the Fire Spirit Princess and Dugu Konglei had the right to crush Chao Feng. Of course, that was 3 years ago. Now, it was hard to say who would win the battle between the 9 spirits of heaven and Chao Feng. However, it also showed how strong Chao Feng was. In the past, I was also a disciple. Unfortunately, it was difficult to become a disciple. It was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. After 5 years of bitter cultivation, I still didn't have the title of Celestial Emperor. What a pity! Chao Feng shook his head as if he had talent but didn't get the chance. Perhaps it was because of this that he wanted to proudly defeat Lin Ling today. He wanted to let everyone know that he, Chao Feng, hadn't been eliminated. And the fact was indeed so. At this moment, many people remembered the name of the immortal Spring Flood Dragon King. Have you said enough nonsense? However, at this moment, Lin Ling coldly shouted, interrupting Chao Feng's self-reminiscence. He coldly said, "If you want to fight, then fight. Pretending in front of someone of a lower realm than you, does that prove that you are more powerful?" Bang! Lin Ling stepped on the ground. He was like an emperor descending as he pounced towards Chao Feng. Lin Ling is seriously injured and he actually took the initiative to attack? Many people sucked in a cold breath. They didn't expect Lin Ling to be so arrogant. Chao Feng's expression turned ugly. He had just been mourning his lost glory and pride. However, as a junior, Lin Ling didn't listen at all. He directly interrupted him and forcefully attacked. Ocean Market Star Tower. Chao Feng let out a low shout. Waves of water overflowed like the Milky Way. His innate talent was clearly related to water. Great law of water transformation. At the same time, black water roiled in the Milky Way. It was like the water of the demonic realm, able to melt all things in the world. My innate talent is the immortal flood dragon body. Under my innate talent, any expert of a lower grade than me will be turned into weak water. Chao Feng's voice drifted out. It was still cold and arrogant, but it also carried anger. Lin Ling actually dared to interrupt him. Then he wanted to see how Lin Ling would die. The current you will never be able to break my immortal body. Rumble. The martial stage was filled with black water. The power of the great law was vast and mighty, causing the faces of the people outside the martial stage to turn grave. What a terrifying innate talent, able to melt all things in the world. If it wasn't for the martial stage's protective light screen, who knew how many people would have died here when the terrifying black water gushed out? Puff, puff, puff. Lin Ling rushed into the black water with his injured body. He immediately felt an extremely terrifying pressure. Water could nourish all things, but it could also melt all things, returning everything to its origin. Lin Ling felt that it was difficult for his body to move. He was like a drowning person. Qiao Feng's innate talent was indeed terrifying. However, when that terrifying pressure rushed towards Lin Ling's soul, Lin Ling felt that the pressure that could melt all things was getting smaller and smaller. No, Qiao Feng's immortal body's pressure has a fatal effect on my fiend god overlord body. However, after it invaded my soul, that power immediately weakened. It's the Yellow Springs flame. Lin Ling instantly thought of something. In terms of innate talent, he was indeed not Qiao Feng's opponent. However, he hid his divine rank talent. Qiao Feng's innate talent was indeed powerful. Not only did it invade the body, it also invaded the soul. However, it was fine if he didn't invade the soul. Qiao Feng was at most a 10th grade profound rank talent. How could it compare to a divine rank talent? I can't break it? Within the endless black water, Lin Ling's eyes were ice cold. He extended his right hand and surging flames bloomed. Millions of fire dragons roared and turned into a flame dragon king. The transcendent realm of heavenly pattern martial arts appeared and swept out in all directions. In fact, many of Lin Ling's trump cards were suppressed in this battle. For example, Tyrant Song Sword, Soul Force, Eye of Time, and Frozen Space. Otherwise, the pressure on Lin Ling wouldn't be so great. However, these trump cards were clearly not suitable to be exposed here. Sometimes, a martial artist's growth also required pressure. One couldn't rely too much on powerful trump cards. This would definitely not be good for the future. Lin Ling was also very clear on this point. At this moment, outside the martial stage, everyone could only see the endless black water. It was vast and mighty, gloomy and terrifying. Lin Ling was submerged in it. He was probably already dead. Those who bet on Lin Ling's victory all sneered. On the other hand, Xinyuan Jiuhun and the others were slightly worried. The immortal Spring Wurm King was in existence from the 10 halls of Xianxia. Even though he was slightly weaker than experts like Golden Armor King, he wasn't someone that many disciples could defeat. Chapter 1528. Dragon Battle, Water and Fire. Do you regret it? Actually, you could have lived longer. Unfortunately, you interrupted my mourning for the past glory. Qiao Feng stood there with his hands behind his back, looking like a dragon king descending. However, at this moment, light blossomed from the endless black water. The flame dragon king appeared with a roar. What? Qiao Feng's pupils constricted. He sensed a terrifying great law power. It's the fire martial Dao. The crowd also stood up. This was the first time they saw Lin Ling releasing the power of fire on the martial stage. Heavenly pattern martial arts a transcendent realm, and it's the real transcendent realm. The 9 spirits of heaven's faces changed. According to what they knew, Lin Ling's great law power came from that sword. However, no one expected that Lin Ling would reach transcendent realm without a sword. Rumble. The flame dragon king descended, engulfing the heaven and earth. The black water on the martial stage was burned, and the flames finally blossomed. Qiao Feng's face changed. Lin Ling wasn't afraid of his immortal physique's pressure. How was this possible? Was Lin Ling hiding some secret? Moreover, Lin Ling had actually cultivated the heavenly pattern martial arts to such a level. One must know that he had only completely grasped the great law after reaching the 4th layer of Saint Realm. The Flame Dragon King was huge and ancient. The horn of the Flame Dragon was tyrannical and crazy. Rumble. While Qiao Feng was still in shock, the Flame Dragon King coiled around him as if it wanted to burn the heaven and earth. Chao Feng's painful howl immediately came from the martial stage. That howl silenced the martial stage. Lin Ling was so terrifying. No one expected him to have hidden such a trump card. They stared at Chao Feng, who was coiled around by the Flame Dragon King, and felt a trace of mockery in their hearts. The dignified final hall master was so awe-inspiring before, mourning for the past glory and glory. But now, where was his glory? He said that his immortal physique couldn't be broken by Lin Ling, and now Lin Ling had broken it. Bang bang bang. However, at that moment, a majestic chi emerged from the battle stage. A black dragon horn appeared, and gradually, a gigantic black dragon appeared. It was a black flood dragon. It was so huge that it seemed as if it was floating in the clouds. It was impossible to see the end of it with a single glance. Everything around the dragon was submerged in an endless amount of black water. The immortal spring flood dragon king had arrived. Obviously, this wasn't the extent of Chao Feng's strength. Not bad, you are qualified to fight me. A cold voice floated out from the black flood dragon's mouth, intimidating everyone. As expected of the hall master of the final hall. The crowd trembled in fear. That black flood dragon seemed to be real. It was a ghastly sight, and the pressure it emitted made even Tianming and other powerhouses feel a strong pressure. Are you finally going all out? Golden Armor King sneered. He wasn't surprised by Chao Feng's strength. That expert had fought with him before, and his strength was also extremely terrifying. Therefore, he already knew that Lin Ling couldn't win. Fortunately, Lord Chao Feng still has powerful means. Kill Lin Ling. You have to win. The battle stage gradually became lively again. No one wanted to see Lin Ling win. They didn't want to lose money. Are you finally going to use your immortal physique? On the other side, Lin Ling's face was somewhat pale. He was exhausted from this battle, but his eyes were burning with fighting spirit. He wasn't afraid at all. He secretly thought that this was indeed the hall master of the final hall. This kind of strength was indeed formidable. To be able to make me use my immortal physique, your death is a pity. The Black Flood Dragon King let out a cold voice. It was like an ancient flood dragon with a sinister, baleful aura. Ridiculous, you have said such words many times. However, facing the heavily injured me, you still haven't gained any advantage. I don't understand why your skin is so thick. Below the Flame Dragon King, Lin Ling was like the son of the Flame Dragon King. His long hair danced wildly, and he wasn't afraid of the upcoming battle. Two Dragon Kings, one red and one black, were fighting as equals. A battle between dragons. Staring at the frightening scene on the battle stage, many people became silent again. Although they all wanted Lin Ling to lose, they couldn't deny that Lin Ling's perseverance was really tenacious. Even at this time, he still hadn't admitted defeat. Moreover, he had hidden his trump card. One must know that the current Lin Ling wasn't at his peak. What if he was at his peak? That battle would be even more exciting. Your fire talent is very weak, but your fire comprehension is very strong. You can't win against me with just this. Chao Feng stated the truth. This was also the reason why he was so confident. Then you've won. Lin Ling sneered and said, you only know how to indulge in the past. You only know how to mourn the glory and pride of the past. You don't know how to move forward and pursue the peak of heaven and earth. I finally know why you want to defeat me. It's because you don't dare to face disciples of higher realms. You only dare to bully disciples of lower realms and find your past pride from them. Pitiful person. Lin Ling's words were like a sword that pierced Chao Feng's heart. Because he was indeed like that. He was gradually withdrawing from the heaven and earth martial stage and was no longer a disciple. People only remembered the most dazzling disciple and completely forgot about him, the immortal Spring Flood Dragon King. Because of this, he wanted to prove himself today and suppress Lin Ling. I've hit the nail on the head. Now, you're going to fly into a rage out of humiliation. Lin Ling said again. Your mouth is very powerful, even more powerful than your strength. I admit that your words have given me a big blow. However, you'll have to bear my fury next. Chao Feng nodded, his gaze became even colder. Immortal Spring Black Flood Dragon. Along with his low shout, the huge black flood dragon became violent. It overturned rivers and seas, rolling in the black water. It carried the most ancient tyrannical aura as it swept towards Lin Ling. Bang! At this moment, the martial stage also shattered. The protective light screen was on the verge of collapse. From this, it could be seen how terrifying the black flood dragon was. The expressions of those legendary disciples all became serious. They never thought that Lin Ling would be able to force Qiao Feng to erupt with such strength. This also meant that Lin Ling was not far from the height of Langya's 10 halls. Let's see how you block it. The black flood dragon let out a furious roar and swallowed everything. Under countless gazes, millions of flames were swallowed. The light disappeared and the black water enveloped everything. This battle was not only a battle between dragons, but also a battle between water and fire. As the flames gradually disappeared, the hearts of the crowd around the martial stage became even more serious. This time, Lin Ling should be dead. After all, the flames had been extinguished and the dragon had died. Cultivation realm, martial arts comprehension, and immortal body grade, Lin Ling is inferior to the other party. He's definitely dead. Golden Armor King murmured. He did not realize that his palms were full of sweat. Clearly, he was also extremely nervous. Rumble. The aura of the martial stage became even more tyrannical. Only the sound of the black water and the black dragons rolling could be heard. Lin Ling's Fire Dragon King and himself were both swallowed. Someone exclaimed. The entire martial stage became silent. Lin Ling had finally lost. Many people felt that this was a dream. A peerless genius of a generation, the most dazzling existence in Shenpeng province, had finally overestimated himself and died today. Fire Dragon King's realm. At this moment, the dissipating flames quietly reappeared, as if they had lit up the world. Under countless gazes, the flames from the black dragon's huge body soared into the sky. A wisp of heavenly flames' origin power was released majestically, as if to tell everyone that the dragon was not dead and the flames were not extinguished. Origin Power. Chapter 1529. Yellow Spring Flame descends. Lin Ling could barely release the origin energy with the help of the Tyrant Song Sword, but it wasn't the real origin energy. But now it was the real origin energy. One must know that the origin energy was above the Great Law. It was also known as the Saint Rune martial arts and was one of the most mysterious laws in the world, because everything returned to the origin. Rumble. Under countless gazes, the black Jiao dragon was burned into nothingness. On the martial stage, the power of fire bloomed. It was so dazzling that people couldn't open their eyes. A figure quietly appeared. That figure's long hair fluttered in the wind. On top of his head, there was an extremely dazzling fire dragon horn. It was as if the Fire Dragon King had descended. If the previous Lin Ling was the son of the Fire Dragon King, then the current him was the real Fire Dragon King. It turns out that the Great Law is also a kind of power. Devour. In the silence, Lin Ling's indifferent voice drifted out. Devour the Great Law? Everyone's eyes widened. Could it be that Lin Ling had devoured the Fire Dragon King from before? This was too abnormal. No one had ever devoured the Great Law before, and no one had ever cultivated like this before. Lin Ling was the first to do so. This guy, could it be that he devoured the Fire Dragon King and allowed his fire martial Dao to reach the heavenly flame origin? The 9 spirits of heaven were shocked. They felt that Lin Ling was difficult to see through. As for Tao Xian and the others, their faces were pale. Facing Lin Ling this time, they no longer had the strength to fight. On the other side of the martial stage, the burned black Jiao dragon appeared again and coldly looked at Lin Ling. Indeed, my fire martial Dao is weak, but my fire martial Dao is stronger than yours. Qiao Feng, you're just an outdated person. Other than indulging in the past, what else can you do? At this moment, Lin Ling had a domineering and destructive aura. His cold voice was like the roar of the Fire Dragon King. You haven't won yet. Don't be too proud. Qiao Feng clearly didn't expect that Lin Ling would become stronger the more he fought. He had relied on his injured body to fight until now. He couldn't help but admire the tenacity of his willpower. However, the more it was like this, the more agitated he felt. That was because the current Lin Ling was giving him a sense of pressure. Although Lin Ling's immortal physique couldn't affect him, his immortal physique couldn't affect Lin Ling either. This made people confused. In terms of cultivation realm, although he was stronger than Lin Ling possessed the power of source, resulting in them being evenly matched. This battle was more difficult than expected. In a battle between dragons, water and fire were equally matched. Right now, he was gradually losing the domineering aura that he had in the beginning. He no longer had any pride. I can let you live. You just have to kowtow 3 times and leave the martial stage. Do you choose? At this time, Lin Ling's calm voice floated out, containing an indescribable majesty. Choose? The crowd's hearts exploded. In the beginning, Chao Feng gave Lin Ling a choice. If Lin Ling knelt down and kowtowed, he would let Lin Ling recover from his injuries. But now, Lin Ling's thunderous momentum swept away Chao Feng and also gave him a choice. However, the current Lin Ling hadn't lost yet. Where did his confidence come from? You gave me a choice? Chao Feng's pupils constricted. He admitted that Lin Ling was indeed very powerful, but it didn't mean that Lin Ling could win or even kill him. I can tell you that once you make your choice, you will disappear from this world forever. You won't even have the time to mourn your past pride and glory. So, have you made your choice? Lin Ling indifferently spat out a voice like the roar of a fire dragon king. You have made your choice? His voice was like a brilliant heavenly might that intimidated the entire martial stage. Countless people were shocked. Although they didn't think that Lin Ling could win, they couldn't deny that Lin Ling's aura was like that of an emperor, controlling Chao Feng's life and death. I've made my choice? Chao Feng's complexion changed. He no longer had the appearance of an ambitious and ruthless character. His eyes were blank, as if he was afraid that he had made the wrong choice. Don't be fooled, immortal spring flood dragon king. You are an ambitious and ruthless character of the mortal world. How could you be affected by a few words from him? At this time, an angry shout echoed out. It was the voice of the Golden Armor King. His complexion was ice cold. The strength that Lin Ling was currently displaying made him feel pressured. This pressure wasn't from losing money, but the pressure of his life. So, no matter what, Lin Ling had to die. His eyes were locked onto Lin Ling. In the past, Lin Ling was only an insignificant ant that overestimated himself and agreed to fight with Venerable Si Kaming. Afterwards, Lin Ling rose up like a storm and killed the mystical maiden of the 9 heavens, leaving him helpless. But now, not only was he helpless, he was even afraid of Lin Ling. Soon after, he discovered that Lin Ling's aura was becoming increasingly terrifying. Like a flame or a dragon, a wisp of source strength bloomed out like an invisible halo. Fire attribute talent seemed inferior to even the immortal physique, but at this moment, it made him feel as if he had seen a god. Could it be that Lin Ling was still hiding his divine talent? He is comprehending. Chao Feng, immediately interrupt him. Golden Armor King's heart trembled as he angrily roared. He sensed that Lin Ling was preparing his most terrifying attack, and besides the source of heavenly flames, there was also a trace of innate talent that he couldn't see through. So, after he spoke, his voice was like thunder that swept through Lin Ling. He wanted to disturb Lin Ling. Unfortunately, this disturbance had no effect on Lin Ling. And at this time, Chao Feng also recovered from his shock. He clearly sensed that Lin Ling's fire attribute talent was hiding a secret. Otherwise, it would be impossible for it to be so terrifying. At this moment, 2 choices finally appeared in his mind. 1. Immediately attack. 2. Admit defeat and leave. You are afraid of me. Unfortunately, you have already made your choice. At this moment, Lin Ling's pupils constricted as he looked straight at Chao Feng. When he was devouring the Flame Dragon King, he faintly heard the Yellow Springs Flame's voice, allowing him to understand some things. He was even able to borrow a trace of the Yellow Springs Flame's power. Therefore, at this moment, he wanted to dominate everything. You are afraid of me. Lin Ling's voice was like an endless echo that shot straight into Chao Feng's heart. At this moment, Lin Ling's soul force was also released by him. The entire martial stage, Absolute silence. That one sentence, "You are afraid." It wasn't just a question to Qiao Feng, it was a question to everyone on the martial stage. Their souls seemed to have been attacked, and their faces turned pale. There was only one voice in their minds, Lin Ling, the ruler of the world. Impossible! Qiao Feng roared. Flame Dragon King's fist. At this moment, Lin Ling finally moved. His fist was like the most dazzling star, like the roar of the Flame Dragon King. Faintly, there was a terrifying scene of hundreds of ghosts crying. Hell shook. Yellow Spring's flame, descend. The entire martial stage was silent. An invisible divine aura was released, exploding everyone's heart with a bang. At this moment, Qiao Feng's face was ice cold as he stared at that seemingly simple fist. In that fist, he actually saw reincarnation, Yellow Spring's mountain, and countless evil spirits from hell. This made him finally confirm that Lin Ling was indeed hiding a powerful fire attribute talent. Plop. A tyrannical pressure came, like the Yellow Spring's great emperor, causing Qiao Feng to kneel down in an instant. His ice-cold face turned pale. To be able to make him, a profound 10th grade talent, bow down, it was definitely a divine talent. He could hear the roar of flames from that fist. It was precisely to send him into reincarnation. Chapter 1530. Heavenly Emperor Wuxia, what kind of flame is that? Princess Hualing possessed powerful fire attribute talent, but at this moment, she also felt a dense pressure. It was a very strange feeling because Lin Ling's fire attribute talent wasn't strong at all. It hadn't even reached the immortal body level, but the reality gave her a feeling of hellfire. Other than her, the entire martial stage was deathly silent. They knew that the peak was about to arrive. I want you dead, Black Water Dragon. At this moment, Qiao Feng furiously shouted. He couldn't lose this battle. He was about to be eliminated. The glorious disciple of the past had become a thing of the past. So now, he wanted to prove himself. He didn't believe that Lin Ling could defeat him. So, he wanted to kill Lin Ling with all his strength. Pop. Black water surged out like a tide, transforming into a dragon. Everyone saw that Qiao Feng's arms seemed to have transformed into a black dragon. With a palm strike, an endless black dragon swept out. This was the powerful technique of the 8-division Dragon King, Black Water Dragon King. On the other side, a fire fist roared. It contained the fury of the Fire Dragon King. Two dragons fought, water and fire collided. Boom! A deafening sound instantly resounded in the air. A huge flaming fist was extremely powerful and overbearing. When the Fire Dragon King collided with the Black Flood Dragon King, a mysterious flame appeared. The Fire Dragon King's source energy and the hidden god-level flame burned the black water. Under the gazes of countless people, the black water evaporated and the malevolent Black Flood Dragon King let out a painful cry. Is it really a god-level talent? Staring at the terrifying scene in front of him, Qiao Feng's face turned pale. Retreat! Qiao Feng frantically retreated. The Fire Dragon King's fist was something that he couldn't block at all. Rumble! However, he retreated very quickly. On the martial stage, the gigantic flaming fist was like a mountain. If God blocked its path, it would kill God. If Buddha blocked its path, it would destroy Buddha. The distance between the fist and Qiao Feng grew closer and closer, causing Qiao Feng to become even more anxious. He had never thought that a mere second-layer Saint Realm Jr. would be able to give him such a terrifying pressure. What exactly is this fire fist? The surrounding crowd had already stood up. Their faces were filled with shock. According to their guesses, even the martial origin wasn't this powerful. What kind of trump card did Lin Ling have? I admit defeat, I admit defeat, I admit defeat immediately. At this moment, Qiao Feng's anxious voice sounded. At this moment, he had already admitted defeat. Moreover, everyone could hear the deep panic in his voice. Is this still the palace master of the final central hall? Everyone felt that this was a dream. One must know that from the beginning, Qiao Feng had planned to let Lin Ling recover to his peak state and then fight him. However, Lin Ling's arrogance was so high that he refused. And now, even though Lin Ling was heavily injured, he was still suppressing Qiao Feng. What qualifications did Xiaofeng have to let Lin Ling recover from his injuries? Admitting defeat means that Lin Ling has won. A terrifying thought surfaced in everyone's mind once again. Today, they had personally witnessed Lin Ling doing something impossible. He had ascended to the top of the lower Xian ranking and finally charged into the middle Xian ranking. The intensity of this battle was probably the most exciting battle in the history of the Xian ranking. Lost? The Golden Armor King's face was devoid of blood as he muttered to himself. But it wasn't as simple as losing money. It also meant that Lin Ling had stepped into the height of the unfettered 10 halls. I admit defeat. At this moment, Xiaofeng was in an extremely difficult situation. He wished that someone could come and help him. Because Lin Ling wanted to kill him? Moreover, he wanted to kill him in front of everyone. How could he die here? If he had known earlier, he would have chosen a weak opponent to prove himself. I didn't hear it. However, on the martial stage, Lin Ling's voice was filled with dense killing intent. There was no hatred between him and Xiaofeng. The reason why Xiaofeng wanted to kill him was because he wanted to be famous in the upper world. Then Lin Ling would fulfill his wish and kill whoever he wanted. I admit defeat. How could you not hear it? Xiaofeng's face became sinister. Lin Ling must have heard it. He was pretending not to hear it and wanted to kill him. Save me, Martial Pavilion Elder. Xiaofeng hurriedly shouted towards the outside of the martial stage. At this moment, the Martial Pavilion Elder smiled bitterly. Xiaofeng fought Lin Ling. He wanted to kill Lin Ling, so it was normal for Lin Ling to counterattack. However, this was the Martial Pavilion. Since the opponent had admitted defeat, he couldn't let Lin Ling break the rules. After that, he took a step forward and wanted to stop Lin Ling. However, he was shocked to find that he couldn't take that majestic punch. Sorry, I can't block that punch. The Martial Pavilion Elder said somewhat anxiously. His words were like a death sentence, causing Xiaofeng's pupils to widen. Even the referee couldn't save him? Impudent. In a battle in the Martial Pavilion, you just have to admit defeat. Yet you, Lin Ling, insist on killing Xiaofeng. Do you think the profound rankings rules are child's play? At this moment, the Golden Armor King shouted. He seemed to have found a way to counterattack Lin Ling. That's right. You have guts. Do you want to kill someone who has admitted defeat? Kill Lin Ling. How dare you defy the Martial Pavilion's rules? You're too insolent. The surrounding warriors seemed to have found an opportunity and shouted angrily. Sorry, I can't hear you. However, Lin Ling was still decisive. He knew that he had forcefully used a bit of the flames of the underworld. Although it was very powerful, the aftereffects were also very serious. It would cause his physical body to be seriously injured. Since he had used it, he had to kill Xiaofeng. Otherwise, he would have been injured for nothing. Do you have to provoke the 8th Division Dragon King? At this moment, a clear and melodious voice resounded. At some unknown time, a fiery red light drifted over the vast martial stage. It was extremely dazzling, and even the sky seemed to be dyed red. Above this red light, a woman in a red dress stood there quietly. She was so beautiful that the moon and flowers would be put to shame. Most importantly, between her willowy eyebrows and her beautiful eyes, there was a thick pressure of an empress. At that moment, tens of thousands of people on the gigantic martial platform felt oppressed. That woman was extremely strong. Who is she? Sister, why are you here? This is a battle to death. Don't get involved, said a young voice at that moment. It was a 5-year-old girl. She was looking at the sky unhappily. Hualing, my father asked you to come to the Martial Pavilion to see how strong the cultivators of the world are. Therefore, you should just watch obediently. Besides, the Celestial Spring Flood Dragon King's father, the Blackwater Dragon King, made a deal with my father in the past. I can't let his son die here, especially at the hands of a reckless young man, said the woman in the sky coldly. Princess Hualing's sister? Many people's eyes were twinkling. Champion University's Celestial Emperor Wuxia, said Dugukong Lei indifferently at the same time. That woman was a peerless genius who had the title of Celestial Emperor? The entire martial platform calmed down. Surprisingly, A celestial emperor from Champion University had come to watch this battle. How astonishing! Didn't you hear what I said? Do you really want to provoke the 8-division Dragon King and die without a burial ground? I'm telling you, you can't provoke the celestial spring flood Dragon King, said Princess Wuxia, ignoring the astonishment of the crowd. She looked at Lin Ling indifferently. You have to understand that I didn't provoke him, he provoked me. Chapter 1531. Chaotic battle, impudent. He has already admitted defeat and you still want to kill him? Are you so arrogant that you don't even put anyone in your eyes? Princess Wuxia angrily shouted. What an arrogant junior! He even dares to not listen to the words of a titled celestial emperor? Admit defeat? I didn't hear that. I only know that he wants to kill me, so I want to kill him. And you say I'm impudent? If I lose now, will he let me go? Also, if he kills me, will you stand out and speak for me? Lin Ling was not afraid at all and shouted again. Who do you think you are? What qualifications do you have for me to speak for you? Princess Wuxia reprimanded him again. This junior is simply talking nonsense. Does he think he is nobler than Xiao Feng? Then who do you think you are? Do you think I will stop just because you say so? Today I must kill him. Lin Ling's heart was boiling with anger. Accompanied by his fiery fist, it engulfed the entire martial stage. Go to hell. Princess Wuxia's patience had clearly run out. She wanted to kill Lin Ling. Princess Wuxia, since when is it your turn to preside over the martial pavilion battle? Their battle is actually very clear. Whoever loses will die. You better not interfere. At this moment, a voice that was as clear as a bell but also carried an alluring charm drifted out. In a corner of the martial stage, a woman wearing a cheongsam sat there lazily with her legs crossed. Her fair and jade-like thighs were clearly visible. They seemed alluring, but there was an indescribable domineering aura about them. This woman was none other than Lu Susu. Lu Susu, what does this have to do with you? If you interfere, how can this battle be fair? Princess Wuxia was clearly afraid of Lu Susu, so she did not make a move. I bet on him to win. Do you think it has nothing to do with me? Not to mention fair? This kind of battle is already unfair. Let me ask you, what is Lin Ling's cultivation level? What is Xiao Feng's cultivation base? How many battles has Lin Ling fought? How many battles has Xiao Feng fought? What is Lin Ling's age? What is Xiao Feng's age? If you can answer these questions, then you are qualified to say the word fairness. Lu Susu played with Hong Yan's fingernails, like a domineering empress. Princess Firecloud could not answer because in this battle, Lin Ling and Xiao Feng were not on equal footing. How could it be fair? If you can't answer, then just obediently watch. If you attack, then I'll accompany you. Lu Susu obviously wanted to stop Princess Wuxia. Although Princess Wuxia was a heavenly emperor, it was not like she had never seen such a strong person before. In fact, she had seen many of them. Lu Susu actually suppressed Princess Firecloud? Many people were surprised. Their impression of Lu Susu was that she was a businesswoman who was smooth and slick, which led many people to overlook her strength. Now it seemed that Lu Susu was definitely not weak. Can no one save me? At this moment, Xiao Feng's complexion became increasingly pale. Was he going to die here? He never thought that the result would be like this. You've openly violated the rules of the martial pavilion, yet you still have a reason for it. I can't watch this battle any longer. Xiao Feng, I'll help you. An expert made his move. Dark wind swept across, turning into a tornado that surged towards Lin Ling. Although it was said to help Xiao Feng, it was not actually helping. Instead, it was using the moment when Lin Ling was about to kill Xiao Feng to kill Lin Ling at the same time. It's Tianming. The crowd's expression changed drastically when they saw that young man. The peerless genius of the ancient rhyme Immortal Foundation made his move. 9 Souls Halberd Transformation. However, as soon as Tianming made his move, the heavenly halberd appeared on the other side and split into 9 halberds. The heavenly halberd was actually formed by 9 souls. It was like an ancient war general that resisted Tianming. The 9 spirits of heaven also made their move. Seeing this scene, many people's hearts became excited. This battle was getting more and more exciting. It actually caused so many experts to make their move. Obviously, Lin Ling's crazy rise today had aroused the jealousy and suppression of experts from all sides. Running amok, I can't watch anymore. Lin Ling die. Lord Shanwu, I've been waiting for you. However, to the crowd's surprise, the Fire Cloud Heavenly Emperor, the 9 spirits of heaven, and other experts made their moves. They were not the only ones. The 4 pillars, 8 pillars, Lord Shanwu and Lord Shuwu also made their moves. So your name is Lin Ling. No wonder you're so arrogant. You dared to humiliate me in the past. Now die. How big was the martial stage? How sensational was today's battle? A large number of ancient experts had already come because of the fame. The 10 divine chart kings of Langyou were one of them. He had also made his move because this was the best opportunity to kill Lin Ling. However, as he made his move, the Heaven Touch Great Sage also arrived. The entire profound board martial stage was stirred up at this moment. The ancient martial stage was instantly shattered into pieces. The clash between the ancient experts had even caused many weaker cultivators to fall. Even if they were not killed, they were still severely injured. Rumble. The sky also seemed to be shattered. Treasure lights soared into the sky like a great calamity in the mortal world. In Xianpeng province, more and more cultivators came to the splendid mountain river. They were extremely curious. What's going on? Could it be that the experts from the demon region have invaded? No, I heard that Lin Ling reached the top of the lower profound board and battled with the son of the 8-division Dragon King. They even want to kill him. Now, there are experts with the title of Celestial Emperor, 4 pillars and 8 pillars. The legendary disciples are all participating in the battle. They want to kill Lin Ling. Then isn't Lin Ling doomed? That's not necessarily true. I heard that Lin Ling's call was answered by many experts. More experts have come to support him. Today, the mortal world is surging because of Lin Ling. Many cultivators appeared in the splendid mountain river. They stared at the martial pavilion from the distant mountain peaks. Vaguely, they saw the indifferent youth at the core. Their hearts were filled with shock. Experts from all sides wanted to kill Lin Ling. They used the excuse that Lin Ling had violated the martial pavilion's rules to attack ruthlessly. However, Lin Ling was not alone. He raised his arms and shouted. It was as if he dominated Xianpeng province, and all the experts came out. Boom. Puff. Puff. Rumble. The chaotic battle was getting crazier and crazier. It was as if the heavens were falling and the earth was splitting. More and more experts were involved. Even the 9 Li Divine Mother had appeared. Even the Sword Pavilion and the Xiantian dynasty had arrived. It was as if Xianpeng province had been turned upside down. Of course, experts from the Xianyuan dynasty and Xianhuangdiu had also joined in. Sensation. It was a complete sensation. Everyone had a vague feeling that whether Lin Ling could kill Chao Feng was the key to this battle. At this moment, Lin Ling was still controlling the Fire Dragon King fist. It swept towards Chao Feng. That murderous aura was unprecedentedly firm, and there was a crazy thought in his heart. The battle around him did not affect him at all. Perhaps it could be said that he did not know about the battle outside. He only had one opponent, Chao Feng. What he wanted was not only victory, but also intimidation. He wanted to let everyone know that he, Lin Ling, deserved the title of Celestial Emperor. At the same time, he wanted Luya's life to be endlessly exciting. I admit defeat. My father is the 8-division Dragon King. You really want to kill me? Can't you see that the mortal world is in an uproar because of me? Chapter 1532. Who could save him? Although he was the palace master of the final hall, the people who came out to fight were all heavenly emperors. They were people he had to look up to. He had never thought that he would have such a glorious moment in his life. However, he was even more clear that those people were fighting for Lin Ling. He was just a vase that served as a foil. Rumble. The fire fist was still roaring. The Fire Dragon King was furious at the injustice of the heavens and earth. It continued to sweep towards Chao Feng. Chao Feng's words were not heard by the fire fist. It was determined to kill him. No expert could save him. Save me, father. Qiao Feng's voice became smaller and smaller. In the end, he disappeared under the majestic fire fist. He was killed by a single fist. An ambitious person of a generation, the son of the 8-division Dragon King, fell here. After killing Qiao Feng, Lin Ling's crazy steps finally stopped. His black robe fluttered in the wind. Although it was tattered, it was still arrogant. His long hair fluttered in the wind. He looked around with a cold expression and said, "I won this battle." With this sentence, Lin Ling also announced the end of the battle. He had successfully entered the middle Xian ranking and created a new record. The entire world suddenly became silent. The battles between the experts from all sides had come to an end. The crowd looked at the handsome young man and their hearts surged. Did Lin Ling win in the end? With continuous battles and an injured body, he entered the middle Xian ranking. His cultivation was only at the 2nd layer of the Saint Realm. Amazing! Admirable! Lin Ling is worthy of being called the Emperor's disciple. The people in the distance all expressed their admiration. In their hearts, that seemingly thin and weak body had become stalwart at this moment. Then, everyone saw blood seeping out from the corners of Lin Ling's mouth and his body being burned by mysterious flames. This caused them to guess that Lin Ling must have used some sort of secret technique. He didn't hesitate to sacrifice himself to kill Qiao Feng, and now, the aftereffects had appeared. Lin Ling's body was heavily wounded, and he even seemed to have fainted. What terrifying perseverance! Look, he's still standing there, his arrogance soaring to the sky. Although he was heavily injured and unconscious, in the eyes of the crowd, the young man was still standing. His bones were firm and unyielding, like an indomitable giant. His tattered robe fluttered in the wind like a banner of victory, so dazzling. The entire world continued to be silent. Everyone looked at Lin Ling. Even those who bet on Lin Ling's loss couldn't help but admire Lin Ling's fighting spirit and backbone. Violating the martial pavilion's rules. Just then, a cold shout arose. Like the sun, a ray of golden light shot towards Lin Ling. The moment he attacked, the golden beetles swarmed over as if they were trying to conquer the world. Despicable! Many people shouted angrily. Even the Mystic Origin Realm and Xianhuang Deyu's martial artists couldn't stand it. If the Golden Armor King wanted to kill Lin Ling, he could challenge him openly. Now, he was taking advantage of the fact that Lin Ling had fought more than 10 battles. What was the difference between this and a sneak attack? Moreover, he said that he would represent Xianping Province to punish Lin Ling. Did he have the qualifications to represent Xianping Province? Not good. At this moment, Lady Water Mist and the other experts' expressions changed. They all had their own opponents, so they couldn't split their attention to help Lin Ling. I've been waiting for this moment for a long time. The Golden Armor King's speed was extremely fast. In fact, he had been silent all this time because he wanted everyone to forget about him for a while, and the result was indeed so. Everyone ignored him, so the moment he made his move, everyone couldn't react in time. Moreover, Lin Ling was in a heavily injured state, which was what he wanted to see the most. Because of how terrifying Lin Ling was, he had a strong fear of Lin Ling. Only when Lin Ling was unconscious did he dare to make a move. Golden Armor King, you're shameless! A large number of angry shouts rang out. Another expert had made a move to help. Everyone looked over and saw that it was Duguanlei. However, after he made his move, there were immediately experts who stopped him. From the looks of it, Lin Ling was definitely going to die. Who can stop me? The sneer on the Golden Armor King's face grew thicker and thicker. Had he finally killed Lin Ling? His majestic power was getting closer and closer to Lin Ling. However, at this time, the sound of seawater gushing out could be heard. A figure suddenly appeared in front of the Golden Armor King, forcibly blocking that palm for Lin Ling. Golden Armor King, you dare to touch Lin Ling? Step over my dead body. A violent shout floated out from the newcomer's mouth. Moreover, after being hit by the Golden Armor King's attack, his bones were shattered and he spat out a large amount of blood. However, this person still stood in front of Lin Ling. Venerable Sea Calming. The crowd stared at the fearless figure, their hearts trembling. Today, Lin Ling was like an emperor who had descended. All the generals were supporting him, not hesitating to give up their lives for him. It made people feel as if their blood was boiling. Venerable Sea Calming. The Golden Armor King also roared. At the most critical moment, this Venerable Sea Calming had actually stopped him. How hateful! Die! The Golden Armor King definitely wouldn't miss such a good opportunity. If Venerable Sea Calming dared to stop him, then he would kill him. However, at this moment, a cold voice rang out, "Golden Armor King, scram." The voice wasn't loud, but it carried an indescribable pressure. After hearing it, the Golden Armor King's expression changed drastically. His gaze passed through Venerable Sea Calming and landed on the indifferent youth behind him. He immediately discovered that Lin Ling had already opened his eyes. His eyes were emotionless and indifferent. At this moment, the Golden Armor King was actually so afraid that he didn't dare to move. He was somewhat afraid. How majestic! Just one look and the Golden Armor King doesn't dare to move. Lin Ling really is like an emperor today. The crowd stared at the indifferent Lin Ling in shock. Golden Armor King, don't be frightened by Lin Ling's aura. The Lin Ling right now has no strength left. At this moment, Lord Shan Wu's anxious voice rang out. He was angry and sullen. This was such a good opportunity, but the Golden Armor King was actually so scared that he didn't dare to move. The dignified Langya 10th Palace Master was a disgrace. So that's how it is. Lin Ling, die for me. The Golden Armor King was stunned for a moment before he immediately reacted. As if he had been humiliated, he attacked again. Enough. Could it be that the infighting in the human world will never stop? A faintly discernible voice suddenly rang out. The light of treasures soared into the sky, and an indescribable pressure pressed down on the Golden Armor King. It was as if there were countless hands pulling at the Golden Armor King, causing him to be unable to move. His face was filled with shock. Who was this expert this time? The crowd was also frightened. Today, all the hidden dragons and crouching tigers in the human world seemed to have surfaced for Lin Ling. They looked around and saw a blue-robed youth standing quietly not far away. He was like a passerby watching everything, but his eyes were cold and domineering. It's him, the mysterious youth Gan Liangping, the first on the lower Xian ranking. Chapter 1533. Unyielding Xuanyuan Jiuhun and the rest of the peerless geniuses squinted. The young man's background was mysterious, and he had been keeping a low profile in the mortal world. However, no one knew how strong he was. He was like the clouds in the sky, ethereal and otherworldly. However, they could roughly estimate his strength. It was likely that the young man could easily rank himself at the top of the intermediate Xian ranking. "Piss off," said the young man in blue clothes indifferently. He didn't pay attention to the astonished gazes of the people around him. Boom boom boom. In the eyes of the Golden Armor King, the heavens and earth disappeared. All that was left was a pitch-black fish that seemed to be formed from primal chaos. The black fish opened its mouth wide, and within its mouth were endless white bones, ghosts, and gloomy coldness that ruled over everything. The Golden Armor King coughed up blood. The crowd was astonished. That mysterious young man was so strong. Even Princess Wuxia frowned. She hadn't thought that the mysterious young man would be so strong. However, when she looked at him carefully, the mysterious young man disappeared without a trace. It was as if he had just helped Lin Ling block a powerful attack. After that, it had nothing to do with him anymore. However, it was enough for him to block the attack once. Because none of the experts present dared to attack Lin Ling at this moment. They were all intimidated. Princess Wuxia was the only one who could. "I don't have any enmity with you, but I don't like what I say. If other people disagree, I won't kill you, but I will make you pay a price," said Princess Wuxia. She took a step forwards and flames appeared. The sky was burning. "Princess of the Hua clan, Xianping province can be dealt with by us. If you want to be arrogant, you can go to Champion University." As soon as Princess Wuxia finished talking, another strong cultivator appeared in the sky. An endless amount of swords intertwined, cutting the sky and the earth. A man with his hands clasped behind his back appeared indifferently in front of everybody. Everybody lowered their heads when he glanced at them. It was as if they were looking at an emperor. Tiandi had arrived. At this moment, many people's hearts trembled again and gradually became numb. Lin Ling raised his arms and shouted as if he was the ruler of the Xianping region. So many strong cultivators had come to kill him, but they had all failed. Consider yourself lucky. Princess Firecloud's pretty face turned ugly. She glared at Lin Ling on the ground and shouted in a tender voice. Unhindered Heaven Emperor also knew that Flaming Cloud's Heaven Emperor didn't dare to be arrogant. He also looked at Lin Ling and couldn't help but smile. Impressive, truly impressive. He had actually entered the intermediate Xian ranking and defeated the immortal Spring Flood Dragon King. The speed of his growth was beyond imagination. He clearly knew that Lin Ling had only been a mortal sovereign's disciple for half a month. Gold Armor King, if you had a fair fight with Lin Ling, I wouldn't have stopped you. However, you only dare to attack when Lin Ling is seriously injured. Don't you think it's embarrassing? His voice was calm, but it was as sharp as a sword, causing the Golden Armor King's face to turn ashen. He coughed out another mouthful of blood. His heart burned with anger. How could this be? Such a good opportunity, but he still couldn't kill Lin Ling. How could Lin Ling summon so many experts? Do you have anything else to say? Unhindered Heaven Emperor said again, causing the Golden Armor King to shake his head. What else could he say? Wait, leave him to me. At this time, Lin Ling's voice floated in the air. Although he was seriously injured, his eyes were still shining with arrogance. All right, you have a battle between you. Then let's end it all. Unhindered Heaven Emperor nodded. I'm very sorry that I made you lose money. Moreover, you want me to die. Unfortunately, you will be disappointed. Just wait, when I become stronger, it will be your end. Lin Ling was still standing there like a pine tree. He glanced at the crowd with a cold smile on his face. Golden Armor King, Nine Li Holy Mother, Lord Shan Wu, Tian Ming, and the others, he remembered all of them. Boom. Those who wanted to kill Lin Ling were now filled with fear. Although Lin Ling couldn't shake them at the moment, they were still afraid because with Lin Ling's growth, it wouldn't be difficult for him to surpass them. Lord Shuiwu, keep the bet. Let's go. Lin Ling shouted again and walked away step by step. However, everyone could see that he was seriously injured and every step was extremely difficult for him to take. Lin Ling, I'll help you, Gendosa hurriedly said. No need. No matter how serious my injuries are, I won't embarrass myself in front of them. Lin Ling shook his head and continued to move forward. Every step he took left a shocking trail of blood. However, Lin Ling didn't seem to feel it and continued to move forward. Although he was injured, it didn't mean that his backbone was injured. He didn't need anyone to help him. What a tough guy. He would rather suffer pain than show weakness in front of the enemy. This backbone is tough enough. The crowd in the distance whispered to themselves. Today, it was obvious that Lin Ling's martial stage was the only one left. Lin Ling not only rose in Xianping province, but also in the three mysteries of the mortal world. Although Lin Ling wasn't the strongest at the moment, the three mysteries of the mortal world knew that there was a peerless genius in Xianping province. Looking at the arrogant young man, the unhindered Heaven Emperor shook his head and smiled. What a stubborn guy. Get lost. When Lin Ling left the broken martial stage, Tao Xian and the disciples of the Shiman Si were standing in front of him. Lin Ling didn't even look at them and spoke in a cold voice. So many people are watching and you want us to get lost? Tao Xian and the others looked extremely ugly. If you don't get lost, die. Lin Ling's voice was cold and emotionless. He finally raised his head and looked at them. With just a glance, the disciples of the Renhuang realm trembled. Even though Lin Ling was severely injured, they didn't know why, but when they looked at each other, they didn't dare to go against Lin Ling. Therefore, they quickly moved out of the way. Those disciples of the Renhuang realm wanted to compete with Lin Ling. Now, with just one sentence from Lin Ling, they have to obediently move out of the way. How embarrassing! Many people shook their heads. As expected, dragons don't coexist with snakes. No wonder the 9 spirits of heaven and the other peerless geniuses looked down on Tao Xian and the others. The scene before them had proven everything. Tao Xian and the others were trembling in anger. They wanted to say something, but they didn't dare to. They could only watch as Lin Ling walked past them and gradually disappeared into the distance. I'm looking forward to the day when Lin Ling reaches the top of the middle Xian ranking. At that time, he will truly be the ruler of the world. Many people murmured to themselves as they watched the proud figure walking further and further away. Lin Ling defeated the immortal Spring WRM King. His current strength has already reached the level of the Langya Tenhalls. However, the Langya Tenhalls have different levels of strength too. His strength hasn't caught up to mine yet. Not bad at all. As expected of someone who came from the outside world like me. In a villa in the faraway Xianpeng province, a young man said with a smile. He was the first hall of the unfettered 10 halls, Prince Unfettered. This person had met Lin Ling once at the star-plucking Violet Palace. At that time, he already felt that Lin Ling was extraordinary, and the result had proven everything. However, as someone who came from the outside world, he was eager to see if Lin Ling was stronger or if he was stronger. Chapter 1534. Fiend God Overlord Body 5th layer. Many people couldn't help but look forward to it. If given more time, it wouldn't be difficult for Lin Ling to become a heavenly emperor. Soon after, many people thought of the bet and began to laugh. Golden Armor King, Lord Mountain Mist, and the others must have lost a lot of money. Not only did they lose all their wealth, but they also had to watch Lin Ling grow and surpass them step by step. At this moment, Lin Ling was seriously injured. He didn't go to the 7 Emperors' Heaven, but instead went to the Rainforest's Sacred Land. Behind him, Lord Watamist and the other experts were shocked as they stared at Lin Ling's back. After Lin Ling returned to the Rainforest's Sacred Land, everyone began to worry. This was the first time they had seen Lin Ling so seriously injured. My lord, what happened? You lost a lot of blood. With every step he takes, I can hear the sound of bones breaking. Many people were worried. However, Ancestor Extreme Flame and the others knew that Lin Ling was only seriously injured and his life wasn't in danger. At this time, a large number of experts appeared. They were the Unhindered Heavenly Emperor, the Space-Time Heavenly Emperor, and the 9 Spirits of Heaven. Lin Ling, this is your bet with Golden Armor King. Also, you completed the mission on the mission board. The 7 Emperors world rewarded you with half Saint's essence. The Unhindered Heavenly Emperor threw a green ring to Lin Ling. Lin Ling smiled. His bitter battle had finally paid off. Then, Lin Ling handed some half Saint's essence to Venerable Sea Calming. He knew that Venerable Sea Calming had blocked the attack for him at a critical moment. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Venerable Sea Calming was also seriously injured and couldn't speak. He just accepted it with a smile. Everyone looked at the 2 seriously injured people and knew how intense the battle was. Grandpa, everyone, this time I will cultivate for several days. Lin Ling smiled and looked at everyone. After saying this, he immediately went to cultivate. Lord Watamist and the others nodded and didn't leave. They stayed behind to protect this place. This half-saint's essence is really rare. However, this harvest is enough for me to break through. Heading towards the cultivation land that belonged to him, Lin Ling said with a smile. He recalled the battle previously and could not help sighing emotionally. With his current strength, the entire mortal realm was ranked at the top already. However, the great battle previously, there were crouching tigers and hidden dragons, letting Lin Ling know that the mortal realm's heavenly emperor powerhouses were more than he imagined. Who is that blue rogue youth? He's so powerful. The only thing I can't see through is him, as if he's an otherworldly being. Fire Cloud Celestial Emperor, Princess of the Fire Clan. There are many strong cultivators in Champion University too. Lin Ling continued. Not only was he not pressured, but his blood was boiling. Experts were lonely. If there were too few experts, Lin Ling would feel lonely. However, the more experts there were, the more fighting spirit Lin Ling had. In the previous battle, Lin Ling was unyielding and arrogant. He was telling the experts of the mortal world that he, Lin Ling, was also qualified to step into the circle of experts. "Your Majesty, this time, you were injured at the right time," said Mr. Z at that moment. Lin Ling's eyes twinkled. This was the most serious injury he had ever suffered in his life, and surprisingly, it was the right time. His bones were broken, his flesh and blood had melted. If the godly demon overlord body wasn't so strong, he would have been paralyzed already. The godly demon overlord body, the bones are broken, the blood is melted, the flesh is melted, and in addition to the half-saint's essence, reaching the fifth layer is not difficult. Originally, the fifth layer of the godly demon overlord body required the body to break 5 times and be reborn. Only then could the godly demon overlord body descend. Lin Ling took a deep breath. As expected, the fifth layer was difficult. "Your Majesty, some of your injuries were caused by the Blood King, some by the immortal Spring Flood Dragon King, but most of them were caused by the Yellow Springs Flame," said Mr. Z. The Yellow Springs Flame was worthy of being called a godly flame. Even though Lin Ling had only used a little bit of it, it was still terrifying. If he had used 10% of it, Lin Ling's body would have been burned to ashes. Lin Ling also felt a lingering fear. The Yellow Springs Flame, a godly talent, was so terrifying. "Next, it's better to increase my strength." Lin Ling knew that if he wanted to completely control the Yellow Springs Flame, his physical body would have to be even more powerful. In the 4th layer of the Purple Mansion realm, in the Purgatory world, Lin Ling floated there and began to think about the cultivation method of the godly demon overlord body. Buzz. Buzz. At the same time, heavenly books descended from the sky. They were all the collections of the great Emperor Zhai Xing. The heavenly books surrounded Lin Ling and began to be used by Lin Ling for cultivation. The advantage of the Purple Mansion realm was to increase Lin Ling's cultivation speed. Its auxiliary effect was extremely strong. The heavenly books were like bubbles that enveloped Lin Ling with the majesty of an emperor. Around the Purgatory world, the souls of the former generals of the star-picking nation all prostrated themselves in worship. The sound of bones breaking could be heard from the sky, and it made one's heart tremble with fear. At the same time, a dense rain of blood fell from the sky. It was a ghastly sight. At this moment, Lin Ling was going through the body-shattering stage. He was shattering all the small worlds and awakening more small worlds. The human bones had the most small worlds, so they were about to shatter. His blood was like the Milky Way, and the small worlds were about to shatter. His internal organs rumbled like thunder and were also shattering at this moment. The pain during this process was indescribable. However, within the heavenly book bubble, Lin Ling stood there with a cold expression on his face. He had cultivated for an unknown number of years, and with the reincarnation cycle, the pain of his physical body could no longer affect him. He looked like he was in his 20s, but with the years of cultivation in the Purple Mansion realm, he was much older than that. "It's shattering very quickly." Lin Ling stretched out his right hand. His right hand had already turned into bones. His 5 bony fingers looked ferocious and terrifying, but they also carried a sharp killing intent. "Your Majesty, you have to shatter your body 5 times this time." Elder Z sighed at Lin Ling's perseverance and reminded him at the same time. The 5th stage of physical strength, the power of 10 universes, and the talent has reached the 10th grade of the profound rank. There will be one more divine ability. Space. Lin Ling muttered to himself as if he knew something. The Fiend God Overlord physique was the space distortion, then the space separation, and then Lin Ling comprehended the empty sword. Now, this comprehension was getting stronger and stronger. An illusion appeared in Lin Ling's mind. A void storm appeared, constantly exploding, and it was earth-shattering. Then it fused together. The void was the most mysterious thing. It was comprehended by Saint Realm experts, so many late Saint Realm experts had martial arts that could distort space. However, above that, it seemed to be shattering. That's right, shattering the void. A punch and a palm, a word and a smile, shattering the void. And this was the power of the 5th stage, Heaven Lifting Cauldron. What a domineering name. Its power was not weak, as if it was lifting a cauldron and breaking the sky. This was also a Saint Rune martial art, the source of martial arts, but it was related to the space domain. Ka-ka-ka. The sound of bones shattering continued for a total of 5 times. A large amount of precious half-saint's essence flowed out, as if it was a small pool. If it was placed in the 7 emperors' heavens, it would be enough to make all the disciples' eyes red with envy. The precious half-saint's essence wrapped around Lin Ling, raising Lin Ling's strength in 3 aspects. His soul power slowly increased from the 122nd stage to the 125th stage. Chapter 1535. Increase in Strength Rumble. Almost at the same time, Lin Ling broke through and stepped into the 3rd level of the Saint Realm, greatly increasing his strength. Rumble. The celestial demon overlord body had reached the 5th layer, giving him a 10th grade Xian immortal body. After an unknown period of time, the heavenly book of the sky exploded, and Lin Ling walked out from it. He was completely naked. He was tall and slender, and his muscles were not explosive. Instead, they were streamlined as if they were carved. His eyes were deep and sharp, like an unsheathed sword. Congratulations, Your Majesty, your strength has increased greatly. Elder Z immediately appeared and yelled in joy. With so much half-saint's essence, if I still can't increase my strength, then I don't need to cultivate anymore. Lin Ling said with a smile. He did not encounter any difficulties in his cultivation this time. With the huge amount of resources, his strength had finally increased. Suddenly, Lin Ling's heart was filled with a sense of heroism. Now, it would be even easier for him to become one of the 10 unfettered halls. Elder Z, how long have I been cultivating? After a long time, Lin Ling withdrew his excitement and asked with a smile. Your Majesty, 25 years. Elder Z said bluntly. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. As expected, as one's strength increased, the time needed to cultivate would also increase. Of course, the reason why Lin Ling took so long was because the celestial demon overlord body was too difficult to improve. If it were other peerless geniuses, they would not take so long. Of course, there were pros and cons. At the same level, their strength was not comparable to Lin Ling's. 25 days have passed in the outside world. There are only a few days left until a month. Lin Ling nodded and took a step forward, leaving the Purple Palace. At this moment, the sacred rainforest was as lively as usual. Everyone was extremely excited when Lin Ling returned. Every time Lin Ling went out to fight, they would tremble with fear. Fortunately, Lin Ling was always able to overcome the danger and return safely. Sometimes, they would wonder if their home would still be safe if the flag was gone one day. Master! Lin Ling. When Lin Ling came out, everyone greeted him respectfully. Have your injuries healed? Lord Watermist had been guarding the rainforest's sacred land. When he saw Lin Ling, he was shocked. It's just a minor injury. Lin Ling quickly bowed and smiled. Lady Watermist knew that he was injured, so she had been guarding him all this time. He would remember this favor. Minor injuries? At that time, you only had half your life left. If it was someone else, they would have died long ago. You're really a freak. Lord Watermist couldn't help but helplessly shake his head. He couldn't see through Lin Ling anymore. In the past, he was above Lin Ling, but now, not only was he treating Lin Ling as an equal, he even felt like he was looking up to Lin Ling. How is Venerable C calming? Lin Ling asked again. He's fine now, but he still needs some time to recover. After all, it's already quite lucky that he didn't die from Golden Armor King's all-out attack. Lady Watermist shook her head. Golden Armor King. Lin Ling's eyes turned ice-cold, revealing a cold glint. He had to settle his grudge with the Golden Armor King. However, although he had reached the height of the Langya 10 halls, it would be difficult for him to kill the Golden Armor King. This was because he was only on par with the Golden Armor King. Even if he could kill the Golden Armor King, he would need to go all out. This wasn't what Lin Ling wanted to see. He wanted to crush Golden Armor King. If I have more half-saint's essence, my strength can increase by another 10%. As long as my soul power reaches level 130, it should be enough. Lin Ling thought to himself. He walked side by side with Lord Watermist, chatting as they walked. They were talking about the title of Celestial Emperor. Those powerful celestial emperors were extremely powerful, even more powerful than Lord Watermist. They were already standing at the peak of Xianpeng province. It would be very difficult for Lord Watermist to become a celestial emperor in this lifetime. It would be harder than ascending to heaven. Therefore, she could only place her hopes on Lin Ling. Lin Ling, during the 20 days you were in seclusion, the major forces of Xianpeng province fought. Among them, Lord Watermist betrayed the Black-White Dao Palace and formed his own sect. Langya and the Carefree 10 Temples also fought. Those temple masters are crazily clashing. The Universal Grand Ceremony is about to begin. Lady Watermist continued to speak, causing Lin Ling to become interested. Currently, he was already a disciple of the 7 Emperors' Heaven, so the matters of the Heaven and Earth Halls had nothing to do with him. However, he was still curious about the Heaven and Earth Grand Ceremony. I heard that the Universal and Kuan temples are going to be reshuffled and even unified. Lord Watermist sighed. It was like this before becoming a disciple of the 7 Emperors. In a clash between strong forces, one could turn into ashes at any time. However, it was different after becoming a disciple of the 7 Emperors. Even the 4 pillars and 8 pillars wouldn't dare to provoke them. This also meant that if Xianpeng province were to be reshuffled, no one would dare to provoke the Rainforest Holy Land. If you encounter something you can't solve, Lord Watermist can come find me at any time. Lin Ling said to Lord Watermist. He didn't fear the Universal Grand Ceremony. No matter how chaotic the outside world was, as long as they didn't provoke Lin Ling, it would be fine. If someone overestimated themselves, then Lin Ling wouldn't mind killing them and even the powers behind them. Subordinate greets Lord. Lord. Lord is here. Lord. As he walked forward, the people of the Starry Sky Left Court Palace and the Flaming Right Court Palace all bowed towards Lin Ling. Lord Watermist's eyes lit up. Lin Ling's 2 factions were very good. They were all transcendents, and their talents had already surpassed the Sea Calming Realm. They were comparable to the geniuses of the Black-White Dao Palace. This was also a massive faction. It could be called a true powerhouse. Lord Watermist never imagined that Lin Ling had secretly raised such a faction. Your bitter cultivation should come to an end. Xianpeng Province's Universal Grand Ceremony is about to begin. The powerhouses of Heaven and Earth Palaces will be reshuffled. You can take advantage of this reshuffle to go out and gain experience. At the same time, you can help the Sea Calming Heavenly Palace and the Black-White Dao Palace. Lin Ling looked at these people. His words caused the eyes of these geniuses to narrow. They were in Xianpeng Province and naturally knew that a great calamity was about to befall the world. The Universal Grand Ceremony was about to begin, and at this time, the various regions of Xianpeng Province, super sects, and inheritance dynasties were all on guard. But in the words of Lord Lin Ling, this was only an opportunity for them to gain experience. As expected of the Lord, many people secretly admired him. This was their true leader. Others feared the great calamity of the world, but Lin Ling simply turned a blind eye to it. Of course, if there are any factions that don't have eyes and dare to provoke you, you can directly exterminate them. Lin Ling added. Good. We definitely won't lose face for the Lord. The people of the Starry Left Court Palace and the Blazing Right Court Palace all shouted out, their fighting spirit soaring. They became increasingly excited. It was good to have such a powerful backer. Lord Watermist bitterly smiled. During the Universal Grand Ceremony, even the 4 pillars and 8 pillars could be replaced by other powerhouses. They still had to be careful. But in Lin Ling's words, if a god blocked his path, he would kill a god. If a Buddha blocked his path, he would destroy a Buddha. How domineering was that? However, while he was surprised, he also felt a deep sense of excitement. With a thick thigh like Lin Ling, their Black-White Dao Palace didn't need to fear him. Lin Ling is becoming stronger and stronger. Chapter 1536. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios back to the 7 Emperors Sky, but now, the wheel of heaven and earth remained unchanged. 10 years of peace, 10 years of madness. For their own interests, for their own safety, and for various reasons, countless experts started another war. The result of the war was that the strong survived and the weak were eliminated. However, in this war, Lin Ling was no longer a pushover. He could dominate everything. Whoever dared to provoke him would be eliminated. They even felt that they should be thanking the heavens that Lord Lin Ling didn't destroy the other factions. Go! Lin Ling waved his hand. Indeed, he didn't destroy the other factions because he didn't have the time. It wasn't because he couldn't do it. Lord Shui Wu, this is the first time they are training in Xianping province. Please lead them. Lin Ling said to Shui Wu. All right. Lady Watermist naturally nodded happily. After everyone left, Lin Ling walked forward and finally arrived at a small courtyard. Brother Lin Ling. Lin Ling. This small courtyard was very quiet. Usually, only Lin Ling's mother, Emon Yenshin, Elder Tai Yin, and Yumun Yun would come here. It was colder here and the yin qi was very dense. A huge locust tree was planted on the ground. Yin qi was rolling. 2 souls stood under the locust tree, smiling at Lin Ling. They were Xiao Yun and the second dream. How have you been? Lin Ling smiled when he saw them. Very good, Aunt Yenshin. Grandpa Yin and the rest often come to visit us. We are very happy. Before Xiao Yun could say anything, the second dream said with a smile. She was different from the past. She was no longer lonely. Instead, she was as cheerful and lively as an ordinary girl. This was because she had no friends in the past, and everyone was using her. However, in this place there was only family and sincere care. She cherished all of this very much. She had been a lonely soul for 100 lifetimes, and the heavens and earth could not tolerate her. Now, she finally had everything, and all of this was brought by this man. He stepped into the yellow springs, entered the cycle of reincarnation, and brought them out to defy the heavens and change their fates. To be able to meet such a man in this lifetime, they had no regrets in life. That's right. Sister Yumun Yun burns incense for me to eat every day. Xiao Yun happily laughed. They did not have powerful souls, so they needed incense to refine their souls. That's great. Lin Ling nodded happily, as if the load on his mind could finally be lifted. By the way, other than singing, I'm also very good at cooking. If there's a chance, I'll cook for you. You'll definitely be full of praises. The second dream smiled. Her smile was very beautiful. She was originally a peerless beauty, it was just that she was a bit too cold in the past. Hearing you say that, I'm looking forward to it even more. I want to have a restaurant. Lin Ling couldn't help but laugh. Seeing that the second dream could be opened up, he was even happier. However, looking at the second dream and Xiao Yun, he felt a little regretful. Although the second dream and Xiao Yun were very happy, they were still ghosts after all. They could not enjoy the sunlight like ordinary people and could only hide in dark places. By the way, I saw that little girl, the fire spirit princess. If the second dream's soul returns, then you can also enjoy the sunlight like ordinary people. Lin Ling suddenly thought of something. The fire spirit princess. The second dream also knew that her other soul had entered the cycle of reincarnation and became the fire spirit princess. However, she's already a complete person. If I join her, it will only disrupt her life. That doesn't seem too good. The second dream shook her head. Sister, the second dream, she's you and you're her. What would disrupt your life? I think if the fire spirit princess knew about this, she would definitely want to merge with you because that's also her life. Xiao Yun did not agree with the second dream statement because if it were her, she would also want to know about her past life and make her soul more perfect. The second dream wanted to say something, but in the end, she did not speak. The fire spirit princess was like a sister to her. They were like one body. Naturally, she would not want to separate them. However, that little girl is quite naughty. If I want to bring her to see you, I'm afraid it will take some effort. Lin Ling recalled. In his memory, the fire spirit princess was domineering and willful. Before he could convince her, she would not come to the sacred rainforest. Brother Lin Ling, what should we do? Xiao Yun was a little anxious. It's okay. She's just a little girl. If she doesn't listen to me, I'll smack her butt. Don't worry, I'll bring her here. Lin Ling said with a smile. If you smack her butt, isn't that the same as smacking the second dream's butt? Brother Lin Ling, you're so naughty. Xiao Yun was stunned for a moment. Then she giggled. The second dream was stunned and her face turned red. Lin Ling was a little embarrassed. He only treated the fire spirit princess as a child. That was why he said something so careless. Who knew that he would be teasing the second dream? Okay, I'll leave first. The next time I see the fire spirit princess, I'll bring her here. Of course, if she refuses, I'll smack her butt. Lin Ling waved his hand and left. At the same time he said this, Xiao Yun laughed even louder. The second dream frowned. She did not expect her old enemy to be so frivolous. Brother Lin Ling is a good person. Yes, Xiao Yun. He will definitely find a body for you. When that time comes, we can be together with Aunt Nianchen, Grandpa and Meng Yun. The locust tree was still swaying with the wind. The leaves rustled. Under the huge tree, two ghosts were holding hands. They looked into the distance with anticipation. They also wanted to enjoy the sunshine. At this moment, Lin Ling had already left the sacred rainforest and was heading towards the Seven Emperors' world. His strength was still lacking. Therefore, he had to accept more missions on the mission board. Of course, it was time for his battle with the demonic Bone King to end. This Lin Ling is really powerful. After becoming a human sovereign's disciple for half a month, his strength has already reached the level of the 10 halls of Xianxia. Yes, I heard that during the Xian ranking battle, all the elites of the human realm came out. Some wanted to kill Lin Ling, but there were also many people who supported Lin Ling. What a pity! We missed such an exciting scene. In the 4 mountains of the Seven Emperors' world, the disciples were discussing. They did not expect the new disciple, Lin Ling, to be so powerful. And in the East Mountain, on a mountain peak, a tall man stood there quietly, staring into the distance. He was the first king of the East Mountain, the demonic Bone King. Senior brother, Lin Ling's reputation has risen. Many people have heard of him among the 3 great legends of the human realm. Behind the demonic Bone King, several disciples said respectfully, "Yes, only then can he be my opponent." The demonic Bone King stretched out his right hand and clenched his fist. His bones crackled, filled with excitement and battle intent. Lin Ling was more powerful than he had imagined. However, Lin Ling could reach the level of the 10 halls of Xianxia. This was not enough to make him afraid. On the contrary, he was looking forward to the battle with Lin Ling. As long as he defeated Lin Ling, his position as the first king of the East Mountain would be even more stable. As for the level of the 10 halls of Xianxia, the first king of the East Mountain had also reached that level, so there was nothing to be afraid of. Lin Ling is back. At this time, a disciple said to the demonic Bone King, full of excitement. They obviously knew the strength of the demonic Bone King, so they were looking forward to the battle between Lin Ling and the demonic Bone King. The news spread out mightily. Sure enough, not long after, Lin Ling's figure appeared under the Seven Emperors' world. Senior brother Lin Ling. Greetings, senior brother. Chapter 1537. War Demon Bone King. This was the reality of this world. As long as one was strong enough, even the noble disciples would lower their proud heads. Lin Ling. At the same time, Tao Xian and the other disciples of the Xianxia were also shocked when they saw the black-robed young man walking towards them. The one who had arrived at this moment was none other than Lin Ling. His gaze did not pay any attention to the surrounding disciples. Instead, he indifferently glanced at Tao Xian and coldly and domineeringly spat out, "Scram." These 2 words were filled with deep contempt, causing Tao Xian and the others' eyes to narrow. Lin Ling was crushing them again. The surrounding disciples had never imagined that Lin Ling would be so arrogant. He had just returned and he had directly told Tao Xian to scram. Many gazes instantly turned to Tao Xian. However, under the gazes of the crowd, Tao Xian and the others' faces turned malevolent. In the end, they lowered their heads, not daring to meet Lin Ling's gaze, and slowly left. Senior martial brother Tao Xian and the others really left. Everyone's hearts exploded. They never thought that Tao Xian would be so afraid of Lin Ling. At this moment, Lin Ling was slowly advancing. Finally, he stopped at the foot of the floating mountain and stood there quietly without saying a word. Many people were suddenly curious. What was Lin Ling going to do? Could it be that he's waiting for the Devil Bone King's battle? That's definitely the case. A month's time is up and Lin Ling is coming. Lin Ling defeated the immortal Spring WRM King. His strength can be ranked among the unfettered 10 palaces, but so can East Mountain's first king. This battle will definitely be exciting. Many people were excited, their blood boiling. One was the #1 king of the Eastern Mountain, the overlord among the peerless geniuses, who had ruled the Eastern Mountain for a year. The other was a monster who had just risen, who had shown his talent in just a month. Whoever won and who lost would be the true #1 king of the Eastern Mountain. Get the Devil Bone King over here. At this time, Lin Ling's voice floated over. He seemed to be impatient, so he asked his disciples to invite the Devil Bone King. This, senior brother Lin Ling, my strength is not as good as his, so I can't invite him. Moreover, I don't know if the Devil Bone King dares to fight. A disciple nervously replied. If I want him to fight, he will fight. Lin Ling said indifferently, with an incomparable domineering aura. If they wanted him to fight, he would fight. Boom. A month ago, the Devil Bone King had challenged Lin Ling to a battle with Tao Xian, and he was just as domineering. If he wanted him to fight, he would fight. But now, the stage had changed, and the one forcing the Devil Bone King to battle was Lin Ling. You've got guts. I thought you'd wait for me to challenge you. In the end, you challenged me first. At this moment, a majestic voice finally drifted over from the sky. Demonic chi rippled, and killing intent overflowed to the heavens. The Devil Bone King is here. The crowd became even more expectant. Was the peak battle about to begin? On top of each mountain peak, the various top disciples also quietly arrived. Their faces were cold as they waited for this battle. In the Eastern Mountain, the Eastern Mountain Four Poison appeared. Each of the beauties looked at Lin Ling. They did not expect Lin Ling to come after a month. As for Lin Ling's recent fame, they knew that Lin Ling's strength was not any weaker than the Devil Bone King, and he might even win. Eastern Mountain's #1 king, Earth Grade 1 talent, 5th layer saint. Lin Ling, Yellow Grade 10 talent, seems to be 3rd layer saint. Lin Ling's cultivation realm is rising so fast. Many heavenly emperors also appeared, watching from afar. For this battle, I bet on the Devil Bone King. Is that so? I think you're just jealous of Lin Ling's rapid rise. In any case, I bet on Lin Ling winning. No matter what, Lin Ling is also a disciple of the 7 emperors. Interesting, then let's wait and see. Each of the titled Heavenly Emperor powerhouses had their own views. This battle, who would win and who would lose, was currently 50-50. Under everyone's gaze, the Devil Bone King walked down from the sky. Every step he took was like a giant walking forward. He said indifferently, "You are quite trustworthy, but for this battle, there shouldn't be any heavenly emperors backing you." His voice carried boundless dominance, representing the Devil Bone King's confidence. Although Lin Ling's strength had increased greatly, he believed that defeating Lin Ling would not be difficult. At most, the process would be a little troublesome. Let's fight. However, Lin Ling's expression was extremely calm. His black robe fluttered in the wind, and his indifferent voice floated out. After dealing with you, I still have to go to the mission board. Hearing this, the demonic Bone King's eyes narrowed. Lin Ling was so confident? One had to know that he should be the one who was confident. Good. A scholar who has been away for 3 days must be looked at with new eyes. Since you want to fight so much, within 100 moves, I will defeat you. The Devil Bone King was so angry that he laughed. Although he was confident that he would win, he no longer underestimated Lin Ling. Who knew that Lin Ling was underestimating him? 100 moves, is that okay? The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. The Devil Bone King was indeed very confident. They looked at Lin Ling, but Lin Ling slowly pulled out his sword and stabbed it into the ground. His voice was deafening. I don't have that much time to play with you. Let's finish it in 5 moves. Boom. As soon as those words fell, all the disciples widened their eyes. Even the titled heavenly emperors were the same. They thought that Lin Ling would also use 100 moves as a standard to defeat the Devil Bone King. Who knew that Lin Ling would be even bolder? I don't have time to play with you. You're not qualified to do that. Devil Bone 9 Heavens, 3 Bone Rain. The Devil Bone King was so angry that his entire body trembled. It had been a long time since he had seen such an arrogant fellow. Chi. At the same time, the demonic rain in the sky rippled and fell to the ground. A black light flashed and on the ground, a demonic god appeared. Its entire body was covered in black demonic bones. Its flesh and blood had disappeared. It was as if it was a devil bone giant. This skeleton was clearly not a human skeleton. It was as if it was formed from the bones of a dragon, Qilin, Ox King, and Lion Emperor. Clearly, the Devil Bone King was enraged and was ready to attack. What a terrifying pressure! Many people sucked in a breath of cold air. That huge monster was the Devil Bone King? Eat my fist! On the ground, the sound of demonic energy rippling floated out, shaking the earth like thunder. 100-meter-long skeletal arm fiercely slapped towards Lin Ling. The wind and clouds billowed and engulfed the earth. Moreover, a large number of black bone fragments swept out like blades, cutting through everything. Some disciples were unable to react in time and were cut by the black bone fragments. Their arms were immediately severed and blood splattered everywhere. This great law cuts through everything. Even more disciples said with solemn expressions. Being in the midst of the locust-like black bone fragments, anyone would probably die. I said I would defeat you in 500 moves. When the crowd heard this, it was clear that the Devil Bone King was still determined to defeat Lin Ling in 500 moves. Rumble! The terrifying bone fist rushed towards Lin Ling. Moreover, the black bone fragments cut through the heaven and earth, submerging Lin Ling in an instant. Lin Ling shouldn't be defeated like this, right? Many people muttered to themselves, but they also felt that it was possible because Lin Ling was too arrogant, so arrogant that he couldn't see himself clearly. Arrogant soldiers were bound to be defeated, especially when facing an opponent of similar strength. Arrogance was a great taboo. I'll have to trouble you to use your true strength. However, at this moment, within the endless black bone fragments, the Flame Dragon King roared and rushed towards the heaven and earth. The black bone robes were all swept away. This was the great law of fire. Moreover, the Flame Dragon King hovered in the sky and rushed down to the ground. The moment the youth on the ground encountered fire, he seemed to have transformed into a real Flame Dragon King. Rumble! A fist smashed out. The fiery fist was like a mountain, colliding with the bone fist. With a loud bang, the Devil Bone King's fist exploded. Powerful! Chapter 1538. Crushing the Demonic Bone King. No wonder you're so confident. Martial origin, not bad, but I have it too. Not far away, the Demonic Bone King's skull let out a hoarse voice. He punched out again, tearing the world apart. Demonic Bone 9 Heavens, 6th Heavens Bone Flaming Sky. Boom! Terrifying flames erupted. The Demonic Bone King's innate talent was indeed powerful. His Earth-grade innate talent seemed to have devoured all kinds of demonic creatures, turning the world into a demonic domain. A large number of flaming demonic creatures crawled out from the ground. Some were demonic Kirins, some were three-headed demonic wolves. The most terrifying thing was that these demonic creatures were all in the form of black skeletons, tall and majestic. Demonic bones burned by the flames of the demonic domain do not fear the 5 elements: thunder, fire, and wind. Each demonic creature is comparable to a 4th-stage saint. Lin Ling, if this is all you have, then you should admit defeat. Countless skeletal demonic creatures strode forward, sweeping towards Lin Ling. The scene was extremely spectacular. Interesting innate talent. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. The Demonic Bone King's innate talent was indeed powerful. Its black skeleton was neither metal nor wood, and the skeletal demonic creatures were also very ferocious. If the immortal Spring Flood Dragon King was here, his Black Flood Dragon King might not be able to block these skeletal demonic creatures. However, it was only the immortal Spring Flood Dragon King that couldn't face them. It didn't mean Lin Ling could. Kakaka. The skeletal demonic creatures were getting closer and closer. The crowd stared at Lin Ling. How would Lin Ling deal with them? However, Lin Ling just looked at the skeletal demonic creatures with a calm expression. That appearance made many people's hearts tremble. Lin Ling had gone crazy. He was actually curious about the skeletal demonic creatures. Sure enough, just as Lin Ling was curious, the skeletal demonic creatures once again drowned Lin Ling. Deafening sounds rang out endlessly. The skeletal demonic creatures were like an army. They held bone blades, bone teeth, and bone claws as they attacked Lin Ling. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Lin Ling's world was in chaos. His aura was extremely terrifying, making people wonder if Lin Ling was still alive. Moreover, many people couldn't understand why Lin Ling didn't counterattack. He just stood there and watched. Even the Devil Bone King was stunned. Lin Ling's actions were very abnormal. What was he going to do? All right, I've absorbed enough energy. Skyline. At this moment, sword light flickered, a line of fire slashed out, cutting through heaven and earth. Those terrifying skeletal monsters were all split into two. Kacha 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 sounds rang out as a large number of broken bones fell to the ground, shocking everyone in the surroundings. These skeletons came from the Devil Domain, and many of them were the bones of the Devil Domain's great emperors. They were extremely tough, and even a fourth heaven saint would find it hard to break through their defense. However, none of them were able to withstand a single strike from Lin Ling. This result was completely out of everyone's expectations. This is the second move. I'll have to trouble you to make your move quickly. If I hadn't said that I would defeat you in 5 moves, I would have sent you flying with a single punch. At this moment, on the ground, Lin Ling held the ancient sword and walked forward step by step. His drooping eyes carried an indifferent and domineering aura. In the past, Lin Ling didn't have any grudges with the Devil Bone King. However, the Devil Bone King was jealous of his 7 purple and gold trump cards and arrogantly forced him to fight. Now, Lin Ling wanted to see what qualifications the Devil Bone King had to be arrogant. Moreover, even if the Devil Bone King was arrogant, Lin Ling would still ruthlessly crush him. That's right, crush him. So powerful! At this moment, the Devil Bone King's heart turned heavy. In a mere month, Lin Ling's strength had increased so much. His heavenly pattern martial arts had actually reached the transcendent realm. Coupled with that mysterious sword, his origin force had greatly increased. Most importantly, Lin Ling's words had made him seethe with anger. Because he had said that he would defeat him in 5 moves, Lin Ling hadn't used his true strength yet. If he did, the Devil Bone King wouldn't be able to withstand a single move. How frivolous was that? He was seriously looking down on the Devil Bone King. I hope your mouth is as powerful as your strength. The Devil Bone King coldly shouted. He felt that he had lost all face. He also knew that Lin Ling was trampling on his pride and questioning his position as the #1 king of Eastern Mountain. However, he sneered, you only rely on that sword. It said that it's an Emperor Stage heavenly soldier. No wonder you're so confident. During this period of time, the Devil Bone King had clearly investigated Lin Ling. He roughly knew where Lin Ling's strength lay. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so confident in this battle. His words were filled with provocation, telling everyone that Lin Ling was only relying on external objects. His own strength was only so. Then I'll put away my sword. However, Lin Ling didn't seem to know the Devil Bone King's provocation. He slowly put away his sword and strode forward. The crowd was shocked. Lin Ling was giving up his advantage to fight with the Devil Bone King. The Devil Bone King didn't expect Lin Ling to be so confident. He put away his sword just like that. You'll regret this. The Devil Bone King sneered. Lin Ling was too arrogant. Then he would let Lin Ling suffer. He angrily shouted. A mysterious black ripple bloomed, giving people an oppressive and irresistible feeling. Behind the Devil Bone King, a tall Devil Realm Great Emperor appeared. Black light soared into the sky. Devil Bone, come out. Ka. At the same time, within a radius of 10,000 miles, a sudden change occurred. The sound of bones shattering could be heard. The bones of the disciples began to shatter. The stronger ones broke at a slower speed. As for the weaker ones, their legs and arms instantly shattered. As for the top disciples, their bodies bloomed with a mysterious light, resisting the pressure. They said with a dignified expression. Have they used their first-grade Earth step talents? The Devil Bone King wasn't the strongest in the four mountains. However, his strength increased very quickly. Therefore, even the top disciples were wary of the Devil Bone King. Among them, the Devil Bone King's talent was the one that everyone feared the most. The power of that talent was to shatter bones. Bones were something that every martial artist had. No matter how strong a martial artist was, as long as their bones were shattered, they would lose the ability to fight. In the worst case, they would die. This was also the reason why the Devil Bone King could become one of the 10 Langya Palace halls. Now, can you still be arrogant? The Devil Bone King seemed to be even taller. His shadow shot straight into the sky. He strode towards Lin Ling like a giant. Countless gazes looked at Lin Ling. They wanted to see the scene of Lin Ling's bones shattering. However, everyone was surprised. They saw that Lin Ling seemed to be unaffected. He continued to move forward. At the same time, a wine jug appeared in his hand. He looked up to the sky and drank with an indescribable heroism. You only have this little strength? The third move. Moreover, everyone heard such a frivolous sentence. Silence. Below the floating mountain, it was silent. Even those titled Celestial Emperor's pupils constricted. They guessed that Lin Ling might have a way to deal with the Devil Bone King's talent. However, they didn't expect it to be this way. Could it be that Lin Ling was invincible? The crowd had this thought in their minds. They looked around and saw the disciples with broken bones howling in pain. Compared to the indifferent Lin Ling, this was simply the difference between heaven and earth. Mystic rank 10th grade talent. At this time, the Devil Bone King stopped in his tracks. He looked at Lin Ling in shock. Obviously, he noticed that Lin Ling's talent had increased. You're not that stupid after all. Lin Ling softly spat out a voice. He continued to move forward. You, don't be too arrogant. Chapter 1539. The new king of Dongshan, Lin Ling's strength has improved so quickly. Compared to the profound ranking battle, he seems to have improved again. The surrounding disciples were shocked. Every time they saw Lin Ling's strength seemed to increase by a large amount, making it impossible for them to see through him. Let me tell you, you're not qualified to crush me. The demonic Bone Emperor roared furiously. As a peerless genius of his generation, it was his first time being suppressed like this. It's a simple matter. Lin Ling's face was as calm as an ancient well. He walked in front of the Devil Bone King and looked up at it. Looking from afar, the demonic Bone Monarch was 1,000 zhang tall while Lin Ling was as weak as an ant. It was as if they weren't even on the same level. However, reality told them that there were two emperor-level existences standing there, and the ant-like emperor was even taller and fiercer. The demonic Bone King lowered his head and looked at Lin Ling. The anger in his heart grew even stronger. This was the first time he had encountered such a battle. His opponent had walked right in front of him without fear of any of his methods. This was utter contempt. Seamless Tao. The demonic Bone King growled. He didn't do anything, but an even more terrifying origin energy swept out. At this moment, not to mention his bones, even his flesh and blood were about to split apart. However, on the ground, Lin Ling was still looking at the demonic Bone King. His expression was calm and unharmed. Invincible. What a powerful physical body. The hearts of the people around the floating mountain exploded. Lin Ling just stood there and let the Devil Bone King hit him. The Devil Bone King couldn't even shake him. It's my turn. Finally, Lin Ling said softly. Then he directly punched out. He didn't use the great rules. It was just a simple and unadorned punch. At this moment, the Devil Bone King was so angry that his bones were trembling. He let out a furious roar, and a huge black bone fist also blasted out. This punch easily broke the ground. One was Bone King, and the other was a venerable emperor. At this moment, they were clashing fiercely. Rumble! The gigantic fist collided with the tiny fist, and an invisible gale swept out in all directions. Even the mountain peaks in the distance were blown away by the gale. Kakaka! At the same time, under countless gazes, cracks began to appear on the pitch-black, dazzling bone fist. Soon after, it exploded, and the demonic Bone King's pained cry rang out. Their fists collided, and his arm was blasted apart by Lin Ling. What kind of power is this? One punch to break a major law. No one had ever seen such a violent battle before. It was as if a fist could break through the heavens, crushing everything in its path. How could they know that the current Lin Ling possessed the power of 10 universes? Breaking major rules with his fist was naturally effortless. It seems to be the fifth move. No, it seems to be the fourth move. Lin Ling didn't pay attention to the crowd's astonishment. He stretched out his left hand and counted to himself. His appearance made many people feel like they were dreaming. How domineering, how frivolous. One must know that a month ago, the Devil Bone King had said that he wanted Lin Ling to know how pathetic and laughable he was. Now, a month later, it seemed that the Devil Bone King was pathetic and laughable. Becoming the #1 king of East Mountain in a year is indeed impressive. However, such a feat isn't something that only you can achieve. Lin Ling raised his head and looked at the Devil Bone King. The Devil Bone King stood there, his black skull revealing a ferocious appearance. The pride of being the #1 king of East Mountain was now being trampled on by Lin Ling. He seemed to be helpless against Lin Ling, and all his methods were useless. So that's how it is. You're very powerful, but that doesn't mean you can win. Return. Soon, the Devil Bone King roared angrily. The shattered bones on the ground fused together, forming a huge arm once again. Let me tell you, I cultivate with bones. I'm invincible and will never be defeated. Even if my bones are broken, they can be reborn. The Devil Bone King's voice became even lower, but everyone could tell that he was a bit hysterical. He was angry out of humiliation. However, just as he finished speaking, Lin Ling punched out with his right fist, uprooting the heavens. Rumble. As soon as the fist came out, the void exploded, shattering like glass. That fist was so terrifying that it actually shattered the void. Shattering the void. The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. As far as they knew, that seemed to be the power of space origin. One had to know that space law was the most difficult to comprehend. Only late Saint Realm masters could barely comprehend it. As for the power of origin above space law, it was even more difficult. However, Lin Ling was only a third-layer Saint Realm master, yet he managed to comprehend it. The fist landed on the demonic Bone King's black bones. What was surprising was that the sound was not loud at all. Instead, it was as if the fist had landed on a cowhide drum. It was somewhat dull, but the demonic Bone King did not seem to be affected at all. It's over. From now on, the #1 king of East Mountain is me, Lin Ling. Lin Ling didn't even look at the Devil Bone King as he turned around and left. What happened? Did Lin Ling win? That's impossible. The Devil Bone King cultivates with bones. As long as he has a little bit of bone left, he can recover to his peak. Lin Ling can't defeat him. Many disciples began to discuss spiritedly. This battle was too strange. Moreover, it was an overwhelming situation. It was too shocking. Boom. However, just as they finished speaking, the tall Devil Bone King's body trembled. The black skull shattered, turning into sparkling light, floating in the sky like dust. One punch, all bones were destroyed. For the sake of the 7 emperors, I'll spare your life. Almost at the same time, Lin Ling's indifferent voice drifted over. But amidst the endless sparkling and translucent bone dust, a black bone the size of a fingernail fell from the sky and finally turned into the demonic Bone King. But at this moment, his face was pale and bloodless. He looked at Lin Ling with disbelief and even more fear. He was defeated. If Lin Ling had not held back and left him a piece of bone so that he could use that bone to be reborn, he would have died at this moment. How could I lose? Impossible. I'm the #1 king of East Mountain. I'm the peerless genius who became the #1 king of East Mountain in just a year. The Devil Bone King sat on the ground and shook his head. The crowd was silent. Everyone could see that Lin Ling won. Moreover, it wasn't a hard battle, nor was it a battle of 100 moves. It was a one-sided battle from the beginning to the end. Furthermore, the Devil Bone King's life was spared by Lin Ling. The new #1 king of East Mountain. Everyone stared at the back of the departing figure. They didn't feel good. He became the #1 peerless genius of East Mountain in just 2 months? This Lin Ling was indeed terrifying. The 4 venoms of East Mountain looked at each other. There was only shock in their eyes. To be able to increase his strength so much in just a month, among the 7 emperors, who could do it other than Lin Ling? It seems like East Mountain is going to rise. The elite disciples at the top of the mountain mumbled to themselves. Their hearts were heavy. Xianxia, this Lin Ling has a grudge with your Hong residents. Now that he has risen, you can't do anything to him. A top disciple looked at Xianxia and said, his strength is indeed powerful, but it's still uncertain who will have the last laugh. Xianxia replied with a cold expression. He was also afraid of Lin Ling, so he had to cultivate hard. It was still uncertain who would become the king in the end. Chapter 1540. A new mission. What a pitiful demonic bone king. He was so arrogant, and now he's kicked an iron plate. A month ago, he was so arrogant that Lin Ling had to listen to him. Now that I think about it, it's laughable. Many disciples stared at the demonic bone king, who had lost his will to fight, and sneered. There was no sympathy, only adding insult to injury. Although killing was not allowed between disciples, it was still extremely cruel. Jealousy and rubbing salt on the wound were common occurrences. Demonic Bone King, on the path of martial arts, there is no such thing as invincibility. You were very powerful in the past, but there will always be people more powerful than you in this world. You must learn to be brave. Losing once doesn't mean anything. At this moment, a mysterious voice sounded in the demonic Bone King's ears. His dispirited heart of martial arts was once again ignited like a flame. Yes, although he had lost, his talent could still grow. He still had a chance to defeat Lin Ling and wash away his shame. Lin Ling, this battle is not over. The next time we meet, I will defeat you. The demonic Bone King muttered to himself. His eyes were sharp. He ignored the mockery around him and left with his injured body. These disciples all stood at the peak of the human world. It was not easy to come by. How could they give up on the path of martial arts just because of a defeat? Obviously, those who could appear here were all at the great circle of martial arts realm. They would not easily admit defeat. At this moment, Lin Ling did not know what the demonic Bone King was thinking. But even if he knew, he would not care. That was because ever since he started learning martial arts, the opponents he had surpassed had never had the chance to surpass him. Lin Ling, I accept wholeheartedly. From now on, you are the #1 king of East Mountain. At the same time, the disciples of the Shiman Sea were full of worship. They had no choice but to accept it. Scram. Lin Ling didn't even look at them as he calmly walked forward. His words caused the faces of Shiman Hai's disciples to turn ugly. The world was so realistic. In the past, Lin Ling was not strong, so everyone was dissatisfied. Now that Lin Ling had reached a height that could not be underestimated, others flattered him. Lin Ling did not need to be polite to these people. To him, face was not given by others, but by himself. After a long time, Lin Ling came back to the mission board. The space-time emperor was already there. He looked at Lin Ling with a smile and said, Lin Ling, Junior Lin Ling, you are amazing. Junior brother Lin Ling is. Junior brother Lin Ling. Lin Ling you, junior brother Lin Ling is. Space-time heavenly emperor, you're exaggerating. I was just lucky enough to come into contact with that domain. Lin Ling Lin. Lin nation god. Lin. Calm god. Hee, you're more modest than I thought. The space-time heavenly emperor was secretly shocked. Lin Ling's potential was very strong, but he was not as arrogant as he had imagined. His personality was also very good. By the way, do you want to take a mission? Asked the space-time emperor. When he saw Lin Ling nod, he smiled and said, the rewards are good. Kill a demon from the demon region. After you complete the mission, you will get 300 drops of half-saint's essence. Upon hearing this, Lin Ling's eyes lit up. He was currently lacking in cultivation resources. If he could get his hands on the half-saint's essence, his strength would be greatly enhanced. By then, he would have the qualifications to crush the Golden Armor King and the Divine Chart King. The mission is in the south of Xianpeng province. A demon from the demon region has appeared there. People from the mortal world want to get rid of that demon. Besides, Yun Gu is a disciple of Champion University. Therefore, I hope you can obtain the merit points and get rid of the demon. The mission will be over in 10 days. Explained the Space-Time Emperor. Lin Ling remained silent. He hadn't thought that there would be other disciples competing for the mission. But the rewards were so good, no wonder the competition was so fierce. 10 days? All right, I'll come back on time, said Lin Ling, nodding. He wanted to take the opportunity to go out and have a look. After chatting for a while, Lin Ling left. He didn't tell anyone that he was leaving because the mission was very short. He would be back in 10 days. After leaving the Seven Emperors' world, Lin Ling continued walking. The first thing he saw was that the great ceremony of heaven and earth in Xianpeng province was about to start. Many strong cultivators were fighting against each other. Many sects and dynasties had fallen, and new sects and groups were rising. Under the heavens, being separated for a long time must be united, and being united for a long time must be divided. Lin Ling suddenly thought of something. It was like flowers blooming and withering. Birth, old age, sickness, and death. Everything in the world had its own rules. 10 years of calm, 10 years of madness. Of course, it seemed cold and emotionless, but in reality, in such a cruel world, there were many strong cultivators, and the overall strength of the world was much stronger. This kind of elimination is like the change of the Heaven Mystic's kingdom's throne. Lin Ling muttered to himself. Stand there. Where are you from? When he was heading to the south of Xianpeng province, Lin Ling naturally met with some strong cultivators blocking his way. Many of the strong cultivators were using the great ceremony of heaven and earth to plunder lone martial artists and make a fortune. You don't have the qualifications to know. Lin Ling was wearing a black robe and carrying an ancient sword on his back. His long hair fluttered as he spoke indifferently. Third stage of the Saint Realm. Very formidable. There were a total of 6 martial artists blocking his way, and they were all rather strong. They didn't seem to be martial artists from Xianpeng province. They seemed to be from places like Mystic Origin and Mystic Yellow. What treasures do you have on you? One of them hesitated and asked. He had been paying attention for a long time and noticed that there was no one behind Lin Ling. Lin Ling's strength might be decent, but they were still able to swallow this fat sheep. What do you want? Just say it. A wine flask appeared in Lin Ling's hand as he took a sip. Kill you and steal your treasures. The few of them finally revealed their wolfish hearts. A sliver of heaven. Lin Ling nodded and drew his sword. He quickly slashed and kept his sword before leaving. Right now, his great law of fire had reached the transcendence realm. With the help of the tyrant song sword, he could easily slash out a sliver of heaven. That sword contained the power of the origin. Swish. Several heads fell from the sky. They didn't even have the chance to retaliate and were all dead. There were martial artists watching from afar. They were originally upset that they didn't manage to plunder Lin Ling and missed out on a fat sheep. But now, they only felt a strong sense of luck because that wasn't a fat sheep. The demon region and the ghost region are similar. There are powerful demons. This time, a demon broke out of the seal and came to the mortal realm. Its strength shouldn't be very strong. Lin Ling continued on his way. In order to avoid trouble, he restrained his aura. As far as he knew, in the ghost region, the powerful ghost clan couldn't leave the ghost region because of the seal. On the contrary, the weak ghost clan could use the loopholes in the seal to enter the mortal realm. This also meant that the mission this time wasn't difficult. The difficult part was how to find the demon of the demon clan. 3. A jade token appeared in Lin Ling's hand. It recorded the main points of the mission and the aura of the demon clan. A day later, Lin Ling finally arrived at the south of Xianpeng province. There was a boundless black ocean here called the Chaos Demon Sea. On the other side of the sea was Xianhuangdeyu. Rumble. Chapter 1541. The demonic snail clan beside the chaotic demon ocean, There was a country called the Yelai country. The emperor of this country was a second-layer saint. Because of the appearance of the devil race in the country, he notified the 3 great legends of the mortal world to send experts to eliminate the devil race. The country of Yilai was a small and lively country. People dressed differently. On the streets, people were wearing white robes. Lin Ling could see that most of them were water elemental cultivators, but they weren't very strong. As for the cultivators from other places, they were wearing all sorts of clothes. Lin Ling was wearing a black robe, but he was also wearing an ordinary robe. At this moment, in a luxurious inn in the country of Yelai, a burly man sat there, gulping down wine and eating meat. Several cows were easily devoured by him. His stomach was like a bottomless pit, constantly needing to devour food. His long hair casually scattered, looking extremely wild. However, if one looked carefully, one would discover that there were 2 red horns hidden in his long hair. It's difficult for beasts in the human world to replenish their demon chi. If I eat cultivators, I'll be able to replenish my demon chi. But the 3 great myths of the human world have their eyes on me. They've sent strong cultivators to kill me. I have to be careful. Luckily, I'm very far away from the 3 great myths of the human world, so I can escape at any time. The man muttered to himself. His eyes were filled with a bloodthirsty light. Then he looked at a nearby table and smiled faintly. "Sir, are you interested in the wine I'm drinking? Otherwise, why do you keep staring at me? I'm not interested in your wine, but I'm interested in your head." Not far away, a blue-robed young man sat there indifferently and spoke coldly. "Your chi is thick. You're a student of Champion University, a cultivator of the 4th Saint layer. Are you a celestial emperor?" said the tall and sturdy man, smiling. He knew how strong the 3 great myths of the human world were. There were many peerless geniuses among them. They had the responsibility of protecting the human world, especially the peerless geniuses who were celestial emperors. They were young, but the tall and sturdy man was afraid of them. Luckily, the young man in blue clothes wasn't one of the peerless geniuses he was afraid of. "So much nonsense. You're from the Heaven Snail Demonic Ox clan, right? I didn't expect my luck to be so good, completing a mission as soon as I arrived here." The young man in blue clothes slowly stood up and looked proud. He looked at the crowd and said, "I am Wu Zhongming, a student of Champion University. I am the leader of Suchong. Today, I'm here to kill demons. Everybody leave." In the inn, the crowd's hearts exploded. A disciple of Champion University? He actually appeared. To many cultivators, the disciples of Champion University were monstrously strong. Many people looked up to them and admired them. Moreover, the demon race had appeared here. Many people were suddenly scared witless. As expected of the disciples of the 3 great legends of the mortal realm. Very impressive. The wild man also stood up. Red ripples flickered in the depths of his eyes. It was extremely strange. He suddenly looked at the surrounding warriors and released his demonic chi. "Die all of you." Terrifying ripples filled the air. From the inn, an ancient heavenly spiral snail appeared. The snail's shell was blue, but the snail's head was that of a human. It was extremely terrifying. After those ripples bloomed, the surrounding martial artists began to wither away. "Bastard!" Wu Zhongming's expression changed drastically. A spear appeared in his hand. He shook it and the inn exploded. Under the great cosmic energies, the spear moved like a snake and an eagle. It moved towards the surrounding cultivators. Su Chong wanted to save the surrounding cultivators. After all, he was from Champion University. It was a legendary place in the human world. How could he let the demon race kill so many people in front of him? If that continued, he would lose face. But as soon as his spear moved, the wild man smiled coldly. He opened his mouth and spat out a green liquid which looked like original strength. It twisted the space and moved towards Wu Zhongming. "Bastard!" Wu Zhongming reacted, but it was too late. The green liquid surrounded him and he was severely injured. His strength decreased drastically. Obviously, he had been tricked. The wild man knew that the disciples of the human world were arrogant. They couldn't kill or injure people, they had lost face. Therefore, he had attacked the surrounding cultivators. But in fact, he was just creating a diversion. Disciples, I love to eat. Ha! When the wild man saw that Wu Zhongming was injured, he burst into laughter. A terrifying demon qi filled the air. The snail looked slow, but it moved in a mysterious way towards Wu Zhongming. Boom boom boom. Wu Zhongming was worthy of being an emperor's disciple. At the most critical moment, he attacked again with his spear. His spear had reached the extraordinary level of celestial marks. It was a wood element. However, something strange happened. His great cosmic energies were absorbed by a green light. Surprisingly, it didn't attack the snail. On the contrary, the spear turned around and attacked Wu Zhongming. It had the feeling that the green light was like an arm, controlling his spear. What is that green liquid you're spitting out? Shouted Wu Zhongming furiously. His spear had attacked him, and he was blown away. He crashed through a few streets. Heavenly snail's poison. How could the wild man give up such a good opportunity? His body was ethereal, and the snail's body was like a rolling stone, rolling towards Wu Zhongming. So powerful! Is that the demon realm's demon race? In the distance, many people's faces changed. They didn't expect that even the disciples of the human world weren't a match for the demon race. That disciple would have a hard time escaping death. Boom boom boom. At this moment, the ground exploded, and the house tumbled in the sky like straw. The heavily injured Wu Zhongming stood up again, and ancient plants grew out of his body, blocking the green venom. Of course, everyone could see that this could only block it for a moment, because the green venom was corroding the ancient plants. You forced me to use my innate divine ability. Your death is a pity, Wu Zhongming said coldly. His long hair fluttered, and his aura became even colder. The wild man didn't think that a disciple from the human world would be so difficult to deal with. However, he didn't slow down as he rushed forward. But from within the snail shell, mysterious ripples bloomed, forming a terrifying world illusion. The head within the snail shell actually turned into the head of a beautiful woman. Senior Brother Wu. Clear and melodious sounds rang out at the same time. At this moment, Wu Zhongming was stunned. Clearly, the head of the beauty was his beloved. However, although he knew that it was a demon, he had the thought of not using his spear. Do you want to kill me? The snail was getting closer and closer to Wu Zhongming. Sect Master Su Chong, be careful. Many martial artists shouted loudly. They had also noticed Wu Zhongming's strange behavior. However, Wu Zhongming was also aware of this, but he didn't have any thoughts of resisting. He instantly had an idea. It wasn't the illusion that had affected him, but his heart of martial arts had been affected. Moreover, there was a powerful soul force that was affecting him. With all these factors added together, even if he knew it was the demon race, he didn't want to use his spear. Your flesh and blood, I want it. Chapter 1542. The one who killed you, dead. A powerful disciple died just like that. Sect leader Su Chong, he was a half-step titled Celestial Emperor. The crowd in the distance turned pale. The person they looked up to had died just like that. Not bad, great. At this moment, the snail became bigger and bigger, and the smell of blood filled the air. The snail had looked around and wanted to devour all the cultivators in the country. Many people's faces turned pale. Even the disciples of the mortal world couldn't resist such a demon, let alone them. I'm a step too late. However, at this moment, a clear voice sounded. The wild man looked into the distance and saw a young man in a black robe twisting the space around him. He had an ancient sword on his back and his long hair fluttered in the wind. Who are you? The wild man laughed. After killing the disciple of the mortal world, he was full of confidence. Unless he met a titled celestial emperor, he didn't fear anyone. The one who killed you. In the sky, a cold voice sounded. It was Lin Ling. Everyone looked at the young man coming from afar. There was only one thought in their mind. Another disciple of the mortal world? The wild man also looked at Lin Ling. He wanted to see something from Lin Ling's appearance. However, he could only see that Lin Ling was only a third-layer saint, which was lower than the disciple of the mortal world. Thinking of this, the wild man became more confident. Another one who came to die? However, compared to the previous disciple, your cultivation is lower. I don't understand where you get your confidence from. Of course, it's good that you're here. Devouring disciples like you will greatly increase my demon chi. He became more and more confident. If the young man in black was a 5th-layer saint, he wouldn't have dared to fight and would have run away immediately. Although Lin Ling's chi was strange and gave him a mysterious feeling, he was still confident that he could easily devour him. Lin Ling looked at the other party calmly. Worthy of being a member of the Devil Clan, you actually have the body of a snail and you cultivate in Devil Chi. Devil Chi is able to resist all kinds of attacks. It's a pity that your cultivation is a little weak, merely a 3rd-layer saint. This was not the first time he had seen the Demon Clan. In the past, the Yen of the ancient tomb was also from the Demon Clan. The aura of the Demon Clan was clearly different from that of the martial artists who cultivated the Demon Clan. The aura of the Demon Clan had a corrosive power, causing their attack, defense, and speed to be much stronger. Weak cultivation? I'm 1 realm higher than you, but enough nonsense, go die. The wild man smiled disdainfully. Was that young man qualified to say such words? Rumble. His green snail shell shone brightly, mysterious and vast. Circles of ripples spread out like water. Everywhere they passed, even the earth was continuously corroded. It was extremely powerful. One-line sky. Lin Ling glanced at him indifferently, then slashed out with his cold sword. The current him had reached the 5th layer of the fiend god overlord body, and his strength was no longer the same as before. His heavenly pattern martial arts had reached the transcendent realm, and with the help of the tyrant song sword, he could use the origin of martial arts at any time. Although it had not reached the minor completion realm, it was enough for him to kill many opponents. As for the cultivation of his physical body, the 5th layer of the fiend god overlord body allowed Lin Ling to have the strength of 10 universes. Moreover, his innate talent was powerful, and the heaven-lifting cauldron could shatter the void. It was the true origin of martial arts, and also the minor completion realm of the Saint Pattern martial arts. In addition to his terrifying soul power, he did not put the Demon Clan in his eyes. He was only curious about the Demon Clan's methods. Shio. The fiery lines slashed out, and the ripples were instantly cut apart. The wild man's face changed dramatically. So powerful? He felt that the young man in front of him was stronger than the previous disciple, but he did not believe it. Because the previous disciple and this young man was also a disciple, the difference in strength should not be too great. He sneered, "You have some ability, but you will still die here." Heavenly snail poison. Under countless gazes, the wild man's snail shell exploded, and a large amount of green liquid shot out. With the speed of space distortion, it corroded everything. Fire Dragon King Realm. Lin Ling's face was still calm. His right hand slashed out with the sword, and his left hand stretched out. The surging Fire Dragon King Realm gushed out. After reaching the 3rd layer of the Saint Realm, the spirit chi in his dantian was denser, and he could use the Fire Dragon King Realm at any time. Rumble. The sword and the fiery dragon swept out, and the green liquid was either burned or cut apart. Who is this disciple? He is actually stronger than Su Chong. He seems to be a disciple from the 7 Emperors' heaven. The surrounding people sucked in a breath of cold air. That handsome young man was so strong. This time, even the wild man was nervous. For the first time, he felt that Lin Ling was incomparably terrifying. He shouted in a low voice, "Which legend are you a disciple of?" The 7 Emperors' heaven, titled Celestial Emperor, Lin Ling. Lin Ling said word by word. Holding the sword, he walked forward step by step. His voice caused the surrounding martial artists' hearts to tremble. Titled Celestial Emperor? A 3rd layer Saint Realm Celestial Emperor? How was this possible? However, although they felt it was unbelievable, Lin Ling had at least helped them. They immediately cheered. Seems like he is very difficult to deal with. The wild man also knew just how formidable a titled heavenly emperor was. He looked all around him, and from his head, A pair of red antennae suddenly blossomed with a red halo of light. It was like the light of the sun, enveloping the surroundings and corroding a large number of martial artists. Obviously, he had used a diversion tactic again. The red halo was his demonic body's divine ability, and it was also his source of power. It was extremely powerful. Space distortion. However, Lin Ling's face was calm. He ignored the surrounding people and instead pounced towards the wild man. His left hand stretched out, and the power of 10 universes was brewing. You actually ignored those innocent martial artists. Lin Ling's move shocked the wild man. He didn't expect this young man to be so decisive and not fall for his trick. If you die, they will be able to live. Lin Ling's reply was straightforward, just like his sword, showing off its sharpness. Die. Die. The wild man knew he had encountered a powerful peerless genius. Moreover, his martial heart was at the great perfection realm. He roared, and the sinister head in the snail shell began to change. It turned into a girl as agile as ice and snow. Brother Ling, it's me. Die. Lin Ling's body slightly paused, and his expression slightly changed. That girl was actually Yu. He couldn't help but recall the past. The surrounding crowd became anxious. They knew this demon race's methods were strange. They could affect a person's martial heart. The human realm disciple had died under this method. Someone wanted to warn Lin Ling, but his voice couldn't reach Lin Ling's ears. Jie, very powerful peerless genius, but you still have to die. Your body is mine. Go! The wild man seized the opportunity and pounced towards Lin Ling. However, just as he was getting closer and closer to Lin Ling shook his head. Very strange method, using the soul to affect the martial heart. Unfortunately, my soul power has reached more than 100 levels. It is useless against me. Go! Chapter 1543. Dark vermilion butterfly boom boom boom. The atmosphere broke like glass. The ferocious man's facial expression changed drastically. He wanted to say something, but he turned into a million pieces and disappeared. Only a pair of red antennae were left behind. A member of the Demon Region's Tian Snail clan had been killed in one punch. The surrounding people were all stunned. How straightforward was that? How domineering was that? Killing with a single punch? This youth was indeed worthy of being a powerhouse with the title of Heavenly Emperor. When did the disciples of the Seven Emperors world become so strong? Yes. Indeed, they don't have as many disciples as Champion University or Yungu Celestial Stage. That's right. The Seven Emperors world are looking for geniuses, and that handsome young man is one of them. That's right. Everyone began to discuss animatedly. Their words were filled with admiration and admiration. Lin Ling didn't pay attention to the crowd. He picked up the red antennae and looked at them carefully. Your Majesty, that's an incredible treasure for making celestial weapons. Even in the ancient times, the antennae of the Tian Snail clan were extremely rare, said Mr. Z at the same time. I'll leave one for you and keep the other one for myself. All right. Lin Ling gently smiled. After putting away the treasures, he turned and left. The cultivators of the Yelai country stared at his back, their faces filled with excitement. That young man was actually stronger than Su Chong, but why hadn't his name spread out in the mortal world? This was very strange. At that moment, Lin Ling had already left Yilai and was looking for the second demon. According to the mission, there were 3 demons in the human world. The Tian Snail clan was one of them. As expected, the demon region's methods are different. Lin Ling recalled the previous battle and felt that it was an eye-opener. This trip was not in vain. Your Majesty, compared to humans, the demons have an innate advantage in their innate talents. In terms of martial arts, they are not very good at it. Elder Z explained. Lin Ling smiled and nodded. At the same time, he sighed with emotion. But the mission hadn't been difficult. He had easily obtained 100 drops of half-saint's fluid. What? The Tian Snail clan's demon was killed? Who did it? His strength is so powerful. You have to know that the Heaven Snail Devil Ox race's methods are strange. Many powerful great disciples have died in his hands before. Forget it, I can only look for the other two demons. Along the way, Lin Ling would occasionally come across disciples of other godness. These disciples were also very strong, with the weakest among them being at the third heaven of the Saint Realm. Their talents were also extremely high. Lin Ling could see that compared to the Seven Emperors' Heaven, Yungu Celestial Stage and Champion University had more disciples. The competition is fierce. Lin Ling knew that there were two more demons, so he had to find them faster than the others. And as he advanced, the other disciples also noticed Lin Ling, but they didn't pay much attention to him. Lin Ling's cultivation realm wasn't the type that would cause others to feel trepidation. Hence, many disciples directly ignored Lin Ling. If they knew that Lin Ling was the person who killed one of the devils, they would surely be extremely jealous. According to the description of the mission, the demons are here. Walking along the edge of the chaotic demon sea, Lin Ling came to a stop on a large grassland. The Eye of Time appeared and surveyed the surroundings. Then, the scene around him changed rapidly. Gradually, the figure of a demon appeared. It was a woman in a black robe. Some martial artists saw her here and reported it to the three great legends of the mortal world. I found her. Lin Ling stared ahead and used his time eyes to see where the woman in black clothes had gone. Demons can turn into humans, but it's very difficult for beasts to do that, thought Lin Ling. At the same time, he thought of Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan was still practicing cultivation in the Z government. He had become much stronger, but he hadn't turned into a human yet. Let's finish the second mission first. Lin Ling chased after the woman. After a long time, Lin Ling appeared in a small village that was isolated from the rest of the world at the borders of the grasslands. Through the Eye of Time, the black-robed woman had vanished. Moreover, to Lin Ling's surprise, the black-robed woman was a member of the Dark Vermilion Butterfly clan. This demon was exactly the same as the 72 demon gods of Lai Qing. It was very likely that the guardian demon gods of Lai Qing originated from this demon race. The village was very quiet. There were only 100 families. What was surprising was that the people here didn't practice martial arts. They were just ordinary people. They herded sheep every day, worked at sunrise and rested at sunset. It was very ordinary and peaceful. Someone is coming. Wow, it's completely different from what I'm wearing. When Lin Ling entered the village, many children in the village chased after Lin Ling and laughed. They were extremely curious about Lin Ling. Here are some fruits. You can eat them. Lin Ling took out some ordinary fruits and handed them to the children with a smile. Of course, to the children, those were heavenly treasures. They could guarantee that they wouldn't get sick for the rest of their lives. They could even extend their lifespan by dozens of years. Lin Ling's amiability made the villagers have a good impression of him. They enthusiastically explained things to him. Lin Ling said that he was a person who traveled the world. The world was his home and he just happened to pass by here. This explanation was accepted by the villagers. They were also relieved of their worries about Lin Ling. 3 days later, Lin Ling could walk freely in the village. He came to a family in the east of the village. The family was a husband and wife. They had a 6-year-old child. Their life was ordinary but fulfilling. There was laughter every day. The man of the family hunted in the grassland every day. The woman had a good reputation in the village. She was kind and simple. As for the child, he was innocent and naive. When Lin Ling went to visit, the family also warmly received him. It was only when the man of the family went out to hunt that Lin Ling looked at the woman of the family and said, "I didn't expect the devil race to like this kind of peaceful life." Obviously, he had found the second devil race person. It was the mistress of the family. What are you talking about?" The mistress was very polite. She looked at Lin Ling and smiled. "The Dark Vermilion Butterfly race can't hide in front of me." Lin Ling also smiled. This sentence immediately caused the mistress's expression to change. She was finally sure that this young man was a disciple of a legend in the human world. He was here to kill her. "I only want to live a peaceful life. My husband and son are here. You shouldn't disturb me." The woman changed. Darkness spread out. It was vast and mighty. It was extremely terrifying. "You are not my opponent." Unfortunately, Lin Ling didn't put her in his eyes. With a slash of his sword, a ray of heaven cut through the black devil chi. The woman's expression changed drastically. She knew that she had encountered a powerful disciple of a legend. "You want to kill me?" The woman's expression was dispirited. She looked at Lin Ling and said, "I hope you don't hurt my child and my husband. They don't know that I'm a devil. Every injustice has its perpetrator. If you want to kill, kill me." Chapter 1544. Are you forcing me to slaughter them? Xiao Cui, I'm back. At this time, the male host came back with a wolf on his back. He was in high spirits. Today's harvest was good. I hunted a gray wolf as soon as I arrived at the grassland. Since there are guests here today, I'll let them eat their fill. Hearing this, the woman's expression changed. She knew that she couldn't escape death, but she didn't want her husband to know that she wasn't human before she died. Because she loved her husband, she loved her home. Then, just as she was about to speak, the male host had already arrived. He looked at Lin Ling and his wife with a strange expression. At this moment, the woman's face turned even paler. "Hee, although I'm a guest, how can I do nothing and eat your food for free? So, I'm helping with the fire." However, at this time, Lin Ling chuckled. His words caused the woman to tremble. This young man didn't expose her? He guessed, there's no need to be so polite. Let my wife help with the fire. The male host laughed and invited Lin Ling to slaughter the wolf together. The woman stood there in a daze, her heart filled with gratitude. At this time, Lin Ling's voice drifted over, "Hand over your dark vermilion butterfly's heart and I won't interfere in your matters anymore." The dark vermilion butterfly's heart was the foundation of the woman's demonic origin. After handing it over, she wouldn't die, but her strength would be greatly reduced. "As for your dark vermilion butterfly's heart, I have to go back and report back. Demons and humans are the same. So, I will help you. No one can kill you. However, I suggest that you and your family leave this place and find another paradise to live in because this place isn't safe." "Yes." Lin Ling's voice drifted over again, causing the woman's body to tremble again. She nodded heavily. She knew that this handsome young man didn't want to kill her, nor did he want to interrupt the peaceful life she longed for. At this moment, Lin Ling and the male host were slaughtering the wolf. He smiled. Although the mission was to kill a demon, he felt that this demon wasn't cruel. She stayed in the human world because she wanted to live a peaceful life with her husband and son. So, Lin Ling didn't kill her. As for the mission? In Lin Ling's heart, if he didn't want to kill, then he wouldn't kill. Everything was up to his heart. There was no need to care about missions. As he thought of this, Lin Ling felt his heart of martial arts become even smoother. His soul force also began to slowly rise. Soaring through the heavens and earth, living a carefree life, doing whatever I want, only then would I not have lived a life in vain. As for good or evil, right or wrong, what does that have to do with me? That night, Lin Ling and the other family members were roasting wolf meat outside the house. Their laughter was endless, and Lin Ling also took out wine. They would not rest until they were drunk. On the great prairie, a quiet and lively atmosphere filled the air. And during this process, the woman was filled with gratitude. She had a deep sense of worship towards Lin Ling. This handsome young man could have killed her, but he didn't. Instead, he fulfilled her wish. It's very lively here. The dark vermilion butterfly is actually together with a human. How rare! As the night gradually darkened, a large number of figures suddenly appeared in the sky. They all wore the robes of the disciples of the mortal world and sneered at Lin Ling's group on the ground. Obviously, the other strong disciples had also arrived. This sudden change caused the woman's expression to change drastically. She couldn't help but look at Lin Ling. She had already handed over the heart of the dark vermilion butterfly long ago. Her strength was currently weak, but a strong cultivator had arrived at this time. Could it all be a trap? Had the young man next to her come with those people? Had they discussed this beforehand? But she had misunderstood Lin Ling. At that moment, Lin Ling's expression was ice cold. He had taken the heart of the dark vermilion butterfly, so of course he would protect her. Besides, he had already promised not to reveal her identity, so he couldn't allow anyone to cause trouble here. Piss off before I get angry. Lin Ling spat out as he looked at the sky with his cold eyes. In the sky were the disciples of Champion University and Yungu. Lin Ling knew one of them, it was Tianming from Yungu. Back then, during the Xian ranking list, he had attacked Lin Ling. Tianming also saw Lin Ling. He was surprised, but then he smiled coldly. He knew how strong Lin Ling was. He was already as strong as Langya and the 10 Xiaoyao temples, but he didn't need to fear him. Of course, if he knew that Lin Ling had become even stronger after the Xian ranking list battle, he wouldn't have been so confident. You're acting recklessly. You're also a disciple of the mortal world and surprisingly, you're with the evil woman. If people in the mortal world know about this, you'll die 100 times. Said Lin Ling. Many disciples were smiling coldly. They had never seen such a crazy person, he was telling them to piss off. Lin Ling's expression turned even colder. She looked at the master of the house and then at the child. She found that there was fear on their faces. They had no idea what was going on. They had no idea that those people were here for their family members. Their family members were not humans, but demons of the devil clan. If you piss off now, you'll still have a chance. If you can't solve the problem, leave here and solve it slowly. Said Lin Ling indifferently, taking a deep breath. He didn't attack. He knew that the dark vermilion butterfly wanted to become an ordinary person and live an ordinary life. Therefore, unless it was a critical moment, he didn't want the dark vermilion butterfly to reveal her identity. Shameless boasting. You want to die. The disciples who were looking down on them laughed even louder. Lin Ling was colluding with the devil clan. That was one thing, but now he was constantly threatening them. He simply couldn't see through himself. He seems to be hiding that woman's identity as a demon. Junior brothers, how about we play a game? Said Tianming, who had been smiling coldly. His words caused many disciples to react. So that's how it is. What a joke. A mere demon wants to live an ordinary life. This is going against the rules of heaven and earth. But the more he hides, the more we have to expose him. Once he's exposed, I wonder if that woman will be too ashamed to show her face. She definitely will. After deceiving others for so long, they won't believe her anymore. The disciples laughed in schadenfreude. It was as if they had encountered the funniest thing in the world. On the ground, the dark vermilion butterfly bit her lip. Her eyes were filled with unwillingness. She had given up everything for her family, for her husband, for her child. But these people wanted to stop her. One had to know that she hadn't killed a single person since coming to the human world. Are you forcing me to slaughter? Lin Ling's eyes were filled with killing intent. The anger in his heart was like a tidal wave. Sometimes, so what if they were demons or humans? The heart was the most important. At least in Lin Ling's eyes, those noble disciples in the sky were more like demons. Young hero Lin, I suspected you before. I'm sorry, but this matter has nothing to do with you. You should leave immediately. Chapter 1545. Do you know how to spell the word death? She knew that Lin Ling was no match for the disciples. After all, they had more people. She didn't want to involve Lin Ling, her husband, and her child. Most importantly, she wanted to escape from this place. She didn't want her husband to see her ugly side. You want to escape? Can you? Lin Xie, your innate talent is the light of the white old man. You can see through the mysteries of the heaven and earth and the laws of yin and yang. You will be the one to tear her face apart. At this time, one of the disciples said flatly, "Good." A handsome young man walked out and stared at the woman who was trying to escape. His face was extremely indifferent. She-devil, this is the mortal world. For the safety of the mortal world and for the justice of heaven and earth, I will subdue you today. Now kneel down. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Behind the young man, the white old man appeared. It was like an ancient divine bird that could see through the mysteries of heaven and earth and the laws of yin and yang. The white old man's cry enveloped the woman, causing her body to tremble. Waves of evil energy spread out from her body. She had handed over the heart of the dark vermilion butterfly that she had cultivated for many years. Her strength was no match for the disciples. No! Lin Ling had already stood up. His expression was ferocious, and his eyes were filled with murderous intent. He could have taken action before, but he couldn't guarantee that the woman's identity wouldn't be exposed in the hands of the disciples. Thus, he had been waiting for a chance to resolve this matter. Everything he did was to prevent the woman from revealing her ugly side in front of her husband and child. However, he had underestimated the disciples' desire to play with others. On the grassland, the woman let out a painful cry. The evil energy became thicker and thicker, gradually turning into a huge black butterfly. The head of the butterfly was the woman's head. Xiao Cui. Mother. At this moment, the man and the child looked at the dark vermilion butterfly. They knew what was going on. They didn't expect the kind woman to be a monster. I'm sorry, I lied to you. From now on, I will leave this place. The dark vermilion butterfly's eyes were filled with tears. She wanted to hide everything, but in the end, she failed. Interesting, this is really interesting. I love to see this kind of scene where an ugly mask is torn off. That she-devil must feel like her heart is being cut by a knife. Xianxia's white gold light, not bad. In the sky, all the disciples laughed heartily. They did not expect that they would be able to watch such a good show before completing the mission. The young man with the pulsatilla behind him said humbly, You flatter me. Demonic creatures are brutal to begin with, so there's no need to be merciful to them. You have to suppress her from the bottom of her heart. Only then can you bring peace to the world. As for Tianming, he was also sneering, but his eyes were looking at Lin Ling with indifference. Lin Ling, you wanted to hide everything before, but now you have failed. In addition, you have colluded with the devil race of the demon region. What do you want to say now? His words attracted the attention of the other disciples and they all sneered. As for Lin Ling, he slowly pulled out the tyrannical song sword. His eyes were terrifyingly cold and filled with dense killing intent. 15 people? You want to force me to kill you all? His voice floated out, sword light flashed, and waves appeared on the grassland as if a storm was approaching. Everyone could feel Lin Ling's anger, including the disciples. At this moment, their hearts inexplicably trembled. Of course, this feeling quickly disappeared. They had the advantage in numbers and were all peerless geniuses of the mortal world, so they were not afraid of Lin Ling at all. How dare you collude with the devil race of the demon region? You still have reason? Which legend are you? Tell me, I will punish you on behalf of the Yungu immortal platform. The young man with the pulsatilla immortal body shouted at this moment. This was also the time for him to show his pride. That's right, no matter which legend he is, break his limbs and bring him back. The other disciples also shouted angrily. Do you know how to write the word death? On the ground, the storm finally arrived. The ancient god sovereign appeared, ruling over the life and death of all things. As the ground trembled, a figure shot into the sky and pounced on the disciples. Do you know how to write the word death? The words were still floating in the minds of the disciples. In the next moment, the young man with the pulsatilla immortal body saw a sword slashing down with unparalleled murderous intent. How dare you? The young man immediately shouted. He had revealed his immortal body, but Lin Ling dared to attack him. This was simply courting death. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the ancient sword slashed down with a heaven-burning fury. It shattered the void, and with one slash, both the man and his immortal body were cut into pieces. Blood rained down from the sky like rain. You killed Xianxia, you dare to kill a disciple of the mortal world? The other disciples narrowed their eyes. They didn't expect Lin Ling to be so bold. Die! Lin Ling gave up on attacking and used his physical body to crush them like an ancient god giant. In your dreams, try my sky-breaking hammer, the 6th-ranked heavenly weapon of Xianxia. One of the disciples waved his right hand, and a black ancient hammer appeared. It seemed to be a hammer that rang the bell of the heaven and earth, majestic and awe-inspiring. Boom! Lin Ling didn't retreat or dodge. He punched out, and the hammer shattered. The surrounding void also collapsed. As for the disciple, his body shattered like glass, and he exploded from the punch. Without using the martial path of fire, Lin Ling's fist could crush any great law with just his physical body. His physical body was monstrous. Die! At this moment, Lin Ling was in a state of anger. After killing that disciple with one punch, he immediately pounced on another like a storm, causing the remaining disciples to tremble with fear. This young man was actually so powerful? While they were still in shock, Lin Ling's ancient god sovereign body came crashing down again. It was domineering and majestic, destroying everything in its path. These people were very ugly. The dark vermilion butterfly only wanted to live a peaceful life. She didn't harm anyone, but these disciples played her with arrogance. Now, Lin Ling wanted to see if they knew pain. Die! Boom! He punched again and another disciple died. The remaining disciples were astonished. They were scared, panic-stricken, and even regretted. They hadn't thought that Lin Ling would be a disciple too, but he was so much stronger than them. None of the disciples could withstand a single punch from him. "I'm a disciple of Champion University," said a disciple anxiously. He wanted to remind Lin Ling what he was doing. He was killing disciples. However, what use was that to remind him? Lin Qia's ancient god sovereign's punch was the answer. Did he know how to write the word die? Chapter 1546. Massacre. Blood rain, broken bones, chaotic spirit chi and heavenly soldiers fell down like rain. It was a ghastly sight. The woman's face froze. She didn't expect the handsome young man to be so strong. He slaughtered all the disciples for her wish. "It's your turn." At this moment, Lin Ling's gaze fell on Tianming. Out of a dozen disciples, only 2 were left. One of them was Tianming. At this moment, he was staring at Lin Ling in surprise. He did not expect Lin Ling's strength to increase so much after the Xian ranking. His physical talent was simply invincible and could crush everything. He was sure that Lin Ling could be ranked among the top in Langia and Carefree 10 halls. "You killed so many disciples. Do you think you can still live if this news spreads?" Tianming said in a low voice. He had sneak-attacked Lin Ling during the Xian ranking. So, he knew that Lin Ling wouldn't let him go today. "It's none of my business." Lin Ling stepped on the void like a cruel god of death. He walked towards Tianming and the other disciple. According to the rules of the mortal world, disciples were precious and no one could kill them. However, this rule was invalid for Lin Ling. He was magnanimous and killed those who were not pleasing to his eyes because he lived up to his principles and had a clear conscience. Tianming and the other disciples' hearts trembled when they saw Lin Ling walking towards them. They wanted to say something, but they knew that Lin Ling was frivolous and simply ignored any rules. Join hands and seize the opportunity to deal a fatal blow to him. Tianming whispered to the other disciple. This seemed to be their only chance. Tianming's strength was definitely not weak. He was at least on par with the 9 spirits of heaven. However, he was afraid at this moment. This showed how powerful Lin Ling's 5th layer of God Devil Overlord body was. Of course, in order to reach the 5th layer, Lin Ling had spent a lot of cultivation resources. If it wasn't powerful, Lin Ling wouldn't have practiced this technique. Good, he's very arrogant. Maybe we have a chance. Another youth nodded. A blue water bead appeared in his right hand. This was a rare treasure of heaven and earth, the rootless mother. This was a treasure even rarer than the rootless water. Once used, it was invisible and colorless. It could turn everything within a martial artist's body into liquid, including their soul. "You're too complacent." The 2 of them looked at each other, and the young man immediately attacked with the rootless mother. This move was like a thunderstorm. No one would be able to react to it in a short period of time. After using the rootless mother, the young man sneered. "Blade of Nirvana." However, even though he was fast, Lin Ling was faster. His soul force was like a small knife as it pierced out. Before the youth could make a move, Lin Ling had already killed his opponent's soul. The youth was still in the posture of wielding the rootless mother, but he was already dead. The youth did not expect that his means would be child's play for Lin Ling. If Lin Ling wanted to kill him, there were many ways for him to do so. At this moment, Lin Ling stepped forward and walked over. He took the rootless mother from the youth's hand. Then, with a punch, he directly smashed the youth's body into pieces. Do you have any other skills? Lin Ling looked at Tianming and said, apart from your powerful physical body, your soul force is also so powerful. You definitely did not use your full strength during the last profound role battle. Tianming's body trembled. His final trump card had failed just like that. Then he looked around. There was no one around except for him. Massacre. Lin Ling had said that he would massacre. Now it was indeed a massacre. Thinking of this, he was horrified. He did not dare to fight anymore and fled frantically. He did not expect that the price of angering Lin Ling would be so great. Can you escape? Lin Ling spat out a cold voice. In his heart, Tianming was already a dead man. He did not allow him to live. Even great Emperor Yen Luo was not qualified to let him live. No one could stop him. Lin Ling. Rootless mother. The power of 10 universes erupted. Lin Ling threw out the drop of mysterious liquid. The liquid seemed to distort space and shot towards Tianming. No, don't. Lin Ling, wait, I was wrong. Tianming became more and more panicked. He spoke incoherently, but he still could not stop the drop of rootless mother. After the mysterious liquid entered his body, the meridians in his hands and feet quickly melted. He fell from the sky to the ground. Gradually, he was left with only one breath. In fact, if he had not panicked, he would not have been hit so easily. However, Lin Ling's killing god method had completely frightened him, causing him to lose even faster. Of course, that was all he could do. Even if he used his full strength, he was still not Lin Ling's opponent. Lin Ling also walked down from the sky and arrived in front of Tianming. That crazy killing intent had finally been retracted, but he was still cold. Lin Ling, you have killed so many disciples. You are also dead. If the experts with the title of Xian Di find out, no one can save you. Tianming's face was pale. Before he died, he spoke ruthlessly. Tianming, if you had a fair fight with me and lost, you would not have to die. However, you have touched my reverse scale. Not to mention you, I even dare to kill Xian Di. Lin Ling stepped forward and stepped on Tianming's body. His right hand reached out and grabbed Tianming's neck. Then, with a fierce pull, he pulled Tianming's head out from his spine. Blood dripped down and he threw it to the ground. If you make me unhappy, I even dare to kill sovereigns. If there was a human world legend disciple here, he would definitely be shocked speechless. Slaughter, Lin Ling really dared to slaughter. More than a dozen disciples were killed, and not a single one escaped. Lin Ling, it was as if there was nothing he did not dare to do. On the other side of the grassland, the male master looked at Lin Ling and was shocked. However, his eyes were mostly looking at the dark vermilion butterfly. However, there was not much respect in his eyes. Some were still looking at his wife. Whether you are a human or a demon, what matters is not the appearance. What matters is the heart. If you miss this opportunity, you will miss the best woman in your life. Lin Ling looked at the man and said indifferently. Then he left. Miss the best woman in my life. The man muttered to himself. He thought back to the time they knew each other, and all the memories. His wife, for him, gave up her life, gave up her identity as a demon, and only wanted to live an ordinary life. In this world, with such a bosom friend, what else could he ask for? Xiao Cui, I don't care who you are. Don't leave me. Even if you are a demon, you will always be my wife. Mother! The man and the child both ran toward the woman. At this moment, the woman was no longer a ferocious demon, but a wife, a mother. At this moment, the dark vermilion butterfly's face was full of tears. She looked at the departing Lin Ling, then turned back into a human and kowtowed heavily. Young hero Lin, I will never forget your kindness. She had handed over her dark vermilion butterfly's heart, and her strength had decreased greatly. When she met the disciples, she thought that she would not be able to escape death. In the end, who knew that a handsome young man she met by chance would fight for her and kill all the disciples, violating the rules of the human world. Chapter 1547. Seeing Jin Yuan and little sister again. In the future, he'll definitely reach the top of the human world. Whispered the dark vermilion butterfly. Lin Ling didn't hear those words. Even if he had, he wouldn't have cared. He was heading towards the last demon. If he finished the task, he would be able to go back. He couldn't help but sigh. He had come to kill the demon, but in the end he had let the demon go. Instead, he had killed the disciples of the human world. If Master Shui Wu and the others had known about that, they would have been astonished. Of course, if Lin Ling could choose again, Lin Ling would still choose to help the dark vermilion butterfly. Well, someone finished the second task? As long as they obtained something from the demon, they could complete the task with a jade plate and go to the 3 myths of the human world. Therefore, many disciples were furious. Who was that bastard? How could he be so fast? There's one more task, I have to go to Xianxia. Many disciples were unhappy and immediately went to Xianxia. Xianxia was in Champion University, so they had the advantage of location. They were the first to find the last demon. The rewards of the 3 myths of the human world were different, but the rewards weren't low. In the 7 Emperors' sky, killing a demon gave 100 drops of half-saint's essence. A drop of half-saint's essence was worth 1,000,000 purity stones. 100 drops was unimaginable. Lin Ling went to the edge of the ocean of disorder. In a small town, many cultivators were walking around. There was a teleportation portal that led directly to Xianxia. The ocean of disorder was terrifying. Only extremely strong cultivators dared cross it. Most cultivators used the ocean of disorder to get to Xianxia. Lin Ling followed the crowd and entered the teleportation array. The martial artists around him were not disciples. Clearly, there were very few disciples in the 7 Emperors' heavens. There were not many people who had accepted this mission, so the disciples Lin Ling met were mostly from other myths and legends. A bizarre glow enveloped his entire body, and after an incense's time, that feeling finally disappeared. Sweeping his gaze around, he realized that he was already in Xianxia. Xianxia. Here, the air was fresher, the sky was blue, and the white clouds were leisurely floating in the sky. It gave people a relaxed and happy feeling. Lin Ling couldn't help but smile. After arriving at this world, it was the first time he'd left the Black Canopy territory and arrived at another ancient and enormous place. Lin Ling couldn't help but sigh with emotion as he looked up at the sky and the white clouds. Unknowingly, he'd been fighting in this world for many years, and sometimes, it made him feel as if he was a member of this world. The winds and clouds of the world come from our generation. Once we enter Jianghu, time passes quickly. While talking and laughing about the imperial hegemony, it was nothing more than a drunken life. Lin Ling gave a carefree smile. A jug of wine appeared, followed by the ancient sword. He slowly walked forward. At this moment, he had experienced many ups and downs, so he was even more carefree. According to this mission, someone had encountered a demon in Xianxia. Therefore, Lin Ling also went to that place. Soon after, the Eye of Time appeared. He quietly watched, searching for the demon that had disappeared in time. Lin Ling was at the side of a large lake. Those that had passed by the lake were all in his eyes. Now that Lin Ling's soul force had greatly increased, the speed at which he saw time had also increased. After a long time, he was stunned for a moment and then revealed a meaningful smile. He hadn't expected that the last demon would be someone he knew. It was the Yen from the ancient tomb of the rainforest Holy Land. Moreover, Lin Ling also saw 2 familiar faces. They were the Jin siblings. Not long before, Lin Ling had gone to the ghost region to practice. At the beginning, the Jin siblings had formed a team. He vaguely remembered that Xianxia's territory was very big. She often attracted unnecessary trouble. And now, that was indeed the case. In Lin Ling's Eye of Time, he saw that the Jin siblings were in trouble again. It's on the way, I'll help them. All right. Lin Ling hurriedly moved towards the south. In his Eye of Time, Yen was also heading towards the south. It seemed that the Jin clan was there. At that moment, 10,000 li away from the Jin clan, in a dense forest, the Jin siblings were stopped by a few young men. Those young men were wearing the robes of Champion University. They had obscene and evil smiles on their faces. They were staring at Xianxia. Hee, I wouldn't have thought that there would be such a beautiful woman in Xianxia. She has a very good figure. She's very attractive. Those young men were smiling evilly. They had also accepted missions to go to the human world. Then they had seen Xianxia and were attracted to her. I'll give you a chance. Tonight, stay with us. If we're in a good mood, maybe we'll give you some precious materials, said the leader of the group. He had acne all over his face and was playing with his nails. You're dreaming. How could Champion University have scum like you? As expected, most of the disciples are trash, said Xianxia. Under an ancient tree, the Jin siblings coldly stared at them. Xianxia shouted in her delicate voice. In Xianhuangdiu, Champion University was gigantic, so they had many disciples. Of the 3 legendary cultivators of the human world, they had the most disciples. Of course, Champion University had different levels. Not every disciple was famous. No matter how much trash you are, you're still better than people like you. The acne young man groaned icily. Those 2 people dared question them. You refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. If you don't give us face, don't blame us for being violent. Besides, I'm sure you won't accept it. You want to report it to Champion University, but I can tell you that if you report it to Champion University, you'll suffer. Then we'll say that you're a slut who tried to seduce us, and we rejected you, said Lin Feng. Said the disciples icily. The Jin siblings ground their teeth. Those disciples were taking advantage of their position to bully people. Even though they were angry, they couldn't do anything. They weren't as strong as the disciples, otherwise, they would have been in Champion University already. Jin Yuan, Xianxia, long time no see. At this moment, a chuckle came from the forest. A black-robed young man slowly walked out from the dense forest. His long hair was tied behind his head, and his spirit was trembling. He held a wine pot in his hand, giving off a free and easy feeling. For you. The disciples frowned. That guy didn't know how to appreciate favors. Surprisingly, he had interrupted them. It was Lin Ling. He smiled and didn't look at the disciples. He looked at the Jin siblings and said, Jin Yuan, Xianxia, we haven't seen each other for half a year. Do you still remember me? Yes. Lin Ling, you're Lin Ling. You're still alive. Jin Yuan and Xianxia were astonished at first, but then they were overjoyed. They had thought that Lin Ling had died in the ghost region. Who would have thought that he was still alive? Xianxia was especially excited. Her breasts were bouncing up and down. She was blushing. I'm so happy to see you. I want to go to the Jin dynasty. Do you have time to show me the way? Lin Ling was still smiling. He was a little happy to see his former teammate. That's not difficult. We're going back anyway. Where are they? Chapter 1548. The Jin clan's dynasty, them? If you don't want to die, piss off. Piss off. Lin Ling said without even looking at those disciples. His eyes were a little cold. How aggressive. Piss off. Jin Yuan took a deep breath. Lin Ling was telling them to piss off? Your Excellency, how audacious. Tell me your name, otherwise, you'll never be able to leave here. Piss off. The disciples were enraged and their murderous intent intensified. This was the first time they had been ignored like this since they had become disciples. You think you're qualified to know my name? Since you want to die, I'll help you. With that, he stretched out his left hand, within which appeared the Flame Dragon King. Then he gently slapped out. Fire Dragon King's world, shouted the Fire Dragon. The forest turned into a sea of fire. Cosmic energies exploded. The disciples who had thought they were unexcelled in the world shrieked in agony. Then they were burned to death. They couldn't block Lin Ling's fire. It was obvious that Champion University didn't recruit disciples very well, so the quality of the disciples wasn't very high. They weren't any worse than the 7 emperors. How strong! Those disciples were cultivators of the 3rd Xianxia layer and he killed them all in one attack. Piss off! Jin Yuan and his sister were astonished. They hadn't thought that Lin Ling would become so strong after the trip to the ghost region. A few insignificant disciples, that's all, said Lin Ling, shaking his head and smiling. He didn't look arrogant at all. Oh no, one of them has the blood of one of the 5 great kings. If the 5 great kings know about that, they'll come and kill us. Suddenly, Gold Ingot said worriedly. If it weren't for the fact that one of those disciples had a powerful background, he wouldn't have been so afraid. "Don't worry. If trouble comes, I'll just kill them all," said Lin Ling. He didn't care. The 5 great kings of Shenhuangdayu were at the same level as Si Liang and Baju. Lin Ling couldn't win against them, but they couldn't kill him easily either. Therefore, he didn't need to fear them. Besides, the 5 great kings couldn't come personally because of an insignificant blood. Therefore, if the 5 great kings sent other disciples, they would die. Slaughter them all? The Jin siblings looked at each other, their hearts beating violently. Of course, they didn't believe Lin Ling's words. They only thought that Lin Ling was confident. By the way, what happened to the Jin dynasty? Lin Ling didn't dwell on that topic and asked what he wanted to know. "How do you know that something has happened to our Golden Armor Empire?" "But it's true. A month ago, an expert came to our Jin Empire and domineeringly dominated everything. He wanted to unify our Jin Empire. That expert is extremely powerful. Currently, our Jin Empire is also in danger." Jin Yuan frowned. Lin Ling laughed. That so-called expert should be Yen, but Yen was very smart. He did not reveal his identity as a devil, but went to the Jin dynasty with the identity of a martial artist. Otherwise, the 3 great legends of the mortal world would have already come to kill him. As for ruling the Jin dynasty with the identity of a martial artist, the 3 great legends of the mortal world obviously wouldn't care about this kind of thing. Just like the Heaven and Earth ceremony in Shenping province, there was the fall of an ancient dynasty and the rise of a new dynasty. The 7 emperors' world wouldn't care about this kind of thing. As for the purpose of Yen, he should have sensed the danger and wanted to hide, so he went to the Jin dynasty. "I'll help you deal with that expert, but this news can't be spread." Lin Ling pondered. He wanted to complete the mission before the other disciples arrived. Moreover, he had a feeling that it wouldn't be long before a powerful disciple would arrive at the Jin dynasty and kill Yen. Therefore, he had to be faster than those disciples. "All right." The Jin siblings immediately laughed. It would be great if Lin Ling could solve this matter. After that, Lin Ling followed the Jin siblings to the Jin dynasty. On the way, Lin Ling also learned that Yen had arrived at the Jin dynasty a month ago and made a bet with the current emperor of the Jin dynasty. As long as the Jin dynasty defeated Yen in 3 battles, Yen would immediately leave. If Yen won, the Jin dynasty would belong to Yen. So far, the emperor of the Jin dynasty had already attacked and returned in defeat, so there were still 2 more battles. The Jin dynasty was a relatively ordinary expert in Shenpeng province. The emperor was only a Saint Realm 3rd layer, so he couldn't stop Yen. That guy's strength has increased, Lin Ling secretly thought. It was a pity that Yen wanted to hide in the Jin dynasty, but he didn't know that the other great disciples had their eyes on him. The Jin dynasty wasn't safe either. After a long time, they arrived at the Jin dynasty. The country here wasn't big, only 2 million people. The city was ancient, like a small country outside the world. "Greetings, Prince Jin." "Greetings, Prince." The Jin siblings were of the emperor's bloodline, so they brought Lin Ling to the imperial palace. The imperial palace was heavily guarded and full of etiquette. It had the majesty of the imperial family. After stepping into the imperial palace, Lin Ling saw the statue of the subduing dragon sitting in the depths of the imperial palace, exuding a mysterious aura. However, after Lin Ling's soul force quietly checked, he found that it was the corpse of a dragon. Even so, it was still majestic. No wonder Yen chose this place. It turned out that he wanted to use the dead dragon's corpse to cultivate and increase his strength. The Jin dynasty's emperor also received news that the Jin siblings had returned with helpers. So, all the officials of the imperial palace went to the imperial palace and waited there quietly. After a while, Lin Ling and the other 2 appeared in the splendid imperial palace. Lin Ling's gaze swept over the place. This Jin dynasty had a long history. The furnishings in the imperial palace were more than 1,000 years old. It must be an imperial palace with tens of thousands of years of history. "Greetings, imperial father, imperial mother." The Jin siblings looked like warriors on the outside, but inside the imperial palace, they had a noble temperament. They bowed one after another. Rise. The imperial palace's emperor was a middle-aged man in his 40s. He had sharp eyebrows and bright eyes. He had the dignity of a gentleman without being angry. However, his eyes were fixed on Lin Ling, and his brows were slightly furrowed. Previously, Jin Yuan said that he had brought back an expert who could solve the current crisis of the Jin dynasty. However, looking at the young man now, it seemed that he was only a third heaven saint. He was not as strong as he had imagined. After all, he was also a third heaven saint. However, he still lost to Yen. Therefore, he did not think highly of Lin Ling. How dare you not kneel in front of His Majesty? At this moment, a graceful and gorgeous woman shouted angrily. She wore a phoenix crown on her head and looked like a mother of the world. She was the current imperial empress of the Jin dynasty. How dare you look down on His Majesty? Servants, 300 lashes. Prince Jin Yuan, the person you brought back is too unruly. He dares to not kneel in front of the emperor. What a scandal! The civil and military officials were also angry. Lin Ling had his hands behind his back. He neither knelt nor spoke. This was equivalent to insulting the Jin dynasty. Kneel? Lin Ling's pupils constricted. He had come to help the Jin dynasty this time. Who knew that these people would want him to kneel? One should know that in Xianpeng province, not to mention the emperor, even the emperors of the major countries had to kneel in front of him. Even the venerables were no exception. However, this insignificant Jin dynasty wanted him to kneel? They simply did not know what they were doing. Imperial mother, he was invited by imperial brother and me. He is not an outsider. Chapter 1549. Genie Crown Prince. So what if you invited him? Everybody has to kneel in front of the emperor. If you don't kneel, it means you don't understand etiquette, shouted the empress furiously. She frowned and stared at Xianxia. Xianxia wasn't her daughter, and she wasn't the empress of the previous generation. You're so powerful and dignified, but why can't you do anything when your country is in trouble? Said Lin Ling indifferently. What he meant was obvious. The emperor was so powerful, the Jin dynasty was so dignified, but why couldn't they solve the problem of Yen? Since they couldn't do anything, what was the point of pretending? How audacious! As soon as Lin Ling finished speaking, the civil and military officials all shouted angrily. What an arrogant junior! According to me, this boy has no respect for anybody, he should be beheaded, said a minister bowing respectfully to the emperor. Shouted Xianxia anxiously. Lin Ling smiled coldly. He had come to help, and because he didn't kneel, he should be beheaded? Ridiculous, how ridiculous! At that moment, the emperor looked at Lin Ling indifferently. When he saw that Lin Ling didn't look scared, he waved his hand and said, "It's an emergency, you don't have to be polite." It seemed like he didn't care about Lin Ling's mistakes, but he still maintained his dignity. However, he didn't know that in Lin Ling's eyes, the emperor was just a nobody. If it weren't for Jin Yuan and his sister, Lin Ling would have crushed the emperor already. Let me ask you, are you a student of Champion University? Asked the emperor indifferently. I'm not, said Lin Ling straightforwardly. If Lin Ling had been a student of Champion University, they would have bowed to him respectfully. However, he wasn't a student of Champion University either. Why was he so arrogant? Why was he so arrogant? I came here for one purpose, to help Jin Yuan and his sister, to solve the problem you can't solve, said Lin Ling calmly. Something that you guys can't solve? That's just sarcastic. You don't know how to appreciate kindness. All the civil and military officials were furious, but His Majesty did not say anything, so they endured it for the time being. Where did you get the confidence to defeat that outsider? His Majesty asked with a frown. You don't need to know. You only need to know that I can solve this. Lin Ling did not give him any face because the current emperor could not put down his pride and speak in a high and mighty manner. Therefore, Lin Ling did not need to give him any face. Who do you think you are? Do you think you can solve it just because you say so? You should know that if you lose in these 3 matches, we will present someone else as king. Could it be that we want to waste such a precious chance on you? A cold snort suddenly resounded. Outside the hall, A young man in a golden robe strode in with large strides. He walked with a majestic gait with his hands behind his back. He seemed to be moving slowly, but he arrived before everyone in just a few steps. Prince Genie. The whole hall remained silent for a few seconds and then people started shouting. That person was the great prince of the Jin clan, the son of the empress. The most important thing was that he was also a student of Champion University. He was the second strongest cultivator of the Jin clan, second only to His Majesty. Of course, that was in the past, but now he had surpassed His Majesty. He was a dragon amongst men. You're back. His Majesty showed a kind and amiable smile, and so did the Empress. The young man bowed respectfully. Everybody was looking at him in awe and respect. Compared to Jin Yuan and his sister, the young man was obviously more valued and had a higher status. Jin Yuan, Xianxia, how dare you? After Jin Yi bowed, he glanced at Lin Ling indifferently. Then, his gaze landed on Jin Yuan and his sister. His attitude was extremely cold, as if he was the king above the siblings. They had the same father but different mothers, so they had no feelings for each other. Otherwise, Jin Yuan and his sister would not have gone out so often. They rarely stayed in the Golden Armor dynasty. Important matters of the country are of the utmost importance. You just brought a random person back and you want to manage everything? If you waste 3 chances, can you bear the consequences? The Jin clan has existed for tens of thousands of years, and if it falls in your hands, how will you face your ancestors? Said the young man furiously. Jin Yuan and his sister frowned. They didn't know what to say because they couldn't guarantee that Lin Ling would win. You're a cultivator of the 3rd Saint layer, but I've never seen you in Champion University. You're obviously not a student. You're not a student and yet you're so arrogant. You don't even kneel down in front of the emperor. What crime have you committed? Said the young man to Lin Ling. The emperor? Are you talking about the strongest emperor in the human world? Or do you think that the Jin clan is stronger than the 3 myths? Said Lin Ling, smiling icily. He wasn't afraid at all. As soon as these words came out, the young man's domineering aura seemed to deflate. He was struck speechless by Lin Ling's words. Of course, he didn't dare say anything. After all, the Jin clan was just a small country. They couldn't compete with the 3 myths of the human world. If he dared say anything, the next day he would be destroyed. Besides, I'm not a student of Champion University, but I came here to help Jin Yuan and his sister. Who do you think you are? What makes you think you're qualified to talk to me? If you're really that strong, why don't you solve your own problems? You're a dignified crown prince, you're a disgrace. When Lin Ling didn't say anything, he looked indifferent, but when he spoke, he was like a sword. The crown prince pulled a long face again. In the imperial palace, the emperor and the empress pulled long faces. That young man was too arrogant. I came here to solve my problems, but can you solve them? After the young man was enraged, he took a step forward and sent a palm strike at Lin Ling. You have 3 chances to compete. How could you let a piece of trash compete? If you want to compete, you have to be strong enough. Boom boom boom. A terrifying great law appeared. The young man's palm caused the surroundings to distort. The square white jade bricks on the ground were actually distorted into irregular shapes under the influence of the great law of his palm force. Obviously, his talent was extremely powerful. Your Majesty, that's a vibration type of talent. Because of vibration, the earth and the sky are distorted. At this time, Purple Elder's voice sounded in Lin Ling's mind. Lin Ling nodded. He had come into contact with the power of vibration many times. Most of the time, things around him would be shaken into pieces. But it was rare for things to be shaken out of shape. But Lin Ling was just curious, he didn't need to be scared. Lin Ling didn't move, he just stood there like a pine tree and threw a punch. Boom boom boom. The fist collided with the palm and a strong wind swept out. Many people couldn't stand still and fell down on their butts. After Jin Yi's attack, he floated back. His eyes were filled with surprise. He nodded lightly and said, "You can block 50% of my strength. You are quite capable. You are stronger than Jin Yuan and his sister. You are qualified to represent the Jin dynasty in this battle." The crowd was astonished. Was that ordinary-looking young man really that strong? It should be known that in the current Jin dynasty, only His Majesty could withstand 50% of Crown Prince Jin Yi's strength. Chapter 1550. The Mysterious Cultivator, 50%? Sorry, I only used 10%. At this time, Lin Ling's disdainful voice drifted out, causing the entire dynasty to become silent. Everyone felt as if they had been slapped in the face because Lin Ling was looking down on the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince was astonished and said coldly, "You're really good at talking. Even if you die, you won't admit defeat." He didn't believe Lin Ling at all. He thought that Lin Ling could block his attack with his full strength. 10% of his strength was just a dream. Enough bullshit. Let's go and see the loser. If you win, you can be proud. If you lose, kneel down and kowtow, said Lin Ling, smiling coldly. He then left the palace. How arrogant. That strong cultivator is mysterious. He's extremely strong. He's overestimating himself and calling himself a loser. He doesn't understand himself. Besides, if he wins, the Crown Prince will cow. Who does he think he is? Shouted the ministers furiously. Lin Ling was too arrogant. He was looking down on the dynasty. Even His Majesty frowned. Just as he was about to speak, Lin Ling's voice drifted over again. I've won. Not only the Crown Prince, but even an incapable ruler like you will have to kowtow and apologize. You. This time, all the people of the Jin dynasty were infuriated. How good, you're courageous. But if I defeat that senior, not only will you have to kowtow, but you'll also have to die as an apology. This is the punishment for violating the dignity of the Jin dynasty. Jin Yi waved his hand to stop the others from getting angry and said confidently, Little E, do you think you can win? That strong cultivator is extremely strong. Father, you lost in 3 attacks. If he didn't want people to die, the Jin clan would have been destroyed already, said the emperor to the Crown Prince. Father, I'm studying cultivation in Champion University. I've been to Xianyuan and Xianpeng province. I'm so strong that I'm about to enter the 10 temples of Xianxia. That strong cultivator can't compete with me. Crown Prince Jin Yi nodded confidently. The others immediately laughed. As expected of the Crown Prince, his strength had already surpassed the current emperor. They naturally knew what the Xianxia 10 palace halls were. It was said that they were extremely powerful existences in Xianpeng province, and those who were half a step into that realm were extremely rare even in Xianhuangdayu. The Crown Prince is indeed a genius among geniuses. In time, Xianhuangdayu will definitely belong to the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince of our Jin family dynasty is a dragon among men. Who in the world can compare to him? Look, Jin Yuan and his sister, the son of the previous empress, are like the light of a grain of rice. They can't compare to the Crown Prince at all. The civil and military officials praised him respectfully. Jin Yuan and his sister snorted coldly and left with large strides. These people did not treat them as members of the Jin clan at all, which made them feel very uncomfortable. At this moment, outside the main hall, Lin Ling was calmly drinking wine. Naturally, he had heard the words in the palace. He smiled disdainfully and said to Jin Yuan and his sister, I was wondering who this Crown Prince Jin Yi was and how powerful he was. It turns out that he is just a kitten and a puppy. For Lin Ling, Crown Prince Jin Yi was half a step into the Xianxia 10 palace halls. He was indeed a kitten and a puppy because Lin Ling was already at the top of the Xianxia 10 palace halls. Kitten and a puppy? In the magnificent main hall, everyone's respectful praise was instantly extinguished as if cold water had been poured over them. Everyone's face was ferocious. Inform the expert to go to the imperial field. His Majesty shouted angrily. Immediately, someone went to invite the mysterious expert. The crowd also left the main hall and walked towards the imperial field. It was a vast square that was usually used to train soldiers. However, at this moment, there were imperial guards in black armor all around. They were majestic and awe-inspiring, displaying the majesty of the imperial family. Lin Ling followed Jin Yuan and his sister. Many civil and military officials looked at Lin Ling and suddenly became proud. It was as if Lin Ling could see the majesty of the Jin clan's imperial family, Lin Ling would know the power of the Jin clan and feel inferior. Unfortunately, Lin Ling glanced at them and shook his head lightly. No wonder a mere Yin couldn't deal with them. They are all a group of people who are outwardly strong but inwardly weak. Those majestic imperial guards were simply not worthy of Lin Ling's attention. If his subordinate, the Starry Sky Left Court Palace, was here, they could wipe out this place in an incense stick's time. That guy is so arrogant. His words can anger people to death. If it weren't for a national matter, he would have been punished long ago. Many civil and military officials heard Lin Ling's words and felt disgusted as if they had eaten a fly. This was because Lin Ling's evaluation of the Jin clan's imperial guards was outwardly strong but inwardly weak. Lin Ling ignored them. In his mind, he was thinking about Yen. Although this guy was overbearing and arrogant, he was also open and upright. This was because Yen could completely flatten this place, but Yen didn't. Instead, he openly seized this place, using 3 chances to seize it. Compared to the Jin clan's imperial court, Lin Ling felt that Yen made him feel more comfortable. Are you finally ready? At this moment, a voice finally rang out. Under countless gazes, a man in a black cloak strode over. His strength reached the heavens and the earth. After seeing him, many people's hearts inexplicably trembled. Even the current His Majesty had a look of awe on his face, as though he was looking at the arrival of an ancient almighty. If there was an exception, it would be Lin Ling. Lin Ling looked at that person with a look of mockery. Mister, according to the agreement, there are 2 more battles. I hope we can win and you can keep your promise, said His Majesty indifferently, taking a deep breath. Everyone could hear the reverence in his voice. Obviously, he had lost to the mysterious person, which made His Majesty very wary of the other party. Don't worry, I'm not a good person, but I'll keep my promise. That mysterious person stopped and coldly spat out a sentence. He stood in the middle of the stage, looking like a giant. Who will go up for the second battle? I'm the Crown Prince of Jin Yi. I'm from Champion University. I hope we can have a great battle, said the Crown Prince of Jin Yi at that moment. The crowd was cheering for him, as if they could already see him winning. The Crown Prince of Jin Yi didn't disappoint. He looked majestic and awe-inspiring, neither arrogant nor humble. He stretched out his hand and said, "Please. You're too weak. I'll finish you in 3 attacks." However, what infuriated Crown Prince Jin Yi was that the mysterious man didn't take him seriously at all. He stepped on him with a single sentence. The crowd stopped cheering. They were furious, but they didn't dare say anything. They could only hope that the Crown Prince of Jin Yi would win. Time is limited. I'll attack first. The mysterious person didn't care about the crowd's mood. He didn't care about the Crown Prince's prestige either. Boom boom boom. An incredible oppressive force invaded the atmosphere. Dark clouds rolled in the sky and blocked everybody's view. They couldn't see what was going on. Then, a loud sound spread in the air. It sounded like 2 gigantic rocks colliding. You're not afraid of my natural talents? You're talented, but your understanding of martial arts is too weak. Practice cultivation for a few more years. Chapter 1551. He admitted defeat. Gradually, the dark clouds began to disperse. After the clouds dispersed, the crowd was astonished. The mysterious cultivator in the cloak was stepping on Jin Yi. Jin Yi's face was deathly pale and there was blood on the corner of his mouth. He looked like a defeated dog. I said 3 attacks, but in fact, I defeated you in 2 attacks. I thought the students of Champion University would be even stronger, but I was disappointed. A disdainful voice floated out from the cloaked man's mouth. It was like a bolt of lightning that exploded in the hearts of the crowd. Their hope, the number 1 genius of Dynasty, the dragon among men in their hearts, had been defeated in 2 moves. He had lost in a humiliating way. The mysterious cultivator had stepped on him like a defeated dog. This drastic change was undoubtedly beyond everyone's imagination, and it shattered the only hope in their hearts. I haven't lost. Jin Yi wanted to amaze the crowd, but he had lost so quickly. How could he accept that? Fwop. The mysterious cultivator stepped on him and he coughed up blood. He had lost. 1 more battle, Who will fight? Your Majesty? Asked the mysterious cultivator indifferently. His Majesty's heart was pounding. He smiled wryly and said, I can't compete with the strong cultivator. He looked at the mysterious cultivator in awe. The atmosphere became even calmer. I'll fight then. However, the silence did not last long. A faint voice suddenly drifted out. Lin Ling, enter the stage. Young man again, I'm afraid it'll be 3 attacks again, said the mysterious cultivator in a cloak, glancing at Lin Ling. Long time no see, you're more confident than before. I remember the last time I defeated you, you looked like a defeated dog. Lin Ling smiled and said as he walked. Back then, when Yen escaped from the old tomb, he happened to run into Lin Ling. In the end, he was beaten up by Lin Ling and fled like a stray dog. Defeated dog? The mysterious cloaked man finally looked at Lin Ling, and his pupils constricted. How could he not recognize Lin Ling? That was the god of evil, who had been suppressing him all his life. How could this god of evil appear here? You'll defeat me in 3 attacks, I can't wait. Come. Lin Ling said again. Why is it you? You vengeful spirit, why do you keep pestering me? You, what do you want? Shockingly, the mysterious cloaked figure was Yen. At this moment, he was panicking, and his voice was filled with nervousness. How could this be? The people around were all dumbfounded. It should be known that the mysterious man was as indifferent as the clouds in the sky in front of His Majesty. He spoke condescendingly, but when he met the young man, he actually panicked. Was this a dream? This kind of treatment was like heaven and earth, causing everyone to feel uncomfortable in their hearts. What do I want to do? Of course it's you. Lin Ling had already arrived at the emperor stage and spoke with a faint smile. He stood there just like that, his long hair dancing in the wind, the ancient sword behind him. Even if the heavens collapsed, he wouldn't be alarmed. I admit defeat. I don't want the Jin dynasty anymore. I can't offend you, but can't I hide from you? Yen was stupefied. He initially wanted to fight to the death, but when he saw Lin Ling's cold eyes, he didn't want to fight anymore. Lin Ling used to be a terrifying cultivator, but now that a long time had passed, he had probably become much stronger. Yen couldn't compete with him anymore. He didn't want to fight anymore. I admit defeat. This time, the crowd felt disgusted, as if they had just eaten a fly. The 3rd battle was won, and there was no intense battle. On the contrary, the mysterious man they respected had admitted defeat. Just like the young man had said, the mysterious man looked like a stray dog in front of him. They looked at Prince Jin-yi again. He looked like a dog that had lost its home. Was that a noble student of Champion University? One of them had lost in 2 attacks. One was to intimidate the opponent into admitting defeat. It was obvious who was strong and who was weak. Master, how could you admit defeat? Shouted the Crown Prince Jin-yi furiously. Shut up. I don't admit defeat. Do you want me to die? Shouted Yen furiously. He stomped the Crown Prince Jin-yi into the ground. The Crown Prince Jin-yi ground his teeth. He had lost face. Why was the mysterious man so cruel to him? And why was he so respectful to the young man? Why was that? Admit defeat? You're smart, but I'm sorry, I came here to kill you, said Lin Ling nodding. He wasn't surprised that the Crown Prince had admitted defeat. You want to kill me? How could you be so cruel? Don't you know that since I met you, I haven't had a good life? You've taken everything good from me, what else do you want? Yen couldn't restrain himself any longer, and he roared furiously with a tone that carried an aggrieved tone. It was as if he'd been forced into a corner by Lin Ling. Many people could even vaguely hear that she was sobbing. This thought caused everyone to hold their breaths. Was that young man really so terrifying? Suddenly, they remembered that they wanted the young man to kneel before His Majesty. But His Majesty didn't have the right to do that. Well, I'll spare your life today since you're from my hometown. Also, I'll tell you that you have to leave this place immediately because a large number of experts will come to kill you soon, said Lin Ling with a sigh. He didn't want to kill him. He was stunned when he heard this, and his heart trembled. In the past few years, he'd been pursued by a large number of experts, and he'd almost died on numerous occasions. So, he knew that numerous experts in the mortal dimension wanted him dead. Yet now, Lin Ling could kill him yet hadn't, and Lin Ling had instead given him a way out and even warned him. This caused him to feel that he'd misjudged Lin Ling. Of course, leave your treasures behind. I can sense that you have a mysterious treasure. However, gratitude had just arisen in Yan's heart when Lin Ling's indifferent voice drifted out once more, and it caused Yan's pupils to focus while he roared furiously in his heart. You're still a maleficent existence. Alright, this is the myriad form manatee mushroom I obtained with great difficulty. It's capable of allowing demon beasts to take human form. It's yours. I only have this treasure, and I don't have anything else, said Yen angrily. Besides the myriad form manatee mushroom, you still have 3 drops of half-saint true liquid. You probably obtained them from annihilating the disciples of the mortal world. Hand them all over, said Lin Ling indifferently. Maleficent, 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 devil. Yen roared furiously in his heart. This little maleficent existence has a very sharp sense of smell, and it's causing me to lose my life again. He felt aggrieved and depressed in his heart, so he could only hand over those treasures. After Lin Ling received them, he glanced at the horizon and said, "Leave immediately. At least, remember that you can only go in that direction. If you still can't leave after the time for an incense stick to burn, then you'll be surrounded and killed by experts." Obviously, Lin Ling had sensed that a large number of experts were rushing over. Yan's body trembled. His life was at stake, and he put away his depression and grievance. He glanced gratefully at Lin Ling before leaving immediately. "Oh right, the soul of the ancient flame devil that was with you in the old tomb last time is currently in the demon realm." Yen hesitated for a moment before he said this piece of news. At the same time, he snorted coldly and said, "Don't think that I'll be grateful to you just because you helped me this time. Let me tell you, once I'm strong enough, I'll be the first to kill you." Chapter 1552. He relied on his strength. In fact, Yen was very grateful to Lin Ling, but his pride made him unable to express his gratitude. In addition, his hatred for Lin Ling was very strong. Lin Ling was his nemesis. In the past, the ancient flame devil and the Wuxia king were taken away. Today, even the 1,000-change monkey head mushroom was taken away. Everything made him feel grateful and resentful at the same time. In the end, he left. Lin Ling didn't bother about the departing Yen. He was pondering over the words of Yen. The soul of the ancient flame devil was in the devil region, and that soul was none other than Gu Zhantian, his elder brother who had helped him many times in the past and even saved his life once. Great, Brother Zhantian is not dead yet. And what is this strange treasure? After a moment of surprise, Lin Ling took out the 1,000-change monkey head mushroom and looked at it carefully. This monkey head mushroom was as big as a fist, and there were golden hairs on its surface. It looked like a monkey's head. "Your Majesty, this is a rare treasure that can only be found in the devil area. Its effect is to transform. Even an ordinary demonic beast can transform into a human after consuming it." Elder Z was pleasantly surprised. Lin Ling's eyes lit up. If even an ordinary demonic beast could transform into a human, this treasure was indeed rare. "I can give it to Little Flame." Lin Ling couldn't help but be happy. Although he didn't complete the last mission, the treasure he obtained was more valuable than 100 drops of half-saint's essence. Therefore, letting Yen go was not a loss for him. The mission is finally completed. I can go back now. Collecting his thoughts, Lin Ling walked towards the Jin siblings. After chatting for a while, he was about to leave. Wait. However, at this moment, a cold voice sounded. Unknowingly, Prince Genie had stood up and stared coldly at Lin Ling. "What? Do you have a problem with that?" Lin Ling narrowed his eyes and asked indifferently. "You can't leave. You have to explain something." Prince Genie took a step forward. The surrounding space distorted and vibrating force spread out. "That's right. There are some things that we don't understand. You have to explain it." At this moment, His Majesty, who had been silent all this while, finally spoke. They couldn't understand how Lin Ling could scare off the mysterious man. After all, If Lin Ling fought with the mysterious man and suppressed him with his tyrannical strength, they would be convinced. However, before Lin Ling showed anything, the mysterious man admitted defeat and ran away, which made them very confused. Don't go too far. Hearing His Majesty and the Crown Prince's words, Xianxia couldn't take it anymore. Lin Ling had helped the Jin family's dynasty, but no one thanked him. Instead, they wondered how Lin Ling had succeeded. Wasn't it too much to ask Lin Ling? Oh, this has nothing to do with you. You can leave now. His Majesty waved his hand to stop Xianxia from talking. He looked at Lin Ling and asked, "What is your relationship with the mysterious man? Why did he listen to you and answer me?" His Majesty's last sentence was filled with anger and the majesty of the Son of Heaven. Lin Ling felt amused in his heart. These fellows spoke humbly and respectfully before Yin, yet they put on the dignified airs of an emperor before me. Could it be that they don't know that Yin is afraid of me precisely because he's afraid of my strength? You're just a third heaven saint, the same realm as me. However, you're not a disciple of the Battle King. So, what did you do to that senior to make him afraid of you? By the way, I heard you say that an expert had arrived and asked that senior to leave immediately. You must have used a trick to scare him off. Crown Prince Genie pondered for a moment and said indifferently as if he had guessed something. Do you want to know why the mysterious man left? Lin Ling said with a smile. Nonsense. Crown Prince Genie shouted coldly. The civil and military officials frowned. This was a question that they already knew the answer to. Then I'll tell you. Lin Ling nodded again. He took a step forward and twisted the space. In an instant he appeared in front of Crown Prince Genie and punched out with the ancient god's sovereign fist. It was as if a monarch had descended upon the world. Crown Prince Genie's expression changed drastically. How dare this young man attack him, the Crown Prince? How dare you provoke the imperial family? Do you want to be executed? His Majesty shouted angrily. What a bold junior! Crown Prince, kill him! The civil and military officials shouted angrily. Since the young man arrived, he had ignored the imperial family's majesty, which made them unhappy with Lin Ling. Needless to say, Crown Prince Genie's killing intent was also strong. How dare you attack me? You're too inexperienced. Xingtian's seal. He struck out with his palm. A strange and majestic power erupted from his palm and twisted the space. It was extremely powerful. However, although his palm was powerful, it was not worth mentioning in front of Lin Ling. Boom! The fist and the palm collided. The force of 10 universes exploded. It was as if a lonely mountain had smashed down. Under the force of the punch, Crown Prince Genie's palm was twisted like a fried dough twist. The sound of bones breaking was heard. Then, Lin Ling's fist turned into a claw in midair. It broke through the space, grabbed Crown Prince Genie's neck, and slammed him to the ground. Boom! Another loud sound was heard. It was as if an endless mountain had crashed to the ground. Cracks appeared on the ground. Crown Prince Genie spat out blood. His bones were broken and he was buried in the ground. Only his head was left outside. That's how you made the mysterious man leave. At the same time, an indifferent voice drifted out. Everyone was so shocked that their jaws dropped. That's how he made it. They finally understood that Lin Ling relied on his strength. Crown Prince Genie was defeated by the mysterious man in 2 moves. However, Lin Ling defeated him in 1 move. That was the gap between them. Moreover, the mysterious man left because he was afraid of the young man's strength. At that moment, everybody understood. Suddenly, everybody remembered that in the Great Hall of the Imperial Palace, Crown Prince Genie had said that he had only used 50% of his strength. The young man had said that he had only used 10% of his strength. It seemed like that was the case. Because when the young man had used his full strength, Crown Prince Genie had been defeated. Your cultivation level is the same as Little Yi's. Why are you so strong? You should know that Little E is a student of Champion University, said His Majesty, frowning. He was astonished. You're talking to me again? Said Lin Ling, smiling coldly. He jumped up and grabbed His Majesty's dragon robe. Then he smashed His Majesty into the ground. Boom, boom, boom. The ground cracked again. His Majesty was smashed into the ground, only his head was left outside. His face was covered in dust. He looked miserable. The eyes of the surrounding civil and military officials narrowed. Their Majesty had been defeated in one move? Lin Ling stepped on His Majesty's head and said, "I remember you said that if someone made the mysterious man leave, the others would have to kneel down and kowtow to him. I won, so I didn't ask you to kneel down. You want me to stay? But you're so majestic and noble. What did you ask me before? Now, tell me again." Lin Ling wanted to see His Majesty's reply. He wanted to see how His Majesty would respond. If it weren't for Jin Yuan and his sister, Lin Ling would have already attacked him in the palace. "You!" His Majesty was furious. He was shaking from head to toe. Chapter 1553. Chapter 2 Tai Moli, what did you ask me before? Speak. Lin Ling shouted again. He wanted His Majesty to answer him personally in front of everyone. "Ignorant child, how dare you violate my dignity? You're dead," His Majesty said with a gloomy face. "Dignity? Your Jin dynasty couldn't solve the problem, but I helped you solve it. It's fine if you're not grateful, but now you want me to die? Do you have the strength? Go to hell." Lin Ling's smile was extremely evil. Even at this time, the king still couldn't see through him. Then he would fulfill his wish. "Wait, I was wrong." Sensing Lin Ling's strong murderous intent, His Majesty anxiously shouted. He felt pain and shame in his heart. "This is the Son of Heaven? With such courage and strength, show your imperial might in front of me." At this time, Lin Ling didn't attack and spoke indifferently. The hearts of the surrounding civil and military officials exploded. How shameful was that? His Majesty and the Crown Prince were no match for this young man, yet they were thick-skinned enough to question the young man with their superior status. They even wanted the young man to kneel. They were simply overestimating themselves and asking for humiliation. Lin Ling is stronger than we thought. At this moment, Jin Yuan and his sister did not sympathize with His Majesty. Instead, they felt elated. After all, their father had never treated them as his own children. He had repeatedly compared them to the Crown Prince and even called them trash. He had often displayed His Majesty as if he were the #1 emperor in the world. And now, this first son of heaven was begging for mercy and was being buried underground. The difference between heaven and earth was like heaven and earth, and they were naturally able to vent their anger. Of course, they were also surprised by Lin Ling's strength. "Looks like Lin Ling is hiding his trump card," Jin Yuan said in a low voice. Lin Ling seemed to be a Saint Realm 3rd layer, but his immortal physique was definitely not low. Otherwise, he would not have been able to suppress the Crown Prince and His Majesty. Of course, their guess was not wrong. However, they did not know that Lin Ling had more than one hidden trump card. "Is it here?" At this moment, a large number of figures suddenly appeared in the horizon. All of them were transcendent, like dragons among men. Their gazes were fixed on the ground with indifference. The entire imperial square quieted down. Many people looked up at the sky with serious expressions. More powerful cultivators had come? Where are the demons of the demon domain? He didn't care about what was happening in the Jin dynasty. All he cared about was the demons from the zone of demons. "Senior brother Taimo," shouted Prince Jin respectfully. He was from Champion University, so he knew those people. Those people were the strongest disciples of Champion University. He had to look up to them. Where are the demons of the demon domain? However, the young man ignored Prince Jin and asked again. Obviously, Prince Jin knew him, but with his strength and status, he didn't know him at all. "It's Jin." The other students of Champion University knew Prince Jin and smiled icily. In Champion University, Prince Jin was just a follower. "Where are the demons of the demon domain?" asked the young man in the sky coldly. On the ground, the people of the Jin dynasty were astonished. Demons? Where did the demons come from? They didn't know that Yen, who Lin Ling had released, was from the demon domain. "I've heard that the last demon is here. I hope I'm not too late." At that moment, a large number of disciples arrived. Some of them were from the Yungu celestial stage, but most of them were from Champion University. An adorable little girl in a red dress appeared. She was holding an apple in her little hand. Her big eyes looked innocent and pure. She smiled at everybody. But the other disciples didn't think the little girl was innocent and pure. The little girl was the Fire Spirit Princess. Fire Spirit Princess, don't think that because Champion Jean thinks highly of you, you can do whatever you want. I'm telling you, the last demon is mine, said the young man, frowning and looking at the Fire Spirit Princess. Taimoli, how brave. Surprisingly, he's not afraid of the Fire Spirit Princess. Taimoli isn't weak. He's as strong as Xianxia and the Xiaoyao Tenhulls. He doesn't need to be afraid of the Fire Spirit Princess. Besides, Taimoli's father is Taimo Tianwang, one of the 5 Tianwang of Xianhuangdeyu. The surrounding disciples began to discuss among themselves. Taimoli, you're so old, how dare you compete with me? The Fire Spirit Princess stopped eating her apple and stared at Taimoli. Her eyes were burning. I can tell you that if you weren't the Fire Spirit Princess, I would have killed you already. Of course, even though you're a little girl, when you use your innate skills, you turn into a beautiful woman. In the future, I will take you into my harem and slowly enjoy you. Taimoli sneered and shouted unscrupulously. You want to die? The Fire Spirit Princess and Taimoli had been enemies for a long time. Taimoli was the only one who didn't fear her. Let's find the demons first. Taimoli looked at the ground again and shouted, Where are the demons? If you don't tell me, all of you will die. On the ground below, the people of the Jin dynasty were all stunned. At this moment, they were like ants, looking up at the powerhouse in the sky. Taimoli didn't care about the Jin dynasty at all. To him, such a small country at the border was dispensable. He slammed his palm, and the Taimo Chi surged out as if it was going to ravage the earth. No! In the Jin dynasty, some of the civil and military officials were swept by the demonic Chi and turned into bones instantly. Plop! Then, a large number of people knelt down, including the Empress. They didn't dare to be arrogant. They were like ants. Where are the demons? If you don't tell me, die. Black clouds rolled out of Taimoli's body, and the image of the ancient demon appeared behind him. It was an old man with long hair that danced wildly. He was majestic without being angry, like a demon king descending. Obviously, Taimoli cultivated the demonic path. Those black clouds were like tentacles, sweeping over the civil and military officials of the Jin family. Even the Empress couldn't escape. At this moment, the Jin siblings were also entangled by the demonic Chi, and their expressions changed drastically. Go back! At this moment, a cold shout was heard. The Fire Dragon King roared out and wrapped around the Jin siblings like a dragon king protecting them, blocking the demonic Chi. Someone dares to stop me! Taimoli laughed and stared at the person who attacked. The Fire Spirit Princess was the same. Her eyes narrowed. That guy was also in Xianhuangdeyu. The person who attacked was Lin Ling. Of course, Lin Ling attacked because he wanted to help the Jin siblings. Among everyone, only the Fire Spirit Princess knew Lin Ling. The other disciples didn't know him at all. Even if they had heard of Lin Ling's name, they wouldn't take him seriously. Unless they saw Lin Ling's strength with their own eyes, they would judge everything. Demons? Could it be the mysterious person from before? It must be him. Lord Taimoli, I know. Chapter 1554. What about the one I let go? Speak. Taimoli said coldly. Our Jin dynasty has been passed down for tens of thousands of years, but there has never been a powerhouse. If there is one, it would be the mysterious man from a month ago. That man is very strong, and I have fought with him before and found that his talent is also in the Devil series. Prince Genie said hurriedly. It seems to be that man. Where is he? Taimoli's eyes were full of excitement. He must kill the last devil, not for the reward, but for the glory. After all, the task was issued by the whole mortal world. If he completed it, he would be famous in the mortal world. Senior brother Taimoli, I'm sorry. That devil has been released. I wanted to stop him from escaping, but someone stopped me. He wants to be the enemy of the whole world. Prince Genie said again with cold eyes. In fact, he was not sure that the mysterious man was a devil. However, a sinister trick arose in his mind. It was to frame Lin Ling. How could Lin Ling be a match for senior brother Tai Moli? He would definitely die. Moreover, even if the mysterious man was not a devil, he had escaped at this moment. Tai Moli could not investigate and would not blame him. What? Someone let the devil go. Damn it. How dare you? Who is it? Hearing Prince Genie's words, the disciples around shouted angrily. They finally found the devil, but he was released. How could they not be angry? I know who it is. Prince Genie sneered with a very satisfied smile. Crown Prince, can you be more shameless? When our Jin family was in trouble, it was that man who helped us. When the powerful disciples tried to wipe out our Jin family, it was that man who stopped them. Even your mother was saved by that man. Now you betrayed him. At this time, Xianxia could not bear it anymore and shouted angrily. On the side of the Jin dynasty, many people were silent. For the first time, they felt that the crown prince was a little ugly. Although they also respected the crown prince, it was that man who saved the Jin family. However, the crown prince did nothing but betrayed that man at the critical moment. What the crown prince did was for the whole Jin family. Xianxia, don't slander and distort right and wrong. At this moment, the queen escaped from death, but she chose to be with Prince Jin. Bitch. Xianxia stared at the empress, her beautiful eyes even colder. I don't care what happened to your dynasty. Right now, I just want to know where the devil clan is. Who let him go? If you don't tell me, your entire country will be wiped out. Tai Moli didn't have the patience to listen to Crown Prince Jinyi's nonsense and shouted angrily. We know it's him. Crown Prince Jinyi was about to say something when His Majesty, who was buried in the ground, shouted coldly and stared at Lin Ling coldly. Although Lin Ling had saved them time and time again, Lin Ling had also humiliated His Majesty. How could he swallow this insult? He wanted Lin Ling to die. Oh, it's you. At this moment, Tai Moli stared coldly at Lin Ling. He had come from afar to complete his mission. Who would have thought that this young man would actually let the devil clan escape? What kind of crime was this? You're courting death. The other disciples also shouted coldly. They saw that Lin Ling was only a cultivator of the third saint layer. They had the impression that he was a rat who had ruined the soup. Wait, it's not like that. Lin Ling did let a mysterious cultivator escape, but that person wasn't a devil clan cultivator, said Xianxia anxiously. If they admitted that Lin Ling was a devil clan cultivator, then Lin Ling would offend all the disciples of Champion University. Indeed, that mysterious cultivator wasn't a devil clan cultivator. There must be a misunderstanding, said Jin Yuan anxiously. He was trying his best to help Lin Ling. Tell him to call the mysterious cultivator back, then we'll know the truth. If he doesn't dare, then there must be something wrong, said Jin Yuan and his sister. Jin Yi smiled coldly. He was trying to drive a wedge between the two of them. I don't care whether the mysterious cultivator was a devil clan cultivator or not. You have to give me an explanation, said Tai Moli indifferently, still staring at Lin Ling. At that moment, many people were looking at Lin Ling. Some were smiling coldly, some were worried, but most of them were gloating. Lin Ling's words were very important. Jin Yuan and his sister's palms were covered in sweat. They kept shouting in their hearts, Lin Ling, you must not admit it. I let him go. Besides, he's a devil clan cultivator, so what? However, under countless gazes, Lin Ling finally spoke. He did not deny it, but directly admitted it. Boom. Everybody's heart was pounding. They hadn't thought that Lin Ling would be so calm. You're dead. You're audacious, shouted the disciples furiously. Before I let him go, I didn't know he was a devil clan cultivator. I just found out. Lin Ling was fearless as he spoke indifferently. He wasn't too full of himself because letting a devil escape was also a great taboo in the human world. Thus, in order to avoid unnecessary trouble, he naturally wouldn't admit that he had let a devil escape even though he knew it was a devil. Even so, you ruined my plan. Don't you regret it? Said Tai Moli smiling. He was furious. Besides, you dared admit it. You didn't think of a way to get away with it. I'm surprised. Why wouldn't I admit it? Do I have to think of a way to get away with it in front of you? I can tell you that it's none of your business who I let go," said Lin Ling, smiling. He walked forward step by step and looked at Tai Emoli in the sky. These words undoubtedly caused the hearts of the crowd to explode. Lin Ling was only a third heaven saint, who gave him the guts to say such words. Even the fire spirit princess' eyes were wide open. She knew that Lin Ling wasn't weak. He could be ranked in Xianxia and the 10 Xiaoyao temples, but Tai Emoli wasn't weak either. He was second only to Dugu Kong Lei. He was famous in Champion University. "That bastard, where does he get his confidence from?" whispered the fire spirit princess. Of course, she did not know that when she had watched Lin Ling's battle in the past, it was during the Xian ranking. However, after the Xian ranking, Lin Ling's strength had doubled. The current Lin Ling strength was ranked at the top among the 10 great halls of Xianxia. Therefore, why didn't Lin Ling admit it? The reason why Lin Ling admitted it was because even if Tai Emoli knew, he couldn't do anything to Lin Ling. "Bastard, even though you let a devil clan cultivator go, it's already happened. I don't care. You're going to suffer Tai Emoli's wrath. Do you want me to help you?" asked the fire spirit princess hesitantly. "No need. Little kid, go away." Lin Ling continued to walk forward as he spoke calmly. "Little kid? The fire spirit princess is a little kid?" The disciples stopped breathing. They had never seen such a crazy person. Tai Emoli burst into laughter. "The fire spirit princess is kind enough to help you, but you don't want to. Do you think you can withstand my wrath? Let me tell you, in Champion University, I'm a member of the first group. I'm a half-celestial great emperor, a peerless genius. Now die."